This story begins with what was a very ordinary day, but suddenly a siren started to sound in the subway. The passengers inside were initially puzzled as to what was happening, looking at the red light. The main character decided that they were filming a movie here because the creature standing in front of him looked like a doll. In front of him was a real goblin, holding an axe in his hands. That day he saw hell, because this monster was not alone, and with his relatives he attacked people. Everyone around him was screaming and begging for help, but the guy's first decision was to call the police. The rest watched in panic as the goblins killed innocent people right before their eyes. Three monsters crowded around one man, continuing to beat the lifeless body with their weapons. The main character could not calm down because he knew what would happen next. Almost everyone on that bus won't survive a minute because it was a real massacre. In addition, children and adults, without any exception, 80% of the population of Seoul will be destroyed. The only question that arose was whether he would be able to survive here, because unfortunately, the value of his talent as a player was zero. People like him were called mediocre players, because in such a situation he was powerless. All his life, this guy was a very ordinary person who was most worried about exams. Even his friends were in no hurry to encourage him and advised him to forget about preparation and look for a job. This guy's name is Kim Hyuk-jin. He is 30 years old and has been trying to pass the civil service exam for 7 years. He is an ordinary man with no talent as a player. 10 years ago, when the gates opened in Seoul, terrible events swept through the city. A handful of survivors awakened and began to call themselves players. He also had a dream of becoming a player, but he gave it up. While eating lunch in the dining room, Hyuk-jin listened to the conversations of other people who were discussing God Tai-wong's latest battle. They would be the same if they had talent, but all they have to do is take the civil service exam. Suddenly, they noticed Hyuk-jin, who had taken the test in the past and collected 67 talent panels. This became a Korean record, but at the moment, everyone calls him a dead genius. They discovered his talents too late, which was a great misfortune for the guy. Usually talent panels close at around 20 years old, and he's already 30, so you could say he's lost his future. Hyuk-jin learned that he had no chance of becoming a player 7 years ago. As a last chance, he took the test again. These are government-sponsored tests that determine the presence or absence of talent. As you progress, you can see the total number of talents and evaluate the ones you have unlocked. And he only has one left. For him, this result was worse than a complete lack of talent. But at that time, he did not understand anything. That time, the head of the Players Association's Human Resources Department came to see him personally. At that time, Hyuk-jin didn't understand why he came to personally hand over the results to him and wished him good luck on the exam. The guy graduated from high school and wasn't good at anything in particular, but he hoped to become a civil servant player. But failure after failure awaited him. The life of talented players is very different from the life of an ordinary person. He had one talent bar, but he wasn't awakened, so it was obvious he had little left to do. Therefore, empty hopes of becoming a player are too much of a luxury for him. While in his house, the guy heard his neighbors talking loudly, but it didn't distract him. On April 27, 2018, a cataclysm began in Jongno, Seoul, and now he was watching a video discussion of the beginning of the cataclysm. The lesson begins with the pristine fog in Seoul, which resulted in 145,000 deaths out of 150,000 affected. In fact, the entire area was close to total destruction, because it was difficult even to stand on your feet. The person who spoke about this was Ma Sang-hyun. He played a big role in the beginning of the cataclysm, becoming a world-famous player. Whether it was then or now, he could say one thing with absolute certainty. Effort is more important than talent. Ma Sang-hyun is a living example there, and he encouraged everyone to become even stronger. However, Hyuk-jin decided not to think about such useless things because he didn't want to get stuck on something that couldn't be changed. If he had talents, he could have awakened as a player, received an offer from a guardian, and made his life worth living. He often has the thought that he is the only one to blame for everything, and now he is paying for it. His mother died of illness, and his older sister wanted to escape poverty and got a job at a semiconductor factory. But she only managed to get leukemia, so Hyuk-jin decided to succeed for the sake of his family. He has no talent, no money, no connections, and to top it all off, he failed the exam 3 times. But he began to often remember the words that they discovered his talents too late. The guy thought he had put in the effort, but it didn't seem like it. And it's unclear whether his tomorrow would be any different if he put in more effort. If his life doesn't change until the very end, then is there any point in trying? He was feeling very lonely now, which is why such thoughts were increasingly creeping into his head. The next morning, when he woke up, he remembered that there would be a midterm assessment today. Hyuk-jin went to bed early but still overslept, so he decided to take a quick shower and go to the academy. Sometime later, he was sitting at the bus stop waiting for the right bus, and all his thoughts were occupied with the exam. An announcement was made over the loudspeaker that 2 buses were expected to arrive soon. At that time, Hyuk-jin still didn't know why that day seemed somehow strange to him. As he approached his bus, the boy felt as if something was different from an ordinary morning. Whether the problem was his mood, but it seemed to him that everything looked different that day. As he walked to his seat, he heard that a new Pink Velvet song had come out. Hyuk-jin didn't pay any attention to it, but was surprised that this old idol group was popular again. During the trip, he decided to review his notes again, settling on the cataclysm. While studying the recordings, the guy tried not to be distracted by the chatter of other passengers. When he reached the chapter with the primordial fog, Hyuk-jin was distracted by the surprised voices of people. Everyone was discussing with interest the thick fog that appeared literally out of nowhere. The forecast didn't say anything about it, and at that very moment a stench spread throughout the entire bus. It was obvious that something was wrong, and in addition to the foul smell, everyone received an emergency message on their phone. A very thick fog has appeared in the city, which could cause accidents on the roads. Hyuk-jin initially thought it couldn't be, but then he realized that this event happened 10 years ago. Remembering everything that had happened to him this morning, the guy realized that now was the day the cataclysm began. The mind refused to acknowledge this until the very end, because right now it was at the epicenter of the coming horror. A thick and eerie fog enveloped the entire Jongno area, including Gwanghwamun. Besides this, there was a stench everywhere that was almost impossible to escape. Hyuk-jin looked down at his notes again, comparing them with what was happening outside. If this is true and he is taking the bus to Jongno, then 145 out of 150,000 people will soon die. He was willing to bet 97% that he would die, since the chances of survival were catastrophically small. The guy tried to soberly realize that he had returned to the past and knew what would happen next. But suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him, asking all players to wait for the training to begin. It was 10 years ago that the first training of players began in Yongno, Seoul. Monsters suddenly poured out of the dungeons, leading to a brutal war with no chance of resistance. The week-long cataclysm, later referred to as a training or open beta, killed nearly 150,000 people. The chance of survival was about 3%. It was one of the worst days in human history. However, later people appeared who were called players, and they quickly suppressed the monsters. Guides for specific locations began to appear, and virtual dungeons were created to practice strategies. The world began to recover from the cataclysm, and Hyuk-jin memorized many raid records and completed virtual dungeons hundreds of times. He couldn't become a real player, but he still continued to memorize raid tactics because that's where he could be the best. After the cataclysm began, notifications appeared. The guy knew about them only in theory, but now he sees them for himself. Now he was almost certain that he had returned to the past, when suddenly he felt the bus crash into something. People began to panic more, not understanding what was happening outside. But the one who was most worried was Hyuk-jin, who tried to calm himself down, because this had happened in the past. It seems the others didn't receive the notification, which means he's the only player here, and he needs to use all the information he can to survive. Suddenly, another notification appeared in which a hidden observer wanted to give him an open beta bonus. Hyuk-jin was genuinely surprised because he hadn't done anything, and bonuses were only given to famous players. Guardians are creatures that watch over players, and the fate of each player is determined by the bonuses or privileges the Guardians decide to bestow. They are in a dimension that is one level above the players, so they use nicknames to communicate with them. The open beta bonus that Hyuk-jin received was the eyes of a cold-blooded observer. At that very moment, it was as if he himself had become an outside observer of what was happening and was watching everything from a third-person perspective. The quest training was supposed to start in 10 seconds, but other people didn't even know about it. The driver asked the passengers to get on their own because the fog was too thick, and Hyuk-jin asked everyone to lie down on the floor. Suddenly, he noticed that the unknown observer was interested in him, which was quite unusual. As the countdown reached 0, mid-level administrators began to appear. People watched with shock and surprise as the girl emerged from the gate, looking like an angel. Her name was Senya, and she was now addressing the players who were now entering training. They need to survive in the training zone for 7 days. They cannot leave the zone, and the number of survivors will determine the further difficulty. Hyuk-jin was sure he had returned to the beginning of the cataclysm, while the others asked Senya to explain what was happening here. People who were overcome with panic were not in the mood for such jokes. However, the girl only explained that during training, they need to use all their strength to survive. This explanation was not enough for them when suddenly a man hit the windshield of the bus, splattering it with blood. While others tried to call the police, Hyuk-jin realized that this was a strategy of the monsters to create fear. The system announced that screams and movements had been detected, and the goblin army was becoming agitated. The first group of goblins approaches. The goblin troops begin their invasion of the Jongno region. One of the passengers noticed with horror a monster watching him from the other side of the window. Others had already climbed onto the roof of the bus, and people wanted to get out as quickly as possible, asking for the door to be opened. However, those who were most afraid did not want the door to be opened. There will be a massacre outside. They need to take shelter here, and they need to think about their chances of survival later. The strategy against goblin attacks was worth 10 years of fighting. Fighting directly was a death sentence. And in 10 years, they won't be much of a threat, but it's unlikely that they'll be defeated in training. The goblins are several times stronger than a normal human, and they will soon break into the bus. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and one of the goblins managed to break through the door with a huge sledgehammer. The passengers decided it was time to flee, but Hyuk-jin repeated that they should lie down and stay put. They were too scared, but they had to listen to the boys if they wanted to live. But the others did not share his idea, as they did not want to stay here when such things were happening outside. The guy realized that it was too late, and they weren't going to listen to anyone anymore. Hyuk-jin noticed that an unknown observer was watching his actions with interest, and the status window and inventory opened for him. The current characteristics appeared before his eyes, and they were surprisingly large. He heard that even the King of Fists had an average of 9 during his training, while he had the lowest score of 10. However, there was no time to be surprised, as the goblins continued to break into the bus. Within moments, they had already broken through, quickly approaching the first victim. The boy didn't even have time to cry out for help before 3 goblins lowered their weapons on him. People were dying one after another, and one of the monsters approached Hyuk-jin, who was lying on the floor, and began poking him with a club. Lying on the ground, the boy activated the effect of the Eye of the Cold-Blooded Observer. During the training, there are conditionally safe zones, one of which is located inside the bus. To complete the safe zone, you must remain in place and not move. He was afraid that he might move and break the conditions, but he was able to endure it calmly. Most likely, it was the bonus that the guard gave him. That was what saved his life this time. The guy didn't know why they gave it to him. It would be easier to hold out. If his future knowledge is correct, the goblin's first attack will last about 10 minutes. They spent the first 5 minutes searching and trying to get on the bus, so be patient. It won't be that long. But suddenly, one of the monsters came up to him and grabbed him by the head, rising from the floor. Hyuk-jin felt a tongue on his cheek, urging himself to endure it and not move. Suddenly, a new notification appeared in which the brave Lion King wanted to give him a chance. The boy was surprised to recognize another guard who had sent him the strength-enhancing elixir. An unusual bottle appeared in his hands, and the brave Lion King began to expect courage from him. Strength Boost Elixir. A gift from the Lion King, an open beta perk, lasts 10 minutes, temporarily increasing strength by 6. Hyuk-jin looked at the elixir with delight, which was already the second bonus he had received. The player gains 2 stat points when they level up, and this elixir is equal to 3 level ups. If he decides to fight the goblins, he will have enough power to win. The guard also expected courage from him, thereby literally calling on him to fight. There were only a few dozen seconds left until the end. He could survive if he didn't do anything reckless. But suddenly, the brave Lion King asked for a deal from a mid-ranking administrator. Senya suddenly appeared in front of the boy, announcing that the guard had requested a change to the conditions of the training zone. Hyuk-jin didn't like this because among the many guards, the brave Lion King is notorious. He imposes on players a reckless spirit of passion, reveling in the cruelty and suffering of others. Now he was literally doing everything to spur the guy on into a senseless battle. Given his character, he will definitely want to remove the safe zone. Senya made a deal with him, so the safe zone will be cancelled in 30 seconds. But if the guard forcibly changes the training settings, then the player should receive appropriate compensation. The guy decided that they were asking him to shut up and be content with the elixir, which wasn't quite according to the rules. They can't just ignore the rules, especially when his life is at stake. The unknown observer was surprised by his words, but the brave Lion King remained silent. Senya was surprised that he mentioned the laws, since they only learned about them 7 years after their studies. She tried to find out how he knew about this, since it had not been mentioned anywhere recently. However, this didn't matter now, because players weren't obliged to explain their game. They had already spent 10 seconds on this conversation, and that was a significant amount of time. She spent 10 seconds of it in the safe zone and needs to make up for it. Senya continued to look at him in surprise, but this player was absolutely right. According to the laws, the actions in safe zone will be extended for 10 seconds after the end of their conversation. The change in training settings will also be compensated, and therefore the guy received an iron sword and lubricant for it. Unfortunately, that was all his compensation for changing the script. But he decided to be content with this, because he managed to get at least something to defend himself against the monsters. It was even necessary to mention the laws to gain a few tens of seconds, and the first attack of the goblins was over. Hyuk-jin watched carefully as the monsters walked away from the bus. Their conversation allowed him to wait until the wave ended, and he was able to survive, avoiding the battles. The brave Lion King was deeply disappointed, but the boy only insulted him mentally. Then he noticed the bodies of fallen people in front of him, which made him feel sick. Hyuk-jin had to pull himself together and focus on survival, because training was a whole week of hell. If he wants to last as long as possible, he must first find food and water. He studied here for 3 years, so he remembered the local geography very well, but he needs to move quickly. To avoid finding yourself in a hopeless situation again, you need to act quickly and decisively. Outside, a real apocalypse had broken out, and some people were asking for help for the wounded. Hyuk-jin was sure there must be other survivors here, but he was having trouble getting his bearings because of the fog. In fact, the bus was the only landmark, so it was best to avoid confrontations. He feels calm even though he is surrounded by corpses. Perhaps it was all down to skill. Suddenly, the guy noticed a hand sticking out from under the car and decided that he almost stepped on one. But suddenly, a female voice was heard from there, asking him to help her. On the other hand, he noticed a goblin, although they should have disappeared after the first wave. Suddenly, the goblin rose to his feet and grabbed the girl's leg, holding a sharp knife to it. The girl begged for help because she really wanted to see her mother. Hyuk-jin realized that there was a child in front of him, although he did not notice the situation at first. But she's still not injured. Even though the goblin tried to cut her, it's impossible. She also received the open beta bonus. Now she was screaming not from pain but from fear, and the goblin was strangely focused. Suddenly, Senya informed him that even though it was a child goblin, even he would be difficult to defeat on the first level. If she's telling the truth, it's even more impressive that the girl was able to survive. She didn't notice because she was so panicked. But such tank talent doesn't just happen. And even the King of Fists isn't capable of such a thing at level 1. If he leaves her here, other goblins will come and eventually kill her. Without wasting any time, the guy opened the inventory, finding an elixir, lubricant, and a sword there. He is more familiar with the learning environment than many, as he can compare theory and experience in virtual dungeons. Senya said that it would be difficult for a level 1 to defeat a child goblin, but this only applies to direct confrontations. However, if he doesn't notice it, he won't be able to respond. It's enough to aim at the center of the weak point. Then Hyuk-jin swung with all his might and hit the goblin in the back, causing significant damage. The guy managed to do it in one hit and killed the goblin child, gaining experience. Turning his gaze to the girl, he asked her to get up. But she had not yet recovered from the shock. She had to pull herself together because if she didn't stay close, the guy would leave her behind. Having caught up with him, she trudged after him, trying to stay as close to him as possible. When he reached a certain place, Hyuk-jin asked her to fill out that this door should not be open no matter what happened. However, he needed confirmation, and the frightened girl immediately promised that she would not open it. She was completely overcome with fear, although it would be strange not to be afraid of this hellish training. No matter who or what she heard outside, opening the door was forbidden. Suddenly, a notification appeared about the approaching second goblin attack, after which the safe zones began to be set up. The guy immediately started asking her if she saw the notification and what it said. The girl immediately began to read everything out loud, noticing that safe zones had been established at the school, store, and hospital. Hearing this, Hyuk-jin realized that he was not mistaken and that she was a player with extraordinary talent. Usually before the second attack, you can only see the safe zone setting in the product. But players with talent can see the safe zone in the hospital, and it was interesting that he could see it too. The second notification about the additional safe zone is even more cryptic. The guy reminded her about the door, and if she was not sure that she could not open it, then she should sit with her back to it. The safe zone setup was complete, and the primordial fog appeared immediately afterwards. Looking out the window, Hyuk-jin noticed goblins wandering around the area. The people who had managed to survive until then armed themselves with bats, trying to keep the monsters away. However, the goblins were much more agile and immediately attacked the frightened people. The players immediately noticed a 24-hour store, which was a safe zone. They immediately rushed to the door, but noticed that it was closed and they loudly asked Hyuk-jin to open it. Holding the sword in front of him, the guy cursed mentally because he still didn't feel anything. Suddenly, the goblins caught up with the people and began to cut them down one by one. It is impossible to force your way into this safe zone, so players will not be able to open the door from the outside. Unfortunately, it is enough to open the door from the inside for the zone to disappear completely. They would have died too if they had done so, so all that was left was to watch others die. He will imprint it on his memory, the system that created this situation, and the guards who watch everything as if it were a game. Hyukjin promised himself that one day they would pay for this, even though he didn't know who was behind it. 6 hours later, after the second goblin attack, Hyukjin and his partner were still sitting in the store. Suddenly, the girl spoke up and hesitantly thanked him for saving her. She then introduced herself as Kang Songhua. She was only 14 years old and was very happy to meet him in the morning. However, he helped me just like that, and he can guarantee that she will survive what is happening. She could become mere bait if need be, but Songhua begged not to abandon her to her fate. Hyukjin wanted to say that he couldn't promise to protect her until the end of her training, because he wasn't sure that he could even save himself. He won't drive her away until it threatens his own life, and now she can sleep. Tomorrow they were supposed to set off on a journey, and the girl became interested in where they would go. The guy remembered about additional security zones in Tower D, the parking lot, and the second floor. She doesn't seem to see the extra safe zone, and he hasn't heard of it either. But he knows for sure that Tower D is located in Gwangwamun, because this is the key point of all training. When the next day arrived, Hyukjin packed his backpack with the bare essentials. After that, they left the safe zone, looking at lifeless bodies lying all over the street. It's too horrible a sight even for Hyukjin's age, and Songhua tries to pretend that she's okay. This is exactly what a destroyed city looks like. There are only corpses everywhere, and they still haven't met any survivors. Suddenly, the guy asked his companion to watch her step carefully, which noticeably surprised her. She was to report immediately if she saw anything jelly-like on the ground. Not even a second passed before the girl pointed to the slime, which was located a few meters away from them. Hyukjin didn't think they would find it so quickly. It's a neutral monster, so its level isn't displayed. But this is the safest prey, which even a child can handle. The guy immediately attacked her and received experience and 3 coins for the victory, but he was surprised by her easy swordplay. Slimes are the weakest monsters. They will often appear on the way, so they must be killed. However, Hyukjin was more interested in why he could wield the sword so easily, even though it was his first time holding one in his hands. He only used swords in virtual dungeons, and even this one didn't have much power. But there was a very familiar feeling, as if he had used it very often. Sometime later, he defeated the 5th slime, not noticing that Songhua noticed monsters better than him. He managed to level up, receiving 2 bonus points and 1 random stat bonus point. The girl was surprised that his companion's body began to glow, and he explained that he had raised his level. Killing monsters increases the player's level, thus making them stronger. Songhua hesitantly stated that she would also try to lift him, although the guy himself was doing it for the first time. But for some reason, the sword still felt very familiar to him, as if he had fought with it all his life. By killing slimes, it took very little time to level up to level 3. Hyukjin noticed that he was leveling up too quickly, and that he was receiving a random stat point for the second time. Hyun-Soo, who was called the one who had undergone training, mentioned something like this in his notes. Bonus points existed, but even he had a hard time getting them, and Hyukjin had already received them twice. He immediately remembered his retest as a player when he was told he had no talent. The talent panels opened when he returned to the past, but he was sure they were closed at that time too. It can be an early bloomer, a player that shows maximum growth only in the beginning. It was very close to the truth, but it was even better because it could be used wisely. The guy survived, reached the 3rd level, and also attracted the attention of several guards. If he is truly an early bloomer, he will have a chance to achieve his goal after training. In 3 years, a disease cure potion will appear on the market, but it will cost 1 billion won. However, the price didn't matter because this potion would help cure my mother. Therefore, you need to survive and start collecting money to change the past and save your loved ones. On the way to Tower D, they continued to kill slime, and the guy managed to level up to 5. At first, he was surprised by the bonus points, but then he discovered another important aspect of the system. After level 5, you can form parties, so he immediately sent an invitation to Songhua. Thanks to this, she will also become stronger, and the unknown observer has shown interest again. The girl thanked him, promising to try to help, but again asked him not to abandon her. Of course, he felt sorry for her, but he was already busy taking care of himself, but he tried not to show it. Hyukjin asked her to show it with actions, not words, so that they could both survive. However, that monster is waiting for them in Tower D, and he won't be able to protect Songhua in the fight with it. Protecting someone at level 5 even sounds ridiculous, And in his case, he's not even sure about his own safety. For some time, they did not encounter any monsters at all, which is why they covered quite a long distance. But suddenly, Songhua pointed to a monster she had never seen before. It was a level 3 city fox. It looks like a neutral monster, but it has a passive ability that provokes nearby monsters to attack. It would have been better to quietly bypass him, but Songhua paid close attention to the ability of provocation. At that very moment, several city foxes surrounded her and began to hiss threateningly. The monsters immediately attacked her, and Hyuk-jin was surprised by her area of effect aggro ability. Songhua takes almost no damage, but the foxes will only become more numerous. You need to aim for the neck and quickly kill everyone. And while the girl was provoking them, the guy was chopping them with a sword. After this battle, Hyuk-jin leveled up to 8, and Songhua looked very battered. Suddenly, Senya appeared next to the guy, asking about his level. At first, when I told her the number, I didn't believe the administrator, but the guy suggested scanning it and finding out. An unknown observer was surprised by his growth rate, and several anonymous guards were impressed. The speed was really high. Hyuk-jin himself thinks it's strange. Opening the status window, he confirmed that the stats of a level 8 character shouldn't look like this. His height is unusual, but it's a good opportunity that he's going to give me. Then the guy suggested to his companion to go to that building, wanting to go to the dungeon of Tower D. He decided to explain the whole plan to her once they were inside, and if she didn't obey, he would die. She only needs to follow his commands to survive, so there is nothing to fear as long as she is nearby. It was on their way that they came across another group of city foxes, which they easily dealt with. Hyuk-jin gave Songhua the old iron gloves they had gotten while hunting. The preparations were complete. All that remained was to follow the plan, and now it was time to go inside. The training dungeon required level 5 to enter, but they already met the requirement. Suddenly, the world around them became distorted, and they began to be transported to another place. They entered the training dungeon, finding a bunch of goblins and foxes in front of them. The monsters immediately turned their attention to them, and the guy asked his companion to do everything as they planned. They disbanded their group and decided to start with the goblins, as they were the most dangerous of all. Songhua was the first to step forward, provoking all the monsters nearby. Unlike high-level dungeons where every monster is aggressive, here there are neutral city foxes. If you attack only goblins, the foxes will not attack first, which increases the player's survivability. The guy was surprised that Songhua was doing even better than he thought, and he would think that she was some kind of genius. The goblin attacks do not harm her in any way, thus she has exceeded all expectations. Once they were done cleaning, Hyuk-jin suggested that she take a little break. A mini-boss will appear soon. It comes when all the goblins and foxes on the first floor are killed. After the break, the girl had to finish off the others so that they could move on. Once she was done, she needed to go back, but now she headed towards the foxes. But suddenly the pause effect was activated, and an unknown observer showed deep curiosity. Hyuk-jin was surprised by the temporary cessation of all activity in a particular area, and Senya addressed him. She only asked him if he was crazy since she, the administrator, was the one who could use this effect. The guy heard that it was very expensive and she used it on him. Senya noticed that he acted as if he knew what was waiting for him, and that this was also part of his plans. Hyuk-jin answered in the affirmative, but that would be unwise. The mini-boss he's trying to summon is a level 13 goblin soldier. Since it is a mini-boss, it has increased stats, which makes it very dangerous. This is not an opponent he can beat at his level, and not with just one person. She didn't understand why she would start a battle she couldn't win, but it sounded like she didn't want him dead. Senya tried to convince him otherwise, but the guy was sure that he had become someone who attracted a lot of attention. She said he was a player who seemed to know the future, which in theory is indeed true. But in fact, he has become a rare figure who can put on a show and attract the attention of more guards. She benefits from his survival, especially since he won't hear from her in the future. Senya couldn't even come up with an excuse, which means she's not a good communicator. This means that she is such a bad administrator that she will be destroyed before she gains any notoriety. Hyuk-jin decided to tell her the whole truth because she really doesn't know how to take advantage of the situation. If she wants to better entertain the guards, then after a pause she should say that Hyuk-jin will not be able to defeat the goblin soldier. But in fact, he will survive and bring victory, which the administrator began to doubt. The Guardians will go crazy if they see that the 8th level was able to defeat the boss, and she will immediately become a competent mid-ranking administrator, which is beneficial for both of them. And in exchange, since he would help her little show, the guy decided to offer a deal. But suddenly Senya became angry, because his arrogance had gone too far, and her patience was not limitless. She would have killed him long ago if she wanted, But now Hyuk-jin has all the aces up his sleeve. Sania has too much to lose after using the pause. There is only benefit from a deal with him. While they weren't talking about the deal, Songhua continued to level up by killing city foxes. When she announced that she had killed everyone, the guy immediately called her over to him. All monsters on the floor have been destroyed, and the conditions for the mini-boss to appear have been met. After this notification, a goblin soldier appeared and a boss monster zone began to be created. Without wasting any time, Hyuk-jin and Songhua hid from their sight by crouching as low as possible. In real life, this monster looked even bigger, but now they couldn't give in to fear. Sensing where their enemies were hiding, the goblin swung his spear, throwing it towards where the boy and girl were hiding. Hyuk-jin hugged his companion close because he knew the most effective way to defeat the goblin soldier. They needed to avoid the most dangerous skill, the spear throw, so they first hid behind the ATM. They then emerged from hiding and Songhua rejoined the group. The guy turned to Senia, asking her to watch carefully as a weak level 8 player defeated a mini-boss. The goblin himself grabbed the spear more tightly, but did not intend to throw it, but rather use it for close combat. This is exactly what you would expect from a mini-boss. It's much more frightening than the others. Once we've performed our deadly spear throw, we'll immediately rush at the survivors. He has 2 attack options in his arsenal, a simple thrust or a swing, and now he will use the second. The monster swung its arm and tried to attack, but Hyuk-jin calmly dodged the attack. Without wasting any time, the boy counterattacked, slashing horizontally at the goblin's side. However, it was a light cut and could not cause much damage. The next second, the goblin decided to use a stab, which was quite expected. The monster's movements were very fast, but it was still possible to predict its movements. Meanwhile, Songhua used provocation to draw the attention of the remaining goblins and foxes towards herself. However, she did not have time to defend herself from all of them at once, which is why the animals immediately began to bite her. Goblins were attacking her from below, but they had to stick to their original plan. Now their channel was filled with a large number of anonymous guards who were watching what was happening. They were confused as to whether the guy was really level 8 and how such a player was trying to defeat the training mini-boss. Sania herself found it hard to believe, because his movements didn't look like those of a level 8 person. Hyuk-jin may be hiding his true level because his movements are different from those of ordinary players. But with such success, he won't be able to win even if he gives it his all. Weak attacks won't kill the mini-boss, but they will drain the guy and he won't be able to do anything. But when the buyer swung at him again, Hyuk-jin loudly signaled to Songhua. The girl instantly waved her hand, after which she killed an ordinary goblin and received experience for it. She then began to deal with the remaining monsters to raise her level. Some of the experience also reached Hyuk-jin, which is why his level is now 9. Thanks to this, he regained his strength, but the durability of the rusty iron sword began to decrease. Leveling up not only gives you stat points but also restores your health, removing all negative effects. He can use this trick due to the low level of the zone and the rapid increase of his own levels. If Songhua shares his experience while the goblin is distracted by him, they will have a chance. The guy will be able to stop stronger, heal wounds, and replenish stamina. And now there was a chance to exploit the goblin's weakness, a blow to the back of the neck. Hyuk-jin opened the status window, deciding to take a look at his current amount of experience. As Songhua dealt with the monsters, her experience bar quickly filled up, signaling a level up. But suddenly the guy noticed something about the goblin, which he had to accept with his body. As soon as he dropped to one knee, his level reached 10, allowing him to regain his strength. The guy managed to get to his feet, after which he made a sharp lunge, attacking the goblin in the neck. It wasn't over yet, as Hyuk-jin spun around, plunging his rusty blade into his opponent's neck. After this attack, the rusty sword finally broke, but a notification reported the death of the mini-boss. They immediately began to gain experience, but a limitation was placed on the training zone. The recommended number of players for a mini-boss raid is 5, so the system considered its victory a solo run. The learning zone level cap has been removed, and leveling up is now possible again. They fulfilled one of the hidden figures conditions, causing Hyuk-jin to guess that there was a hidden boss here. At this time, in the Gwanghwamun area, angry wolves were roaming the streets. One of the players decided to face them directly, fighting with his bare hands and winning. The people who watched him were delighted, because the beasts were of the 8th level. Everyone was surprised that the guy killed them with one blow and asked him not to be modest. It was already clear to them that Soo Hyun-soo was the strongest in the training area, which made the boy feel embarrassed. Suddenly, he noticed a boy and a girl who were standing at some distance from them. Hyun-soo was surprised by the other survivors, and then decided to call them over to him by waving his hands. A little earlier, One thought kept popping into Hyukjin's head. Did he really have no talent? But he immediately threw it away, because taking into account the fact that he defeated the mini-boss, this is impossible. He knows some events of the future, but even this was no guarantee that the dungeon would be easy. The unknown observer was amazed by his concentration, and the guy didn't really raise what his limits were. In addition, he received the attention of the guard of the woman with the scales, who also showed interest. A woman with Libra is a guardian whose character is close to absolute goodness. Unlike the Lion King, it prioritizes the safety and well-being of its players, generously sponsoring them. She always provides reasonable support and compensation, a guardian who has earned the love of many players. But it's unclear why she showed interest in him. Maybe traveling with Songhua Nim looks like he saved an abandoned child. Suddenly, Senya appeared in front of the guy and opened a small portal in front of her. After that, she turned to Hyukjin and presented him with a reward for defeating the mini-boss, which was an iron sword. It was twice as good as the rusty one, and at that very moment, Songhua decided to ask where they would go now. Now they had to go to Cheonggyecheon to kill as many city wolves there as possible. Normal wolves are around level 7, the leader is 9, so they can easily deal with them. Songhua was curious about how he knew all this, but Hyukjin explained that he heard it from someone, but Senya did not believe his words. He originally planned to stay in the safe zone until the King of Fists attacked the second floor of Tower D. Completing this dungeon affects the entire training area, but they only cleared the first floor. This will ensure that all survivors will be able to survive until the end of the tutorial, as long as they remain in safe zones. However, his new goal goes beyond simple survival, and raising money for his family doesn't seem so out of reach. Whether it is a talent from the skills acquired in training or one that has always been with him, and he uses every opportunity. And now, when Hyun-soo met them in person, he was surprised that they were able to survive. Hyukjin didn't expect that they would meet so soon, but he personally recognized the guy, even though it was his first time seeing him. Hyun-soo will later be among the top 8 famous players in Korea, but right now, he looks a little simpler. He has already managed to save so many people, so it was not without reason that he was given the title of having completed training. Despite the difficulties, Hyun-soo smiled kindly and invited them to join the group. As one big team, they would have a better chance, so he extended his hand to Hyukjin. But, to everyone's surprise, the guy refused, which surprised everyone present. They all only need to last 7 days, so they can handle it together. Hyun-soo was sorry to hear this, but he understood and wished them luck. The others thought he was arrogant, because he didn't see Hyun-soo's strength, and it would be much easier to survive with them. But suddenly Hyukjin decided to give the King of Fists a piece of advice. If he met a strong monster, he should aim for the left eye. Hyun-soo was initially confused, but then thanked the guy for his concern. When she and Songhua reached Cheonggyecheon, the girls wondered if those people could handle it. The guy answered in the affirmative, but now they would be better off worrying about themselves. Even though he said this, he understood that those survivors might face problems. According to the memoirs of the King of Fists, Hyun-soo and about 10 survivors will enter the dungeon of Tower D. They will deal with the first floor, try to capture the second, but an unexpected enemy will appear, which will kill most of the group. By the end of the battle, only Hyun-soo will remain alive, and he will receive the title because he will be the first person to clear the tower's dungeon. In his memoirs, attempting to clear the second floor was the biggest mistake of his life, but this time things could turn out differently. Hyukjin can't join them because it's too dangerous, and at that moment, Songhua spotted monsters ahead. Hyukjin praised the girl's keen eyesight and decided to deal with the wolves as soon as possible. Songhua used the provocation and then rushed into battle first, swinging her bat. The guy followed suit and went on the attack, but his goal was not to complete the training dungeon. He needed to remove the level cap. I took advantage of the moment to raise the level above 10. They killed the wolves one after another, gaining quite a lot of experience points. Against wolves, a bat was much better than fists, and Songhua was glad she took it. When they finished, the system announced that Hyukjin was the first to reach level 11. For him, this was expected, because it would be difficult for others to even reach 10. He received a title for his achievements, and was now a pioneer, for which he would receive 20% more experience. The guy had never heard of such a thing, and didn't know that it was possible to receive more than just the title of having completed the training. Last time, no one removed the level cap, the conditions were not met, so they couldn't even know about it. Songhua looked at the thoughtful guy in surprise, but he suggested they move on. Senya, who was watching him, agreed with the guards, since she was also thinking about it, and decided to check everything out. The next day, the couple reached a safe area in the hospital while an administrator watched over them. Hyuk-jin noticed Senia's nervousness and assumed she was angry. Yesterday, she decided to ask what title he received, but the guy was not going to talk about it. The Guardians can't know the player's titles unless you're told, so they keep putting pressure on Senya. And it's probably hard, but he has no reason to talk. It's better to keep the guards interested. They have to go to Cheonggyecheon today and tomorrow too, so as not to fall behind the plan. At the same time, near Gwanghwamun, Hyunsu decided to say something to his group. They have already heard that there is a dungeon nearby and they don't know what danger might lurk inside. But after the world changed, risk began to yield greater reward, which could make their lives easier in the future. If they agree, they can go together, but he cannot make this decision for everyone. One of the men immediately decided to go with him. He had already helped him a lot. The others agreed with him, because together it would definitely be better. Then the King of Fists loudly announced that they would start tomorrow, and now they must prepare for the raid. Meanwhile, in Cheonggyecheon, Hyuk-jin and Songhwa continued to deal with the city wolves. Using his new sword, the boy destroyed the beasts one after another, gaining even more experience. The girl noticed that they began to cope faster. This is because they repeated it many times. They've been hunting wolves for 2 days now, and Hyuk-jin reached level 12 without even blinking an eye. Now they kill them faster than they appear, and besides, they got a lot of items and coins. Turning her head, Songhwa noticed with surprise that a wolf had appeared on the other side. Heading towards it, Hyuk-jin assumed that this was the last one in this area. He dealt with it with ease, but suddenly a notification appeared that all the conditions of the hidden figure had been met. The guy cursed, because he tried to avoid any danger, but now something new was brewing. Suddenly, a portal appeared in front of him, from which the Wolf King, a lycanthrope, began to emerge. Hyuk-jin became visibly nervous and then loudly ordered Songhwa to run away. While they were running away, the girl wanted to question the guy, but he didn't have time to explain. A lycanthrope had already emerged from the portal, who was many times stronger than the wolves they had defeated. The monster immediately howled. But this was no ordinary fight, and one of his abilities. The enemy's bodies were inflicted with a howl effect, causing their bodies to become instantly paralyzed. Songhwa immediately fell to the floor, but Hyuk-jin, who remained standing, ordered her to hide behind the car. He had guessed that there might be a hidden figure in the training, but he never thought he would meet a lycanthrope. If we compare only physical abilities, he is on par with the second-floor monsters, but perhaps even stronger. Hyuk-jin can't see his level because his is too low. Typically, the level of such a monster is between 20 to 25. This is not an enemy that should appear in the tutorial. Now the guy didn't know what to do, because the difference in levels was too big. It was also too late to run away, so he decided to drink a potion to increase his strength, taking a great risk. We'll have to use the strategy of the great adventurer Jackson. As soon as the bottle was empty, Hyuk-jin ordered the lycanthrope to attack, and he immediately rushed forward. Songhwa, as ordered, hid behind the car but was worried about Hyuk-jin. But this monster had no visible level, and it was definitely different from the ones they were hunting. The guy understood that if the level was not displayed, it meant that he would not be able to defeat it. This is exactly what the system was saying, showing the huge difference between their strength. There are about 10 levels between them. It is literally impossible to destroy these monsters in battle. He recalled being told in one of the videos that they wouldn't encounter anything like that at the low level. The best they can do at their level is not to approach or to run away. If a fight is inevitable, there is only one solution left to survive against the lycanthrope. It was a method worth trying even at the risk of one's life. Hyuk-jin took some good quality lubricant from the inventory to use for sharpening the blades. He knew in advance that the lycanthrope's first attack was a jump, which he now used. Without wasting any time, the guy deftly dodged, simultaneously opening a bottle of lubricant. After landing, there will be an almost instant attack that is difficult to dodge. When the muscles tense, you need to pour oil into the point where a shadow appears under your feet. The wolf staggered as he placed his paw on the grease, and Hyuk-jin took advantage of the opportunity to pounce on him. His strength increased thanks to the elixir, causing her to decide to attack the monster's chest with her fist. Jackson advised in his video to use size against him. By any means and effort, it was necessary to throw him into the water, if there was any nearby. Hyuk-jin did just that, throwing the lycanthrope into the river near which they were fighting. Songhwa was surprised to notice that the monster had become smaller, not understanding how this was possible. Water always acts on them in a similar way, and now its strength has become less. The girl decided that the guy was studying some martial arts, but in fact he didn't have time for it. If he were truly strong in fights, he would have managed without tricks. But now that's not the most important thing. Then Hyuk-jin himself entered the water, raising his sword above his head, pointing the blade at the wolf. With one movement, he pierced the monster's chest, and the system announced the lycanthrope's death. It turned out to be easier to deal with him than the guy expected, and his level rose to 13. He was so strong that Hyuk-jin immediately leveled up, but the system didn't stop there. His level continued to rise, reaching 15, as he defeated the hidden figure. He also received the title of Excellent Hunter, in addition to 3 levels in a row. Some of the guards were impressed by his actions and decided to sponsor him with coins. However, the brave Lion King mocked his dirty methods, but Hyuk-jin did not pay attention. Having reached the shore, the guy called Senya to him to try something. The administrator immediately appeared in front of him, as if she had been expecting his summons. Looking at him, the woman personally confirmed that he was currently level 15. So now he will begin explaining the item store, and Hyuk-jin only confirmed his guess. In the item shop, you can spend coins to buy special items. Since it is in the training zone, the store will also be set to training, and only 4 items will be available. It was still training, but even 4 would be quite enough. Over the course of his time, he managed to collect 7,942 coins, so he can make a stock of various potions. Suddenly, Senya decided to ask if he had a real name. The guy didn't understand why he had to answer such a personal question. The administrator turned her head away and trembled, trying to justify herself by saying that she was not curious. Then she decided to find out if he would check another award. But he decided to check everything personally, and she did not need to know about it. Senya thought he would open the status window and show her, but Hyuk-jin decided to keep the mystical atmosphere. The title of Excellent Hunter gave him additional damage, movement speed, and also the Hunter Strike skill. This title is given to low-level, unintelligent monsters, which can be very useful in training. After the check, the guy turned to Songhua, advising her to get ready to leave. Now their path lay in the dungeon of Tower D, 2nd floor, where they defeated the goblin. The girl remembered Hyuk-jin mentioning that the 2nd floor was much more dangerous. The guy confirmed this, because there is a monster there that is much stronger than the goblin soldier. Meanwhile, in the tower itself, Hyun-soo was surrounded by the bodies of his fallen comrades. He stood in a fighting stance in front of the huge goblin, not understanding how it was possible to defeat him. He understood that it would all be over if he fell, so he had to attack again. The boy tried to put all his strength into his fist, but the goblin easily blocked the attack. However, this was not the end. The monster swung his hand and hit the guy in the chest, throwing him back. Hyun-soo couldn't believe that the monster was still intact after so many attacks, and it was like he was fighting a wall. They will definitely die if he does nothing, but it feels like he is impossible to defeat. The guy started thinking, looking for a way out of this situation, when suddenly a picture popped into his memory. Hyuk-jin advised him to aim for the monster's left eye, which would appear too strong. Hyun-soo immediately shuddered when she remembered this and decided to try the idea. But as soon as he wanted to move, the goblin tried to attack him again, but without success. However, the second attack was successful, and the monster's fist hit the guy right in the face. A couple of his bones were already broken, and Hyun-soo was increasingly doubtful that he could defeat him. But suddenly a new player entered the boss area. Escape from the boss area is possible within the next 10 seconds. After quickly assessing the situation, Hyuk-jin immediately realized what had happened. The training boss was already here. There are many seriously injured, but they are still alive. Hyun-soo also seems to be unconscious. Hyuk-jin opened his inventory, taking out several weak healing potions. But as soon as he did, one of the players regained consciousness and advised the pair to run away. After 10 seconds, they won't be able to do this, and the monster will kill them if they stay. Hyuk-jin handed the potions to Songhua and asked him to distribute them among the people. While he fights, the girl should tell the others to stay put and not move. However, the man could not calm down and again asked him to run away and save himself. Tam was sure that they would die if they stayed here, but Hyuk-jin no longer listened to him. He watched the 2nd floor boss carefully because no one knows him better than he does. This monster had a red name, like a lycanthrope, so it would be difficult to defeat. They are renowned for their survivability and endurance, with the magic troll having a boss buff and resistance to physical attacks. This monster took almost no damage from melee attacks, making it a serious opponent for Hyun-soo. However, Hyuk-jin fought with a sword and also knew his opponent's weak point. In exchange for immense power, his attacks become slow, giving him time to maneuver. There is no specific strategy against the troll, and only constant attacks will work. Therefore, the guy began to quickly dodge the monster's fists, simultaneously leaving wounds on him with his sword. The King of Fists he knew was able to kill the troll and gain the title of Trained, because Hyun-soo didn't let him recover and kept inflicting damage on him. Songhua, who was distributing potions, also stared at the boy, along with another player, watching the battle. Now the guy saw the trajectory like this, And he can dodge it, because he invested a lot of points in agility. Fatigue could be removed with potions that he bought in the store, which made the task much easier. If Hyukjin is careful with it, it should be able to finish him off without much trouble. So right now, she decided to conduct a real battle of attrition. The other players, who had already regained consciousness, couldn't understand how Hyukjin was able to stand up to the troll. The fight had been going on for about an hour. But thanks to the potions, the guy continued to stand on his feet, inflicting wounds on the boss. The man who initially asked him to run away thought Hyunsu was a genius, but this guy is much stronger. Hyukjin drank another potion, but he knew how damn difficult it was. He had been chopping the monster for almost an hour, and it was still standing. But now it was staggering, close to its limit. The previous one would never have thought of getting involved in such a dangerous fight. But that's in the past, and now civil servant Kim Hyuk-jin will become player Kim Hyuk-jin. Now he needs to concentrate because there are about 15 minutes left until he has a chance to finish everything. But suddenly the brave Lion King wanted to help him by using the gift of outstanding strength. The power of the next attack increases by 100%. But Hyuk-jin didn't like that he decided to do it now. It was too late, but the guy still tried to aim for his left eye. Now the damage counting was useless, and the Lion King had ruined his entire plan. The troll grabbed his eye and howled in pain while the boy mentally insulted the Lion King. Unable to bear the pain, the troll fell to his knees and howled even louder. The other players couldn't believe that he managed it alone and almost killed the monster. However, Hyuk-jin was dissatisfied, thinking that the Lion King definitely did this on purpose. If he gets a chance to kill the guard, he will be first on the list. His plan failed, and the troll was already on his feet, radiating dangerous energy. Most likely they would have to run now. And Hyun-soo, who had just woken up, noticed a girl next to him. The guy stood up and decided to ask about the monsters, but the girl pointed in the other direction. Hyun-soo looked at the troll in shock, noticing a completely different aura, and didn't understand what had happened. At that very second, someone fired a bow, hitting the monster right in the forehead and causing it to stagger. Hyuk-jin didn't respond, and the hunter assumed that everything worked and he was able to kill him. The guy smiled, because he couldn't allow his loot to be stolen since they came for him first. He turned to Hyuk-jin, thinking he was going to take away their achievements, but he only ordered the hunter to run. The smile on the boy's face immediately disappeared as the magical troll lost his mind. The boss went into a berserk state, and Hyuk-jin ran towards Songhwa, ordering her to run. Since the boss lost his mind, the boss area disappears, so they had to go to the escalator. This was an escape route to the first floor, which could accommodate 15 people. The hunter who shot the troll began to ask for help, but the monster was already behind him. However, he had no chance to escape, as the monster grabbed his head and smashed it to the ground. After this, the boss turned his head towards Hyun-soo, who was standing behind him. When Hyuk-jin and Songhwa came downstairs, the guy realized that it was his mistake. Events that occur for the amusement of the guards, and are caused by the greed of other players. It's his own fault that he didn't include scientists in his plan. Due to his berserk state, the boss's zone disappeared, and now they're limited to the second floor. There are no safe places left in the dungeon except for the parking lot. Trying to catch his breath, Hyuk-jin announced that they had to go down now. They will use the fire escape and reach the second underground floor. There is a safe area on the second floor of the parking lot where they can catch their breath. But as soon as the guy opened the first door, he heard Sunhwa's frightened sigh. The troll was already there and noticed them, slowly heading towards them. Hyuk-jin realized that everyone on the second floor was dead, and the boss started running towards them. Without wasting any time, the boy grabbed Songhwa's hand and pulled her towards him, jumping back. They couldn't panic now, because if the troll touched them even once, they would be finished. Then they ran down the stairs, wondering why the safe zone was so far away. They were almost there, and all we had to do was walk through the door. But suddenly the system detected a critical situation, after which various conditions began to be checked. Hyuk-jin had a forced awakening and a unique ability. He did not turn around, but saw the fist that the boss raised. It was his new unique ability, a sixth sense, but it wouldn't save him from the blow. The guy was sure that he would die. But suddenly Songhwa stood in front of him, holding up a shield in front of the monster's fist. A few seconds ago, the girl watched in horror as the troll swung at Hyuk-jin. He definitely won't be able to block the attack, but she can't let him die. The woman with the scales admired her courage and gave Songhwa the Platinum Shield skill. However, the Platinum Shield was detected through peaceful physical force, evenly distributing the damage. The shield broke from the first blow, the girl started bleeding, but Hyuk-jin immediately caught her. Holding her in his arms, the guy remembered that he had already heard this sound, but did not realize that she was using a Platinum Shield. but now she was definitely unconscious, so he had to run away, carrying her in his arms. The troll was still slow, and the couple was almost there, and they just needed to cross the line. They needed to get through a glass door, so Hyuk-jin used a jump, breaking the glass with his body. They managed to do it after all, and now they were in an additional safe zone. The troll cannot pass here, although there are monsters that can ignore safe zones. The boss began to beat against the barrier, but even the berserker state would not help him. Hyuk-jin took out the potion, noticing that Songhwa's hands were mangled, and he couldn't believe she tried to stop the attack with them. He didn't know when the girl had acquired the skill, but he saved her. The problem was that the damage distribution could have damaged her brain. The boss's shouts angered him, because judging by how quickly he entered a berserk state, he had almost no health left. Hyuk-jin watched closely as the monster suddenly began to howl in pain. A few seconds later, his body literally exploded and no longer posed a danger. The magical troll was killed, and the kill was credited to a player below level 20 who was close to the monster. At that very second, Senya appeared next to the guy, indicating that the murder was his. The training quest disappears due to the death of the training boss, so the training quest was completed. Further difficulty will be determined by the number of survivors, and the survivor count test has now begun. So far, 587 survivors have been found, causing the difficulty to be set to low. Looking at the empty bottle, Hyuk-jin noticed that the number had not changed from last time. He didn't understand why it hadn't changed if he and Songhwa had survived. After this, Hyuk-jin received the system-wide award and was also supposed to receive an individual award. And the title of completed training was given to the player Hyun-soo, who remained on the second floor of the dungeon of Tower D. Hyun-soo is the only survivor on the second floor, and that hasn't changed either. However, something else was important now, so Hyuk-jin decided to turn to Senya. He reminded her of the deal and suggested that she make it right now. He needs to do everything to save Songhwa, so he wants to raise the rank of the item shop. However, the store's rank will rise sometime after completing the training, and you just need to wait. She didn't understand whether an exclusive contract was really necessary for this. Hyuk-jin purchased 10 healing potions, spending 4,000 coins. Once an exclusive contract has been concluded, guards will only be able to view the player through the relevant administrator. The more attention a player attracts, the more the administrator gets. Hyuk-jin is probably famous for being a troublemaker, so he must be highly regarded. Opening a new bottle of potion, the guy concluded that Songhwa did not have that much time. He doesn't need other reasons because without it, he would have died long ago. He owes her his life, so he will do everything to save her no matter what. Hyuk-jin gave her quite a lot of healing potions to drink, but she was still unconscious. But after a couple of minutes, the girl suddenly opened her eyes, not believing that she was still alive. The boy smiled when he saw Songhwa in good health, and then praised her. Noticing several empty potion bottles, the girl remembered that Hyuk-jin was supposed to leave her if she caused trouble. The guy explained that she had barely managed to survive, and it would be a shame to just abandon her. Songhwa cried loudly, glad that she had not been abandoned to certain death after all. Meanwhile, Hyuk-jin asked Senya to start counting the individual awards. The administrator was about to get to work, but the guy stopped her briefly. He reminded her with a smile about the store's rank increase, since they hadn't signed anything. Senya was angry because the system required signing a document to confirm it, which was a rookie mistake. It was her own fault for not preparing the contract, but now she had to hand out individual awards. The administrator humbly agreed, deciding to give out the reward to Hyuk-jin first. Suddenly, 2 windows appeared in front of the guy, and his eyes widened in surprise. Players who survived received rewards that corresponded to their achievements. The same goes for Hyuk-jin. It's impossible to repeat this without knowing the fighting strategy. Because of his influence, the teaching had changed greatly, and he hoped that the rewards would also be different. His delight knew no bounds when he discovered 3 additional skill points. The guy immediately decided to distribute them, simultaneously checking his status window. Suddenly, he discovered that the title had changed slightly, and he was now a great player. Senya explained that the Excellent Hunter's rank had been increased and suggested looking at the effects. But he agreed, but decided to see it himself, which the administrator did not like very much. Excellent Player is a special title that can only be obtained in the training area after defeating the boss. Even Excellent Hunter was a good title, but this was way cooler, and it was very strange to receive this in training. Then Hyuk-jin decided to check the conditions for obtaining such a title. This title was awarded to the player who defeated the lycanthrope immediately after reaching level 10. These conditions were almost impossible to fulfill, and it is difficult to imagine that such an amazing title could be obtained here. Although even that doesn't compare to the last reward, because Hyuk-jin overcame a deadly situation with the help of his sixth sense. These were the conditions for merging bonuses and abilities into a pair of powerful skills. The guy overcame a deadly situation with the help of his sixth sense and fulfilled all the conditions of the merger. There were few records of this, and those that did were of little use, so it was a rare method of amplification. Hyuk-jin realized that he also knew little about teaching, but now he had to make a choice. He had access to the sixth sense fusion, which he received from the troll, and also the eye of a cold-blooded observer of the beta test or training bonus, an excellent player. The guy accepted the request to conduct a fusion of the sixth sense and the eye of a cold-blooded observer. For a few seconds nothing happened, but suddenly his heart was ready to explode. Hyuk-jin was taken aback by the sudden pain that swept through his entire body and showed no sign of abating. Songhwa immediately rushed towards Hyuk-jin with concern, not understanding what was going on. However, the guy could not answer, since the fusion process was accompanied by severe pain. He could die if he couldn't bear it, which stunned him. Blood started coming out of his mouth as he thought about what he should have said right away. Hyuk-jin collapsed to the floor and began to lose consciousness while Songhwa didn't know what to do. Before he completely passed out, the guy noticed that the merger was successful and he received the eyes of perception. Sometime later he woke up, noticing that he was lying on a soft bed. Suddenly it seemed to him that he heard some kind of alarm signal. Then the boy shuddered when he noticed Kim Aeon, his sister, next to him, and next to her a full description of her. It was his new ability that showed his full stats. At that age she was the same as she had been then, and now she was indignant that he had gone off to study and returned a week later. The girl began to scold him because Hyuk-jin did not think about how he and his mother would react. There was indignation written on her face, but in reality she was glad that her brother was alive. The guy realized that she wouldn't change after 10 years, being just as rude. When Kim Aeon walked out into the corridor, he mentally asked his brother if it was right to make them worry like that. Opening the status window, Hyuk-jin realized that the fusion had ended when he lost consciousness. Then he heard his sister crying because of her new ability, and he apologized because he didn't want to make her cry. But now Kim Aeon won't have to go to the factory for him, and he will be able to help his mother. They would be able to live as a family. And at that very moment his mother entered his room, barely holding back her tears. But before she could even touch his cheek, Songhwa burst into the room, bursting into tears. She rushed into his arms because she had already thought that he would die. Hyuk-jin returned to the past, went through 7 days of training, a terrible event that was remembered even after 10 years. In this hell, where talent and luck are tested, he was able to survive. In addition, the guy received abilities that he could not have imagined. Sometime later, a strange gate opened near Seoul Station. While other people ran away in fear, Hyuk-jin and Songhwa headed forward. A month has passed since the disaster that occurred in Jongno, and only 5,000 people out of 150,000 victims survived. Then, an anomalous phenomenon, also known as learning, occurred in Seoul, but the shock from those events has still not subsided. Many people live with great emotional pain, having lost their loved ones and neighbors. The news expressed condolences to all the families, and on the occasion of the training incident, they decided to invite a special guest. A trained man who even under hellish conditions led and helped many people, Hyun-soo. According to survivors who met him, he played a key role in the incident. He killed goblin or wolf monsters that had caused great damage with his bare hands. Hyun-soo saved a large number of people who could have died and was also awarded the title of trained. However, the guy couldn't get Hyuk-jin out of his head, who was a real hero, so he said that he was just lucky. In fact, he was not the hero of the training and only took all the credit for it. But for the public as well as for the presenter, everything was obvious, and it was he who was the hero of the training. However, Hyun-soo was sure that this was not immodesty at all. There was a boy and a girl there. Compared to him, he is a player of a completely different level, and would have died without his help. He couldn't verify it now, but he was absolutely sure that Hyuk-jin had survived, and he promised that he would repay him for his help. A small gate appeared at the second entrance to Seoul Station on June 7th, and it leads underground. The frightened people realized that the monsters would come again and began to run to a safe place. Songhwa guessed that they were going to go in there, and Hyuk-jin answered in the affirmative. When they entered the dungeon, the channel was opened and the guards began watching. Many players came here in the future to level up. If you know how to clear it, then it becomes even easier than Tower D. You could say that the dungeon is also a training ground. Hyuk-jin reminded the girl of the words he had spoken earlier, and then led her forward. Suddenly, the guy heard a voice behind him recommending at least 7 players. It was Senya who decided to warn him as a mid-level administrator. The guide says that you need to take at least 7 people into this dungeon, and it is dangerous for 2 people to go through it. So she asked him to come back and return with the group so as not to put himself at risk. But despite her words, Hyukjin moved forward, leaving the safe zone. He then turned to Senya, reminding her that he had to show her and the rest of the guards his game. Meanwhile, in the Uedo district, an elderly man couldn't believe that Hyun-soo just wanted to leave. The guy apologized because he decided that he was planning to go a different route. Their company was far from the weakest, and he had passed the selection, but now they were sorry to hear such a thing. Walking around the city, Hyun-soo noticed how much the world had changed in such a short time. Weak slime-type monsters appear even outside the dungeons, which frightens ordinary citizens. Player items have already been appreciated and have started to sell. The fastest way to adapt is to follow the player's path. Suddenly, he heard a guy telling his girlfriend that he better get out of there as quickly as possible. The same gates as in Jongno appeared at the station, and this information immediately made Hyun-soo nervous. Apparently, the Seoul Station dungeon has opened, the first dungeon after the training. Neptune, a mid-level administrator, suggested the guy try to complete this dungeon, reminding him about the team of 7 people. Suddenly, he noticed that 2 had already entered, so they needed to find 4 more. The dungeon will collapse if not cleared for a certain amount of time, and monsters may break out. Meanwhile, Songhwa was surprised by what she saw around her, and Hyukjin suggested that she watch her step. The underground of Seoul Station is a dark cave, damp and cold. There won't be any danger in the first half, but the guy still activated the Eye of Perception. Then he noticed with surprise that Songhwa was already level 15, and it was clear how strange it was. Suddenly, the girl turned her attention forward, noticing that the road was splitting. This meant that they had come to a crossroads of 7 paths, which would slow down their further journey a little. Each of the 7 roads leads to caves where you can get different items, which is why it is recommended to take 7 players. Once a person steps on each magic circle, a path of surmountable difficulties will open for 7 players above level 10. Whichever path you choose, the probability of dying is very high, because there are only 2 of them. These were exactly the thoughts that Senya had, but Hyukjin thought completely differently and asked Songhwa to wait for him here. The guy confidently walked forward, after which he stepped on one of the slabs, activating Nefaris's road. As the slab beneath him lit up, Hyukjin smiled, deciding to begin his dungeon exploration. There are 7 forks in Seoul Station, and you need to clear each one if you want to get through the dungeon. Each path contains a different reward. The main problem is that all 7 rewards are required to clear the dungeon. When a player enters one of the paths, the difficulty is automatically set to 7 people. The 2 of them were supposed to carry out a task that was designed for 7, but this was not necessary. The strategy for completing the dungeon was quite well known, as it was one of the first to open. Even some secret strategies have become public knowledge, and in such a situation, a method of cleansing with fewer people appeared. It is enough to take advantage of the fact that the activation of the path sets the difficulty. There are 7 paths. The difficulty is 7 people, so the difficulty will decrease with each activated circle. If you activate 7 circles at the same time, the difficulty of each will be equal to 1. In a clearing situation, there is no task to go through all the paths at the same time, so this strategy is possible. After activating all 7 plates, Hyukjin decided to start from the very first one and go from there. Meanwhile, quite a lot of people had gathered near the gates, wanting to know what was going on. The police had already cordoned off the area, and the military asked people to follow police instructions and evacuate calmly. Civilians were unhappy with this state of affairs, but there was nowhere to go. Hyun-soo also arrived there and immediately realized that there was a dungeon gate inside. Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind the military complaining about the noise. The guy, whose body was red, asked why they were interfering with his broadcast. Everyone present was shocked that he was literally walking on air. However, the military did not back down and began asking who he was, asking him to state his name. As it turned out, it was the mid-ranking administrator Chris. Hyun-soo had already seen him in the training area, and if he is here, then that player must be nearby. The military immediately warned that they would open fire if he did not comply, and he was forbidden to approach. In the blink of an eye, the administrator was next to the commander, firmly grabbing his face. He then grabbed him by the throat and lifted him in front of him, ordering him to risk doing something. The others asked to let him go, but Chris immediately turned his head 180 degrees, suggesting that they try. Realizing that words were useless, the soldiers opened fire, but the administrator defended himself with an impenetrable barrier. This didn't seem enough to him, so he released drops of blood from his fingers, making projectiles out of them. He then released them forward in front of him, and the soldiers who were hit by these drops instantly caught fire. They decided to retreat immediately while Chris laughed at their efforts. He then turned to Hyun-soo, as he had cleared the way for the players and it was high time for them to start the game. After all, it seemed to him that a rather interesting bug had appeared here. Then another guy came forward and greeted Hyun-soo, who was here for the first time since training. The King of Fists recognized him immediately, although they had seen each other about a month ago. So Ju Hwan, along with his team, smiled, because he didn't think that he would cross paths with a former student here. Hyun-soo greeted him and guessed that he would survive. He hadn't seen it since the goblin attack, but he couldn't forget it, because the picture was terrifying. There was a whole bunch of monsters covered in blood, and while the others ran away, he enjoyed the carnage. This player is scary, but he definitely has strong skills and you have to be careful. Ju. Hwan noticed that Hyun-soo had also decided to go through the station's underground passage. A player of his level has probably already noticed significant changes in this world. These gates will continue to appear. Their reality will become more and more familiar to me. Opportunities await that they never dreamed of, and the players must not miss them. It looks like they need 7 people to complete the dungeon. That's what the administrator said. There were only 6 people under Ju Hwan's command, so it would be very useful if Hyun-soo joined them. Meanwhile, Hyuk-jin and Song-hwa wandered along the first fork and came across level 12 black yaks. Some of the animals didn't even have time to react before falling to the boy's sword. They still had a lot to do, so they had to finish the hunt quickly and move on. There were quite a lot of animals, but they quickly dealt with each one. Hyuk-jin deftly dodged every blow, not seeing the yaks as dangerous opponents. A few minutes later, he finished off the last one, and in total, he destroyed about 30. Suddenly, Song-hwa turned to him with an expression that was too surprised. She began to copy his movements, after which the yaks fell down dead. She wondered if everyone could do this, as she had met other players. But this was the first time she had seen such movements. Hyuk-jin noticed that Senya also pricked up her ears, but then did not give any direct answer. He couldn't say anything when they had so many guardian spectators, so he suggested that the girl practice. Some of the guards liked his answer, but the woman with the scales was pleased. Song-hwa should train like she doesn't want to regret anything. If she gives it her all, she can do the same. The girl didn't quite understand the meaning of his words, but if he said so, then it must be true. Suddenly, she shifted her gaze, informing Hyuk-jin that something was flying near them. The guy also noticed the ring, because he had been waiting for it to appear for a long time. He realized that they had cleared this path, so it was time for them to go to Fork 2. Song-hwa was surprised that they wouldn't kill the remaining monsters, but they wouldn't get much experience from them. She thought that they would kill everyone like wolves, but the guy explained that it was better to abandon this idea this time. Meanwhile, Ju Hwan's team is in the dungeon, with wide smiles on their faces. It was their first time seeing the underground of Seoul Station, which was very different from D Tower. However, it still reminded me of the dungeon training, which made me feel nostalgic. Hyun-soo remembered that dungeon, but nothing good came to mind. Then more than 10 people were killed. He did not have enough strength to defeat the monster because of his own mistake. Ju Hwan suggested that they move on, as it would be safer to quickly clear everything out and leave. Suddenly, one of the subordinates noticed that there were several passages ahead. At first, they decided that they needed to go through here in some special order, and also noticed glowing circles in front of the entrances. The leader suggested first checking the closest one, which led to the first fork. Next to the slab, there was a system message that suggested going to the Road of Nephros. Meanwhile, Hyuk-jin received Dugo's necklace, which signified the completion of clearing the fork. On top of that, it appeared faster than the ring, which made their task easier, and now they had to go to the third path. Song-hwa began to understand the concept of key items. Obtaining them is much more important than killing all the monsters. Suddenly, the girl became worried, because it seemed to her that she was too slow. She saw Hyuk-jin fighting while she broke the horn of one yak, during which time he managed to kill several. He is strong enough to handle it alone, so Song-hwa began to wonder what was stopping him. The guy asked her not to talk nonsense because she had never seen him do anything useless. He doesn't care about her just because she's a child, and she needs to understand that as soon as possible. Sometime later, they came to the third fork, where they were met by level 14 purple yaks. As soon as they noticed the unexpected guests, they immediately attacked, releasing their horns like projectiles. Song-hwa didn't expect something like this, and one of the horns flew at her head. But it didn't hurt much. Hyuk-jin explained that the purple yak could shoot them, and it could be considered a long-range attack. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the guy encouraged her and promised that everything would be fine. But immediately after that, he decided to leave them to her, which made the girl noticeably nervous. The girl began to beat off the horns with her bare hands, and Hyuk-jin noticed that she was very good at blocking. She asked me not to say such things only because she couldn't be hurt, and she was still scared. However, the yak could not harm her, so she could safely use provocation. At that very moment, Songhua activated her skill, causing the nearby yaks to head towards her. Several horns crashed into her, but then there was a silence that surprised Songhua. She noticed that the yaks simply dropped dead, and she started gaining experience. Hyuk-jin explained that the purple yak dies if both horns shoot out. At that very second, the thing they needed, Duranchi's bracelet, appeared in front of them. The girl didn't want to leave this time, because these yaks give more experience, and it would be great to hunt. However, Hyuk-jin had already explained that there might be other players here, and it was better to leave the monsters to the others. Then they will spend more time catching up with them while they are busy fighting. At this time, Jeo Hwan's group could barely cope with even one yak. However, Hyun-soo came to their aid and was able to defeat the bull with one blow. The leader decided that they were of weak efficiency and that these yaks were hard and heavy prey. However, they only found their weak point, the horns, thanks to corpses that didn't have them. They also didn't give much experience, making the dungeon reward oddly poor. Then Ju Hwan noticed Hyun-soo's thoughtful face and decided to ask his opinion on the matter. He agreed with him, because they still hadn't come across anything worthwhile. Even for defeating all the yaks, they were given nothing, so the leader began to suspect something was wrong. But then he pushed these thoughts aside and smiled, deciding that there was no point in standing there any longer. They decided to try a different route, heading to Junction 2 towards Dugo Road. There they again found black yaks, who looked angrily at the intruders. However, Ju Hwan's attention was drawn to the dead monsters, which also had no horns. The remaining members of the group decided to deal with the remaining monsters. The leader found this strange. There were many rewards and titles in the training dungeon. Perhaps the reward was waiting for them far ahead. But then he assumed that someone had taken her, although that was unlikely. They were the only group that entered after Chris cleared the way, so there shouldn't be any other players here. However, the thought that someone had gotten ahead of them and was already in the middle of the cleanup did not leave his head. Ju Hwan pulled out his blade, suggesting they deal with the yaks and try another way. He suggested out loud that they were missing something and needed to check it out himself. Meanwhile, Hyuk-jin and Songhua were already at the sixth fork and had managed to deal with the yaks. They received experience as well as the Victoria Shield, which they were given for winning. The guy hoped to give the key item, the shield, to his tank, but its durability is not that great. During their journey, they also managed to collect Athena's necklace from Fork 4 and Zenith's club from Fork 5. At this point, they had received the Victoria Shield from Fork 6, but that wasn't the end of it. Only the key item of the final path remains, then they will be able to clear the dungeon. So far, everything looks good, so they are forced to move on. It took them some time to get back and reach the final path. Suddenly, Songhua raised her head and noticed a group of people, alerting Hyuk-jin. Ju Hwan's group also noticed the other players, but their presence surprised Hyun-soo the most. His face twisted for a second when he recognized the couple, because he didn't expect to meet them here. Hyuk-jin knew they would be caught, but it happened much later than expected, so he decided they were newcomers. Ju Hwan, seeing them, immediately smiled, realizing who exactly had taken their loot. Hyuk-jin immediately realized that this was the group that entered after them, and surprisingly, Hyun-soo was somehow connected to them. Looking at him, the guy decided to open the status window to check his information. The guy didn't expect to see contradictions because someone had a broad and limited outlook at the same time. However, this was more important now because Ju Hwan was heading towards them. He smiled as he called Hyuk-jin and Songhua his new friends. They had already passed by the monsters they had killed and decided that it was their work. Hyuk-jin nodded. He went back 10 years, so Hwang looks a little younger, but it's not hard to recognize him. Later, an organization of evil players will emerge that will be known as the Nightmare. The Demon King's army had enough power to compete with the 8 heroes. The evil they committed was often beyond description, and infamous ringleaders were always at the forefront. Jo Hwan is the self-proclaimed leader of the names who is famous for his evil nature. Hyuk-jin expected to meet one of them, but not so soon, and he noticed how quickly they were moving. The smiling guy was surprised that they cleared this entire area together. There were quite enough of them, and the results speak for themselves, because they had time to see their work. Ju Hwan reminded that this dungeon is recommended for teams of 7 players, so they need more people. However, he will know if they cannot move forward, so there is no point in talking about it. One of Ju Hwan's subordinates started to complain, but the leader had a good suggestion. This team is all quite experienced players compared to the other survivors of the training. They can clear the dungeon together since they've already met. This will be faster and safer for Hyukjin and his companion. Then they could share the reward for completing the game and thus help each other. But the dungeon didn't belong to anyone anyway, so Ju Hwan hoped for a wise decision. He was surprised when he heard Hyukjin's consent, but he had one condition. The key item of the seventh path must be sold to him. Otherwise, there is no point in it. Sometime later, they all came to Junction 7, the Lakatula Road. They killed purple yaks and gained quite a lot of experience, since absolutely everyone fought. Ju Hwan's subordinates worked very well as a team, luring the monsters one by one and killing them. Songhua noticed that they were doing things much faster together, but something was wrong. Hyukjin moves noticeably slower, and not as effectively as he did with her alone. He used to cope well on his own, but now he looks exhausted. Ju Hwan wondered what kind of trump card this guy was hiding to protect the path so quickly. But everything looks simpler, even if you forget about fatigue. His skills do not look special. Suddenly, Lakatula's earrings appeared next to them, the very key item the guy had spoken of. They were useless, provided almost nothing, and their strength was below the plinth. The leader handed the earrings to Hyukjin, not understanding why he needed them. They are needed to complete the quest, which are received by the first players who enter the dungeon. They collected 7 items so he could complete it, and then the guy paid Ju Hwan. The leader was surprised to receive 500 coins, because to get that amount you need to kill about 40 black yaks. It looked like it would be a lot easier to clean them out than he thought, but he kept smiling. Then he offered to help them get through the dungeon, to which Hyukjin naively agreed. The leader addressed his subordinates while Songhua walked up to her partner. She decided to ask him directly if everything was okay, since he was not fighting at full strength right now. She thought he was more tired than usual, but Hyukjin asked her not to worry. The guy opened the window of Ju Hwan's characteristics, not seeing anything good or kind there. And he can see his vile intentions with the eyes of perception. In the past, he was the same as he is after 10 years. Then the guy decided to see how long he could pretend and not show his rotten essence. Sometime later, the entire group arrived at Mandra Square, where they were greeted by a huge statue. At that very moment, the stone statue of Mandra began to open its eyes, emitting blue light. This area appears after the 7 paths are cleared. It was called the Final Destination. This name came about because no one knew how to complete the Mandra statue quest. Suddenly, the statue spoke, declaring that only the worthy could remain and asking them to leave. But if they stay, they will not be able to escape the punishment that has been prepared for them. However, Hyukjin stepped forward to prove his worth because he had not come this far to give up. The statue looked at him, noticing that the aura in his heart was shining with white light, and asked him to prove it. At that very moment, a window opened in front of him, showing a statue with missing elements. It was a test from the Mandra statue, and he needed to pass the test to complete the dungeon. If the test fails, the subject's heart will be destroyed, so care must be taken. During the first part of the test, Hyukjin opened his inventory and retrieved 7 of the items he had obtained. He donated all the jewelry, filling in all the missing elements on the body of the statue. She spoke again because the guy was proving himself worthy, and then asked him to answer the question of his name. Hyukjin remembered one video that talked about Mandra, and this statue is the ranch guard. And his mission is simple. He is located near the 7 Forks pasture, where yaks graze. The ranch owner hid something inside the dungeon. I am a guard waiting for his return. There is a hidden reward in this dungeon, so it's best to not give your real name. So Hyukjin replied that he was his master, the one who gave him new life, and his name was Rancher. The statue visibly shuddered, while the others did not understand why the guy decided to say that. To everyone's surprise, the statue bowed, greeting its owner, and the boy found the correct answer and completed the quest. Hyukjin was pleased and would now be able to receive the reward, while the watching guards were surprised and interested. Songhua smiled broadly as she looked at her elder, while Ju Hwan's subordinates were genuinely surprised. Hyunsu was worried that something bad would happen, but Hyukjin was definitely special. Meanwhile, the statue showed him 3 items, asking him to choose one. It was the hidden reward of the dungeon. Hyukjin knew that the place would appear next, so he was already prepared to choose an item. But suddenly, Ju Hwan appeared behind him and noticed that the boy had received a special award. However, he hasn't seen anything yet, and he will have to wait about a minute. The leader sighed calmly, suggesting that he deal with what he had planned. Without wasting time, Hyukjin used the eye of perception to follow the dubious player. At this time, Ju Hwan's gaze fell on Songhua, and a smile appeared on his face. Hyukjin felt his gaze too well and realized that he was aiming at the girl. He revealed his true nature when he thought he wasn't looking, at which time the guy decided to choose a reward. He chose Mandra's gloves, which the statue immediately handed over to its owner. These gloves are particularly resistant to poison and protect the wearer from a variety of infections. Mandra hoped that they would be useful on his journey, after which the quest was completed. Suddenly, the next quest began. 2 paths, where you had to find a way to get through the last intersection of Seoul Station. The dungeon raid is almost complete, and after that, it will be time to go home. However, they weren't finished yet, so Hyuk-jin asked Songhwa not to relax and stay close. But suddenly they stopped when they heard Ju-hwan's voice asking them to wait for them. He was disappointed because they didn't consider them a team and were going to leave them here. It looks like they have to follow orders, but they didn't agree to that. They need to split into 2 teams, so they need to do it wisely. Hyuk-jin agreed, deciding to clear one path with Songhwa, since the 2 of them would be enough. Ju-hwan praised his self-confidence, but didn't understand why they were so confident that 2 would be enough. While he admitted that feeling confident even in a new place is great, it could all end badly. Hyuk-jin noticed that his words made sense, while Hyun-soo began to become visibly nervous. However, the hero continued to remain calm, wondering how they would share. They would have been better off thinking about balanced groups. In their case, 2 groups of 3 and 4 people. The lack of strength of the group of 3 can be covered by Hyun-soo, who has undergone training. In addition, Ju-hwan invited Hyuk-jin to become the leader of this group. Meanwhile, Sun-hwa will join the group of 4 and be their tank. The girl was scared for a second because she didn't want to be in a group where her elder brother wouldn't be. But suddenly, Hyuk-jin pulled her towards him and rudely declared that he had no desire whatsoever to agree to this. Ju-hwan was genuinely surprised by such a suddenly rude and categorical answer. It was hard for them to accept this, but Hyuk-jin had no intention of convincing them, as it was his decision. Songhwa is like a little sister to him, and he doesn't plan on letting her go until they clear the dungeon. The leader continued to smile, surprised that they were going to be together until the very end. But now he wondered where all this confidence came from. Perhaps they got help from the Guardian. Senya was surprised when Hyuk-jin agreed with this, but he needed them to think that way. Some of the guards were interested in the source of his knowledge, but the guy only mentally insulted them. Ju-hwan understood why Hyuk-jin was so confident, so he agreed not to take Songhwa with him. He then invited Hyun-soo to go with them, explaining that it would be fine if they separated like that. Hyuk-jin had no objections to this, so the King of Fists had no reason to refuse. They were supposed to meet after the routes were cleared, and before leaving, Ju-hwan wished them luck. When Hyuk-jin and his group entered the first path, the system explained that there was a clearing clue at the end of the road. Since less than 5 people entered, a temporary safe zone was established. Suddenly, Hyun-soo turned to Hyuk-jin, recognizing the one who appeared on the 2nd floor of the tower and fought the troll. It seemed like they had met even before, near Cheonggyecheon, although he might not have recognized him after just a couple of meetings. However, he was always with the child, but they did not tell him anything, so he thought that he was mistaken, but now he is sure. The guy was surprised that he was recognized, and then asked him why he remembered that. Clenching his hand into a fist, Hyun-soo suddenly bowed and thanked him for saving him. He also added that Hyuk-jin is his hero, and he would have died by now if he hadn't taken the troll with him. The guy decided to remain silent because he was simply trying to escape in order to survive. However, Hyun-soo would not forget this favor, so he asked to be given the opportunity to repay. His status indicated that he was honest, and Hyuk-jin would never have thought that he would receive the favor of the King of Fists. After this, Hyun-soo asked permission to call him elder, even though they were the same age. However, the body was not aged, but because he saved it, and Hyuk-jin had no choice but to agree. For some time, they wandered along a long corridor, which was lit by torches on both sides. A couple of minutes later, they arrived at their destination, noticing the dungeon-clearing crystal. Hyuk-jin guessed that he would be whole, so there was nothing he could do now. He suggested to his comrades that they sit down and rest, which left them dumbfounded. They have one tedious task ahead of them, but the temporary safe zone is still working, so everything is fine. Hyun-soo can deal with the crystal later, but now it's better to accumulate strength for the attack. Suddenly, the King of Fists frowned. Let me remind you that you can address him informally. At that very moment, Songhwa spoke up, not knowing what to call Hyun-soo since she was Hyuk-jin's younger sister. The guy asked her to call him whatever she wanted, which genuinely surprised the girl. It was quite difficult for Hyuk-jin to get used to this kind of treatment, but he had no choice. Then Songhwa decided to call Hyun-soo uncle, which he didn't like very much, and the elder handed her a thermos. However, the King of the Fists wondered whether the destruction of this crystal would really tire them out that much. Clearing this crystal is directly related to clearing the entire dungeon. Since this is the final battle, there may be traps waiting for them. It can be said that they must be ready for anything, and therefore their strength must be at its limit. Hyuk Jin already knew that there would be several problems ahead that they would face. Suddenly, a system notification appeared saying that new players had entered. Due to the fact that the number of players is more than 5, the temporary safe zone disappears. Hyuk Jin immediately understood what was going on and asked them to get up because they would have to fight those guys. Ju Hwan walked with his group and smiled, noticing that they still hadn't cleared this path. He thought that Hyuk Jin would do it much faster because he was so confident, but now he is disappointed. However, he could be disappointed as much as he wanted, because in fact, the guy was waiting for him. It was obvious that Ju Hwan would do something like that, but this only made his interlocutor laugh. He noticed that Hyuk Jin was acting like a know-it-all again, but he was stupid until the very end, after which he attacked him. Ju Hwan asked him to show at least a little modesty if he knew that he would die at his hand. However, the hero doubted until the very end that Hwang would be able to kill him, relying only on his own strength. The opponent began to perform a series of strikes with his blade, but Hyuk Jin successfully defended himself. Ju Hwan wondered where all his confidence had gone since he had only started blocking and dodging. When he was able to damage the hero, he seemed pathetic to him, because that was all he was capable of. Hyun-soo and Songhwa began to worry about him, but Hwan's subordinates reminded them that they were not alone here. After that, one of them swung his sword, pointing it at the King of Fists. However, the fact that he returned does not justify his fame, because before they often met those who knew how to fight. But they couldn't last even 5 minutes against the group, even though they hadn't done this for about a month. They then offered to spare Hyun-soo's life if he gave up the girl or could continue to swing his fists. Ju Hwan became bored because his opponent was only defending himself, and then asked if he had any more tricks left. They're about on par against monsters, but Hyuk Jin is useless against other players. Meanwhile, the Whispering Devil was enjoying the insults the boy had just heard. Ju Hwan assumed he was unlucky, but his opponent told him he had ways to counter the players. Hyuk Jin picked up the thermos from the floor, adding that he hadn't mastered the shadow attack. Nothing special. The smiling guy suggested that he continue to show off, as it would be easier to finish him off. Hyuk Jin then decided to ask one last question. Would he try to kill them if he didn't hand over Songhwa to them? Before, Ju Hwan could have just let him go, but now he will kill him and take her. After these words, he rushed into the attack, a crazy smile widening on his face. But suddenly, Hyuk Jin himself rushed forward, hitting his opponent right in the stomach. Then he asked them to remember his words that what happened next was the result of his decisions. An hour earlier, one of Ju Hwan's subordinates asked if they would be coming in. The administrator has blocked the entrance to the dungeon, so they need to clear it quickly. The leader asked him to understand that they could no longer continue this performance. Even then, he promised to rip that guy's head off and take the child. They decided to attack after you finish. If it takes too long, then they will go in and kill them. They didn't go on their way, so they will be less tired, and Hyuk Jin won't be able to do anything. Others remarked that he knew how to fight, but Ju Hwan assured them that his yak hunting did not look dangerous. His stats weren't much better than theirs, and the only one to worry about was Hyun-soo. However, the smile disappeared from Hwang's face as Hyuk Jin began to go on the attack. Having briefly broken the distance, he realized that his opponent's fighting style had changed. He assumed that the guy's characteristics had increased sharply, and at that very second one of his subordinates wanted to cover for him. Hyun-soo wanted to stop him, but another opponent suddenly jumped out at him, swinging his sword. Unexpectedly, Songhwa came to his aid, activating a platinum shield and taking the sword blow on herself. Hwang's subordinate was surprised that this small thing blocked the attack. At the same time, the girl called Hyun-soo to her, who used a powerful fist skill to attack the enemy. The rest of the comrades asked the archer to quickly help Ju Hwan and then return to them. Meanwhile, Hyuk Jin exchanged blows with his opponent, sensing the trajectory of each attack, and sharply tilted his head. The archer was shocked that the boy was able to dodge the arrow flying from his blind spot. Go Jang-han was their archer for Ju Hwan's team, and he was the main pillar of all their group's surprise attacks. In some ways, he is more dangerous than Hwang himself, because he can help from a great distance. But he needed someone to protect him. But now he was all alone, which was very convenient for Hyun-soo. Jang-han was frightened when he saw the King of Fists behind him, and then insulted him. Hyun-soo, flexing his fists, replied that it was not he who was here trying to kidnap the little girl. The archer loudly asked the leader for help, but the leader had his own problems at the moment. Looking at his defeated team, Ju Hwan couldn't believe that it would end like this. Their plan failed, although they should have won, but he did not understand where he had miscalculated. Looking at Hyuk Jin, he was sure that he wasn't that skilled and looked like he had stats around level 10. But now he is definitely even stronger than Hyun-soo, whom he considered the strongest until now. Ju! Hwan tried to calm himself down and find an opportunity to counterattack. Hyuk-jin may be stronger in stats, but he doesn't know his skills, so he decided to test what his carelessness would lead to. But as soon as he decided to use his number, his opponent poured water from a thermos on him. At first, Ju Hwan didn't understand anything and thought it was some kind of attack, but the water was room temperature. He looked at the guy. He couldn't believe that he was holding the thermos just for this. Hwang thought he was making fun of him at first, but Hyuk-jin smiled and asked him to look back. At that very second, someone's paws began to appear from the walls, and then huge bees crawled out towards them. There were quite a lot of them, but they were in no hurry to attack, circling around them. The other players didn't understand what these things were, pressing their backs against each other. These were bees and monsters that suddenly attacked the archer who was the first to be hit. They then began to circle around Ju Hwan, who Hyuk-jin poured honey water on. This is enough to provoke a reaction, because the raid event that occurs on two paths is an attack of bees. Despite the name, they are not that easy to deal with. The individual level is around 18, not very high, but they attack in packs of thousands of individuals. If there is no one in the group with a fire attack, then it is better to avoid them. And there is only one strategy for this, so Hyuk-jin ordered his group to quickly lie down on the ground. Songhwa and Hyun-soo immediately obeyed, plopping down on the floor as the bees circled over the rest of the players. You can gain advantages because they do not notice targets that are below a certain height. The pain from even one poisonous sting is indescribable, and Ju Hwan had already been stung by several bees. Lying on the ground, the boy begged for help, but no one was going to approach him. When it was all over, Hyuk-jin looked at Hwang's body, which looked withered. It was his own fault for this outcome, but the system detected the first player kill after training. Because of this, Hyuk-jin unlocked a new ability, which was too weird in the early stages. However, this ability was familiar to him, of course. The conditions force him to respond to attacks. But in return, you are given a boost that helps you fight other players. In his time, this was not a very rare ability, which was greatly revealed in PvP. In truth, even those taking the civil service exam did not know about it, because it was hidden. At that very moment, Hyun-soo declared that Hyuk-jin was not to blame for this, because they did not deserve to live. Songhwa supported him, adding that it was scary but they were bad people and he had done nothing wrong. They thought the guy was blaming himself, so they tried to console him, which was quite nice. However, Hyuk-jin said that everything was fine, even though it didn't feel good. But it would be strange to let go of people who want to kill them. It would lead to their death. Therefore, he does not regret his decision, and it is better to become a killer than to let himself be killed. The Libra woman understood his true feelings and was thinking about giving him a big gift. His comrades began to respect him even more. But this situation did not shock him much even without their support. Suddenly, the guy started thinking about what was happening to ensure the usual. He realized that he too had changed greatly, but they had no time to waste, and they headed towards the crystal. The dungeon was almost cleared, and all that was needed was to destroy the crystals of the two paths. However, the Soul Station crystal was not happy with the intruders, causing it to change color to purple. Hyuk-jin's eyes of perception detected danger, causing him to ask his comrades to step back. He had to figure it out himself, after which he opened his inventory, taking out the honeybee stingers. He prepared measures against the poisonous gas of the crystal because he was informed of the danger. He took the gloves as a reward because of the poison resistance increase, even though they were weak. Although this will not be enough to completely neutralize the effect. The gloves have activated, so we need to destroy the crystal before the effect becomes too strong. Hyuk-jin swung his stingers, and the haze became thicker. He could not see anything in front of him, and the crystal disappeared from his field of vision. The poison from the crystal began to penetrate his body, and he could no longer hold his breath. The eyes of perception once again sensed a grave danger while the boy was still trying to find the crystal. Hyuk-jin realized he was starting to lose consciousness, so he swung his stingers and ran towards the crystal. The fog became even thicker, but the guy managed to strike the ill-fated crystal. At that very moment, the effect of the poison from the Soul Station crystal began to wear off. When it was all over, Hyuk-jin came out to his comrades with a burn on his hand. It was more difficult than he expected. However, the guy managed to get the Soul Station crystal by fulfilling one of the two clearing conditions. The unknown observer watched him with interest, but the Whispering Devil was disappointed. Hyun-soo immediately started asking how the guy did it, since he couldn't see anything through the smoke. Hyuk-jin reminded them of the bee stings they had collected earlier, which were what had helped neutralize the poison. However, the King of Fists was perplexed as to how he knew that they would help, but he got out of it by blaming it all on the description of the item. In fact, this was the strategy of the great explorer Jackson. But since his comrades did not know about this, they gave him an admiring look. Hyuk Jin explained that the second one should be simpler, while Senya watched him closely. He used the bees not only to get rid of Ju Huan, but also to obtain items that neutralize the poison. Their channel is filled with a large number of anonymous guardians, and the strategy is so obvious that it does not need any explanation. While Hyuk Jin was dealing with the second crystal, the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain entered the channel. In the end, the guy got the Soul Station crystal, and the conditions for clearing the dungeon were met. The dungeon was successfully cleared, and the breach was immediately sealed. At that very moment, Senya, who was supposed to receive the award, came down to the group. Hyuk Jin guessed that it must be something special since she came in person. Bonus stat points will be awarded to all players in the group that completed the dungeon. Hyuk Jin could choose a personal reward, 3 of which were given to choose from. The unknown observer was interested in his choice, but it was the most significant award. Gold was a direct source of enrichment, but it was not so easy to cash it out. 3.75 kilograms is about 200 million, which is not a very large amount compared to the upcoming story dungeon. An ordinary person would choose gold without any doubts. It is money he could not even dream of. But in the early stages, players' rights were not protected by law, so players had to give a significant portion to the state. Even the gold was confiscated, because it was an item from an unknown world that could pose a danger. And he will be very lucky if the state does not take everything away when he tries to cash in the gold. In the end, Hyuk Jin chose the Type B recovery elixir. The unknown observer became curious. The woman with the scales doubted his choice, and the whispering devil was pleased. The dungeon breakthrough was sealed, so they were forced to leave the place. Sometime later, Hyuk Jin asked his sister what she thought about moving. She wondered where he got the money from, but he explained that he had been putting aside a little, about 100 million. The guy could understand her doubts. 100 million is not just a lot. Their entire family never had that much. The elixir he chose was very effective against a specific disease. He took it and went to meet one person, just like Ju Huan did in the original past. The man was rich enough to pay a large sum for the item. In addition, he suffered from diseases that this elixir could cure. The buyer met 2 conditions. Last time, Ju Huan received about 1 billion won, which brought him great success. If everything goes as it did last time, the deal will be successful. This will not only give him money, but also connections with influential people, which Hyuk Jin is really hoping for. Suddenly, Kim Ah-yeon noticed Chairman Sun Shin on the news, which attracted her brother's attention. She thought that Sung Gi-yeol was a bald old man, but in reality he looked completely different. She assumed he was wearing a wig, but Hyuk Jin knew it was real hair. He personally saw how they grew after taking the elixir, and the disease disappeared. Another name is an effective remedy against baldness. Although it talks about restoration, it is simply a cure for hair loss. However, the man who built the giant Sunshin Corporation from scratch saw investment potential. Hyuk Jin asked for 100 million in cash for a specially requested home, and he also agreed to help with Song Hwa's adoption. Otherwise, her future fate would have been shrouded in darkness. But her mother immediately realized that she was a smart and cheerful girl. Hyuk Jin smiled and again offered to move to his sister, since he had bought them a new house. His family would be able to live in a good place and have less stress with work. But Kim Ah-yeon agreed with indifference. While the guy suggested that everyone return home early today, his sister watched the gates in surprise. Hyuk Jin wanted to add something else, but then he immediately turned his gaze to the window, noticing the gate and the girl in front of it. This gate appeared almost immediately after the previous one opened, and next to it he recognized Shin Yeon-so. The guy immediately pressed the button and stopped the bus, and explained to his sister that he had urgent business. At this time, only one gate could appear near the Hongjae area, the first public clearing of the dungeon by the Sword Empress. It was described very briefly, and the records of it became dark. Not because it was anything special. It was all because of Shin Yeon-seo, the Sword Empress, the strongest PvP player who completed it first. Approaching her, Hyuk Jin asked if she was going to go in, and the girl was surprised that he also saw the gate. He explained that he was also a player, noting that this lively and sweet atmosphere was different from the two-faced killer that they called her. Yeon-seo wondered if he knew anything about the thing, and the guy complained again about the strange short description of its status. Hyuk Jin explained to her that this thing was called a gate, and monsters would come out of it if the dungeon was not cleared in time. This hasn't happened yet because the other dungeons have already been cleared, but even the training that has been completed indicated the possibility of a breakthrough. There hadn't been a single breakthrough in this time, because he could have used his knowledge to clear the gate immediately after it appeared. The station's dungeon has been breached several times in the past, with many players giving their lives to understand the clearing strategy. This time, everything changed because of his intervention, but soon there will be so many gates that he won't be able to clear them all alone. Hyuk-jin asked if she was going to go in, but she still hesitated. Then the guy suggested that she create a group and try to clear the dungeon together. This proposal surprised Yeon-seo, and she became curious about his level. As it turned out, she wasn't the only one because she was also level 19, and her level was rising quickly. Having agreed, the girl decided to try sending him an invitation herself. Then she decided to find out how old he was, but when she heard the answer, it seemed to her that he was older. Mentally, he was 30, but his body looked like he was 20, so Yeon-seo suggested they talk without formalities. Hyuk-jin suggested that they discuss this once they got out of the dungeon alive. When they entered the instant gate, the boy didn't think he would run into them on his way back from Songshin. But this was a chance to see the dungeon that the Sword Empress had gone through right after her training. Meanwhile, Kim Ayeon, who had quietly followed her brother, dropped the bag in shock, not understanding where it had disappeared to. The instant gate turned out to be an underground tunnel, so they decided to take a look around. The passage was not closed, so escape was possible. If Yeon-seo could get through alone, then it should not be difficult. The system announced that monsters had begun to appear, and they turned out to be level 18 and 20 rabbits. The girl took out a sword from her inventory, noticing large monsters that did not look strong. Unlike players, the threat level of monsters is easier to determine, and these rabbits pose almost no threat. Their main feature is the ability to escape at high speed if they notice danger. They run away when they sense a threat, so it's best to kill them with one hit if possible. The girl was determined because she had just the right skill. Now, looking at her, Hyuk-jin was sure that she was the very same Sword Empress. At that very moment, Yeon-seo suddenly rushed into attack, swinging her sword at the nearest rabbit. The rabbit monster was instantly killed, for which they received experience and 26 coins. Hyuk-jin saw her unique ability for the first time and didn't think she would learn to use it so quickly. The atmosphere changed immediately after the fight started, and now this girl looked completely different. A moment ago, she looked like an ordinary student who couldn't harm anyone. But now she looks like the fight fanatic she will become in 10 years. Having cut down one monster, the guy didn't think that there would be rabbits behind these gates. It is hard to kill due to its speed, but its attack and defense are weak, monsters that are known among players for one feature. He might be able to get that item if he's lucky, but those rabbits didn't drop anything. Yeon-seo suggested that he had already been there, but he denied it. It seemed to her that he dealt with them too quickly, although she herself killed them with one blow. After that, they finally decided to get to know each other, and in addition, the girl asked a question. Hyuk-jin knows a lot about the gate. She was convinced of this during the hunt, but it is unclear where he got so much information. He explained that one needs to study a lot to know everything, recalling how he himself memorized every little thing. Yeon-seo smiled. She was not satisfied with this answer, but the Whispering Devil was amused by his answer. Meanwhile, new monsters appeared from the portal, and the guy offered to talk when they dealt with them. Among the drops from rabbits, there is an item that helps break the growth limit at levels 30 to 40. Of course, it would be foolish to expect it to drop after 1 or 2 kills, so you need to be more careful. Hyuk-jin decided not to back down until he got it and would kill as many rabbits as needed. Suddenly, Senya heard a familiar voice calling Hyuk-jin an amazing player. It was Roa, who looked like a fairy, who was wondering if Senya was broadcasting with him. The girl doubted that he was level 19, because there weren't many players who could keep up with Yeon-seo. But as soon as Roa wanted to see the guy's status, access was blocked for her, which didn't surprise Senya. He set up the rights to view personal information, not only closed the status window, but even deleted the name from the player rating table. The fairy assumed that Senya had told him everything, but she hadn't broken any laws and hadn't said anything she shouldn't have. Roa saw the players using the system, but Hyuk-jin used it to hide everything. She then suggested that the guy was making a good income and asked to broadcast it as well. But to her surprise, Senya explained that this was also impossible, since she had signed an exclusive contract. This can be done 3 times, but she has already wasted one attempt so quickly. Senya simply replied that it was none of her business, while the guy continued to deal with the rabbits. One of them dropped a high-quality iron sword, which he immediately gave to Yeon-seo. She should have used this sword if it was better than her previous one. The girl was surprised that he was giving it to her so easily. Hyuk-jin knew that she treated them better, so Yeon-seo immediately accepted the gift. Then she promised that the next item would go to him, to which the guy agreed. However, he doesn't need weapons. He has a general idea of the monsters that will appear in 10 years. His weapons are still sufficient, so a high-quality iron sword can be given away. When more monsters appeared, Hyuk-jin was annoyed that the item he needed hadn't dropped yet. Then suddenly, after one of the kills, he received an item, the best reward that could be obtained from this dungeon. It was Legolas's ring, a ring of health absorption, obtained by smelting topaz with mystical power. As soon as he received it, his gaze immediately turned to the clearing crystal, which appeared unexpectedly quickly. There were several rabbits near the crystal, but they did not pose any threat. It seems that killing a small number of monsters is enough, although not all gates are so simple. Yeon-seo decided that something was wrong, but the guy calmed her down and suggested that she take care of the rabbits. Hyuk-jin received a ring, but that's not enough. It's the only piece of equipment that doesn't have to be limited to just one. There are still 9 fingers left, so it's too early to stop and we need to kill all the monsters. It may take several hours, but his goal is to collect all the rings. Looking at her comrade, the girl noticed that he was killing them almost as fast as she was. There was also so much knowledge, as if he had already been in this gate, which made her wonder who he was. They spent several hours here and killed a fair number of rabbits, but the dungeon did not close. This surprised the girl, but Hyuk-jin only pointed her towards the exit. She watched in amazement as the purification crystal was destroyed by force and the underground tunnel was cleared. Unlike a normal dungeon, this gate cannot be re-entered once closed. Hyuk-jin managed to collect 8 rings, and farming monsters to the limit was the right decision. He was also bothered by the spectators who were bored watching such a hunt, but they should understand how valuable these items are. It had taken him a long time, and although it was time to go home, he didn't know how he would explain his delay to his sister. After that, he and Yeon-seo headed towards the portal that was supposed to take them back to the city. But when they got out, the girl noticed that something had changed, and there were no people around. At that very moment, Roa greeted all the guards, thanking them for deciding to visit her channel. The true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain requested the installation of a PvP zone, so from now on it is open. Hyuk-jin knew that Roa was the host of Yeon-seo's broadcast, an administrator like Senya, but a fairy. They have 2 people who attract attention, a genius swordswoman and an unknown player. It is impossible to die in the PvP zone, and all damage received disappears after the end of the battle. So the fairy asked the guards to vote for the player they believed would win. She knows how to control the guards' attention, which is why she will become one of the most popular mid-ranking administrators. On the other hand, there is a presenter who lacks even basic conversational skills. Yeon-seo looked at the guys in bewilderment, not knowing why everything turned out this way. She doubted that they wouldn't die, but even in the worst case, any wounds would be healed after disabling the PvP zone. Hyuk-jin is a little shocked, because he didn't think that he would be asked to fight in PvP when there is no guardian on his side. Some of the guards were surprised by his words. The woman with the scales expressed bewilderment, and the whispering devil was astonished. Roa was surprised that the boy didn't know about the guard's choice, realizing that Senya hadn't told him anything. However, the fairy decided not to interfere and suggested that they start the fight as soon as possible. Hyuk-jin didn't want to rush, deciding to discuss a few things before starting. The guard who requested the PvP zone, the guy wants to say a few words to the true master of the Heavenly Demonic Mountain. He wondered if such a noble guard would encourage betrayal, since he had fought shoulder to shoulder with Yeon-seo. This is a guardian with millions of followers, someone who has climbed to the top, a heavenly demon. However, Hyuk-jin knew that in the future, he wanted to become Yeon-seo's guardian. His character is no better than the Lion King, a warlike maniac, but he considers himself a true warrior. He is a pure fighter who stands against injustice, but he is so arrogant that his words will definitely be reacted to. The true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain temporarily gave him the skill of one-hit kill, just like the girl. From his point of view, Yeon-seo is much stronger than him, and now the guy is not even sure of his victory. The master considers him weak, because he doesn't even have such a banal skill. This proud warrior thinks that everyone he hasn't personally taught is weak. Hyuk-jin didn't think they would have to fight right after clearing the gate, but the guard is curious to know the winner. But, to the guy's surprise, Yeon-seo was also interested in which of them would emerge victorious. He gave her the sword under the pretext that she would make better use of it. However, the girl managed to notice that he was also an unusual warrior. He dealt with monsters almost as quickly. And not only that, he has knowledge about the gates and their internal structure. The guy even showed her how to get out of there, even though it was dark. So Yeon-seo decided that he knew everything. She wondered how far he would go if he fought seriously. Since they now have the same skills, this is a great opportunity to test it. This guard was perfect for her now, so Hyuk-jin held the sword in front of him and asked her to take a risk. The Lion King asked for things to begin quickly, while the Demon Mountain Master silently watched the duel. The girl was the first to rush into battle, closing the distance at high speed. Their blades touched, and at that moment, Hyuk-jin activated his perception eyes to see her every attack. He saw that the girl was aiming at his side, or it only looked that way, but in reality she was aiming at his neck. Looking at their battle, Roa couldn't believe that such a PvP battle could be shown at their level. Hyuk-jin predicted her every attack with his eyes of perception. But he can't counterattack because he's way behind in sword techniques. In this case, he has only one option left, which he intends to use. Yeon-seo immediately realized that he had no training in swordsmanship, which was evident from his technique. She decided that he simply had a good sense of smell, but now she decided to attack seriously, since she had been holding back a little before. They wouldn't die, but they would probably feel more pain from their wounds, so she didn't want to lose. Hyuk-jin realized that she was collecting information about his skills. To her, it looked like they were about the same level, and now it was important not to miss her funeral blow so as not to lose so easily. The guy tried to dodge, but Yeon-seo fainted again and wounded him in the side. The girl suggested that now was the perfect moment for the finishing attack, but when she lunged, she was surprised to find that the blade had embedded itself in the wood. Then she realized that the guy was hiding his speed, and Hyuk-jin was using a new temporary skill. His speed greatly surprised the girl. The guy's blade was already a centimeter from her throat, but he suddenly began to withdraw the blade, not wanting to deliver the decisive blow. It was enough for him that he won, and the girl agreed with this. The system also considered him the winner of the first PvP zone. Hyuk-jin thought they were being used earlier, and in addition, the first opponent received the title. Along with this, he received the skill of instant movement, which allowed him to get close to the opponent very quickly. It was a truly powerful movement technique that did not consume mana. There were many rumors about how it was given to the Sword Empress, apparently for winning the first PvP zone. The girl asked what he was thinking about, because you have to stick your chest out proudly when you win. However, this could be called stealing her skill, but it all happened by accident, and he won it fairly. The guards were surprised by his victory, and 4 of them watched with genuine interest. However, the Lion King ridiculed his pathetic tricks and continued to hate him, but for some reason he still visits the channel. At the same second, the PvP zone was disabled, returning everything to its previous state. The wound on Hyuk-jin's side healed in an instant, which made the boy very happy. Yeon-seo suggested that he not leave so quickly, after which she took her phone out of her pocket. She suggested that he write down her number so that they could meet up sometime for a trip to the dungeon. The girl explained this by saying that she liked him, and therefore she was not against playing together. Hyuk-jin thought it was too straightforward of her, but suddenly the eye of perception detected danger. He understood that he would not be able to come back from this. He would have to take the blow. As it turned out, the blow belonged to Kim Aeon. She slapped him on the back with all her strength, thus expressing her displeasure. He didn't explain anything and simply disappeared, vanished into thin air, and she spent several hours looking for him. Looking at this picture, Yeon-seo became curious about who it was, and Hyuk-jin introduced his sister to her. Sometime later, when the guy returned home, he realized that they would soon leave this place. It will take about 3 days to pack his things, but now his family will be able to live in comfortable conditions. It seems his family didn't even believe the house documents. It will take them longer to come to terms with this. If he can change anything, it will be the future of his family, but everything else is going almost as he remembers. On May 11th, 2018, the disaster began, killing more than 20 million people in training zones scattered around the world. Global conglomerate Sanshin calls player-related items new artifacts. They claim that they will direct all efforts and resources into business related to this topic. So far, all events coincide with his records. If nothing changes in the future, on June 16th, in 3 days, dungeons and gates will begin to appear all over the country. Hyuk-jin may know about this, but he is not able to solve all the problems on his own. He is neither a hero nor a saint, but just an ordinary player who is only capable of one thing. The guy found records of the murder on Mount Inwangsan, thus finding today's case. At the appointed time, Hyuk-jin arrived at the mountain, not forgetting to take Songhwa with him, who was not delighted. They needed to catch a monster that was somewhere nearby, but the girl thought he was talking about slimes. Slime is too weak to be considered a monster, so it was not the topic of discussion. Songhwa realized that he was in a different place, and the guy clarified that they were looking for a lycanthrope, which scared the girl. Tourists who traveled to the mountain said that what happened in Jongno is now being repeated all over the planet. It was hard for them to even think about it because they had even heard that mid-ranking administrators were killing people. Bullets don't work on these administrators, so the police can't do anything. One of them decided to catch a slime and sell it, but she was immediately dissuaded from this idea. The woman has been alive for 50 years, but this is the first time she has seen such dramatic changes in the world around her. Suddenly they stopped, noticing something unknown running past. The woman saw nothing, but suddenly turned around, hearing someone's footsteps behind her. All three of them gasped in surprise when they noticed the guy running towards them. Hyuk-jin immediately stopped and calmed them down, as it would be dangerous if they started screaming. However, the women, on the contrary, began to panic even more, deciding to call the police after seeing the guy with a knife. One of them turned around sharply and noticed with horror a creature that looked like a huge wolf. They screamed loudly and started running away, looking back in fear. However, one of the women was so frightened that her legs stopped obeying her and she fell. Hyuk-jin, who had been following the bloodlust he felt after approaching the mountain, immediately stood next to her. Lycanthrope appeared as expected. This will be his first fight without tricks. But the source of the bloodlust was not one, as if there was a more powerful being here. While the boy was trying to figure out where it was, a huge wolf jumped on him trying to attack. Hyuk-jin deftly dodged the attack, simultaneously activating his instant movement skill. After this, he changed his title, increased his speed, and attacked the opponent who was behind him. This guy was able to pierce the skin of a level 27 six-tailed fox that was here, along with a lycanthrope. Hyuk-jin didn't expect to see him, not understanding why he appeared so early. This is a very strong monster that belongs to the spirits, a cunning animal that uses camouflage and sudden attacks. Of course, he knows everything about him, but he remained in questions about why he appeared here. Meanwhile, the lycanthrope caught up with one of the women and tore off her arm, causing her to howl in pain. Songhwa immediately came to her aid, using provocation to draw the wolf's attention to herself. This isn't the first time she's fought this monster, but the elder is left alone while she's here. The girl began to think about what Hyuk-jin would do in her place. At that moment, the lycanthrope howled loudly. The body fell under the effect of the howl. This skill was there last time too. The body was shaking so much that she just wanted to hide. However, this time everything will be different, and the abnormal status had no effect. Songhwa was confident that she was now the hunter, and began to defend herself with a platinum shield. Hyuk-jin knew that she could withstand the monster's attacks, so she just needed to grab onto it tightly. The girl did not let go of his paw, thereby angering the werewolf even more. The monster wanted to attack with all its might, but a guy suddenly came to her aid, plunging his sword into the wolf's throat. However, that wasn't the end. Songhwa rushed forward, punching the monster in the chest. After this, the lycanthrope was finally defeated and now lay lifeless on the ground. The girl received 30 coins of experience for defeating the training zone predator. This time it was easier than the boy thought, but the six-tailed fox interrupted them at the most inopportune moment. Then he turned his attention to the frightened women who were lying on the ground and shaking with fear. Due to the sudden appearance of a powerful monster, casualties could not be avoided. Hyuk-jin walked towards the woman whose arm had been torn off by the lycanthrope. He wished her rest in peace and recalled that the last time the government reported that they had managed to eliminate the culprit. She is a true killer. The six-tailed fox remained untouched. The current level of development did not allow to catch a spiritual-type monster. They were in a hurry to announce their success, but the fox is cunning and knows how to choose the right moment to escape. However, with the wound that the guy managed to inflict on him, the monster cannot escape. At the same time, the fox sat down in front of the frightened woman, who loudly asked for help. Hyuk-jin guessed that he was nearby, so he grabbed his sword and headed towards him. He needs human flesh to heal his wounds, or rather, his internal organs. However, the guy couldn't let this happen, so he stood in front of the woman to protect her. The fox attacked tourists fleeing from the lycanthrope. Judging by the woman's wound, it was obvious that he was trying to get to the insides. However, there was no time to eat them, or it only seems that way, and most likely he is looking at a double technique. If this were the main body, then there would be nothing left of the woman except space for him in that time. Looking at the monster in front of him, the boy began to wonder where the real fox was. After examining the area, Hyuk-jin determined that the real body was near the 11 o'clock tree. It seems he didn't understand what the guy was feeling with his eyes of perception, otherwise he would have run away long ago. He'll have to pretend he doesn't know anything if he wants to catch the real body. He then asked Songhwa to use provocation on the double. As she walked forward, the girl slowed down slightly, noticing that the provocation had not worked completely. However, Hyuk-jin asked her not to stop until she had his full attention. They had to deal with him, but she absolutely had to trust him. Songhwa used provocation again, and the fox rushed at her with its mouth wide open. It's part of his real body, not an illusion, so the characteristics are split between the two foxes. A weak clone wouldn't be able to break through Songhwa's defense. Hyuk-jin would have killed him right away if that could solve everything. But a real fox will get scared and run away, so you need to act carefully. Then the guy decided to take out a beginner's dagger from his inventory, which he immediately equipped. Now this was the only available option to defeat such an opponent. He needs to aim at the real body and attack with a dagger throw from a distance. The Lion King was interested in his throwing skill, and the master of the demonic mountain mocked him. But when the dagger reached its target, Songhua was surprised to notice that the six-tailed fox standing in front of her had disappeared. She didn't understand what the elder did, but she heard a sound like an arrow being fired. Meanwhile, the dagger hit the real fox straight in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground. Hyuk-jin finished him off with his sword, and the guards watching him immediately changed their minds. Then he got his hands on an item that was given for killing a six-tailed fox. It was his tail. The chances were not 0, but it actually fell out. It will come in handy in some dungeons. The guy's level rose to 26, and at that very moment he heard the sound of a helicopter above him. Someone called the police, so it's best not to attract attention without a good reason and leave. Suddenly, Senya appeared behind him and asked about his level, but the guy suggested that she see for herself. When the administrator saw his level, Hyuk-jin noticed that her wings began to shake. It was obvious that she was excited, but on top of that there was a pause effect. The woman with the scales used the pause, but there are also notifications from other guards that the guy should have checked. Several windows with offers from various guards appeared in front of Hyuk-jin. He decided to check the notification from the Lion King first, wondering why he suddenly started to like him. Next comes a woman with scales and a whispering devil. 2 guards with opposing values. A rare rank weapon that was previously equipped by Typhoon Cho Sung-hyun, the Aten Sword. A consumable that accelerates growth but changes one's inclinations towards evil. A devil fruit. The last sentence he noticed was from the master of the demonic mountain, who decided to impart the heavenly demonic art to him. The unknown observer did not suggest anything. He first observes the training, but does not take any steps. The other guards have made serious offers. They are trying to influence him to choose one of them in the future. They want to demonstrate that they can offer a lot, including the power of pause, and it is understandable why Senya is shaking so much. She had to notify the guards that he had reached level 25, because the guards would want to make contact. By now, she's probably being inundated with messages that she should have warned everyone earlier. She can't put 2 words together, even though she wants to, so Hyuk-jin decided to approach her himself. Now he understands what is going on in general terms, and she is in a difficult situation because of this announcement. She saw the proposal for him, and she wouldn't be able to work properly if she angered all the guards. Turning her head away, the administrator asked who he was and what he wanted. Without wasting any time, the guy asked for 3,000 coins, but Senya immediately tried to reduce this figure to 2,000. However, she was not in a position to dictate terms, because some guards were not to be trifled with. The girl offered 2,700 coins, but they were in the same boat, so the guy asked for exactly that amount. If she is not satisfied with the conditions for partners, then he can say the price for strangers. After these words, Senya agreed. The pause effect wore off, and Hyuk-jin demanded that she sign the contract. A little later, when the couple was returning home, Hyuk-jin received an unexpected call from Yeon Seo. She read the news and learned about him, the man who killed the monster on Mountain Wangsun. But before the guy could answer, he immediately heard gratitude from the girl. She explained this by saying that her mother would be dead without his help. It's all thanks to him, so Yeon Seo will never forget about it and will do anything. So she decided that she could take care of Hyuk-jin, which surprised him a little. However, he was still going to call her because he wanted to ask if she wanted to go somewhere with him in a few days. The next day, Hyuk-jin gathered Songhua, Yeon Seo, and Hyun-soo at a cafe, suggesting that they go to Japan the next day. This isn't just a journey, but a raid. He proposes to clear the gates that have appeared in Osaka. Yeon Seo is on business. What he says is about that very thing where they hunted for 5 hours straight. But they will have to go inside to see what the new gates are like. But there may be a breakthrough. Countries around the world have begun preparing for training and gate openings following what happened in Korea. Preparation cannot protect people from sudden gates. Victims will number in the hundreds and thousands. As for the gate Hyuk-jin is targeting, the breakthrough will happen so soon that he is not sure if they will make it in time. The monsters will pour out and there will be about 100 victims, including awakened ones. If a trained team gets there early, they will be able to reduce the number of casualties, as was the case in Inwonsan. They can refuse, and the guy will not force them to do so, since they will not be going there to have fun at all. But he is ready to take on all the costs of tickets and other expenses, and they just need to take their passport, clothes, and come to the airport tomorrow. Yeon Seo just sighed, because she couldn't believe that the call was about work. She should have guessed when the guy suddenly invited her on a trip, and not just for one day. Then the girl looked at him carefully and asked where he got this information. Hyuk-jin stated that this was a prophetic dream. He could learn about some important events through dreams. He never talked about it because it was much more profitable to hide this information. Yeon-seo was surprised and doubted that this was even possible, but the guy assured her that anything was possible now. Brother, dungeon, monsters, things appear in their world that never existed. Of course, whether to believe it or not is their decision. But he knows what is being said, so he will leave in any situation, even alone. These words surprised his comrades, but Hyuk-jin looked too serious. Yeon-seo knew she would get bad grades if she skipped classes, but she decided to treat it as a date. Hyun-soo also supported this idea because he owes his life to the guy, so he is ready to help. Only Songhwa remained. The guy was ready to take care of the formalities, but if she didn't want to go, she had to say so. However, the girl only beamed with happiness because she had never flown on an airplane before. Hyuk-jin thought that at least one person would refuse, but with a team like this, there would be nothing to worry about. The King of Fists, the Sword Empress, and a tank with a lot of potential make this the strongest team when choosing among the newcomers. So tomorrow they will fly to Osaka to deal with the impending disaster. The next day, the pilot greeted guests on board a flight headed to Kansai International Airport. They were asked to fasten their seatbelts and switch their electronic devices to airplane mode. Songhwa and Yeon-seo were in high spirits, so they laughed and joked with each other. Hyuk-jin watched them with a serious expression, as this trip was work for him. There shouldn't be a problem with the road, but he doesn't know the exact time the gate will appear. The only information available is that training began in Tokyo shortly before the breakthrough, with a survival rate of around 33%. Soon after, gates with weak monsters began to appear, but sometimes there were inappropriately strong ones. But this time, the breach of the gate brought a large number of casualties among the awakened. Either the gate appeared during training when people were not ready, or that very exception to the rule occurred. He won't know about it until he checks it himself, and all that remains is to get to Osaka and wait. Songhwa, although it was late, still decided to ask if they could be away for such a long time. Hyuk-jin immediately understood what she was asking, but she could see for herself how much his family liked the new house. As soon as Kim Aeon entered the apartment, she immediately asked her brother suspiciously what he had managed to do. Of course, at first glance they didn't like it, but in their hearts they were happy. Songhwa immediately felt relieved, deciding to take him at his word. At this time, the pilot announced that the plane would soon take off and everyone needed to make sure their seatbelts were fastened. Sometime later, they were already walking around Dotonbori, which is in Japan. This is where the gate will appear. Last time they were not cleared, after which a breakthrough occurred. Hyuk-jin would like to find them immediately to avoid a breakthrough, but it would be a good idea to arrive at the scene even after the monsters have appeared to minimize the damage. However, the question remained as to how many days it would take, since he didn't know the exact figures. Suddenly, at that very second, a gate appeared in front of him, but only Senya came out of it. The other comrades were surprised to see her, and the administrator said that only they could see her now. Therefore, if they don't want to attract unnecessary attention, they should only allow Hyuk-jin to speak. The girl decided to ask him directly why he came to Japan, and the guy decided to justify himself by saying he was on vacation. It was too strange a combination of people for a simple vacation, and Senya felt like he had a different purpose. The guy asked if there would be any events related to the players here, but the girl was forbidden to talk about it. However, the exception is when guardians convey their intentions through quests. Many guards requested the quest, including guards who prefer not to give their names. Following their will, Senya creates this quest. They needed to find traces of a suspicious gate and destroy the turtle's nest. It was a personal trip, but if he was given a quest, then he had no choice. But the others were surprised by his words. If they need to complete a quest before returning to Korea, then there shouldn't be any problems. The guy then turned to Songhwa, offering her something to eat. Senya watched Hyuk-jin, thinking that at first glance he was playing with the safest methods. But now it looks more like he's trying to get the maximum benefit. It's hard to believe, but he even uses guards, knowing all the workarounds. When he slew the six-tailed fox, he thanked all the guards who had made the best offers. He understood that he didn't deserve such high attention, but he still had to say it. He does not intend to accept any of the proposals received. He wouldn't dare choose one guard, but he wouldn't dare choose all of them either. The only thing he can accept is their support, which has helped him so far. The guy promised to try harder in the future and show the game that they expect from him. Senya tried to understand what he got with Wonbo, 3,000 coins from the contract with her, and good impressions from the guards. However, the result was today's competition of guardians as sponsors of the quest. If this was his plan from the start, he better think about what kind of fire the guy is trying to play with. A few minutes later, Hyuk-jin noticed a small restaurant where he suggested stopping. But suddenly they heard loud screams and then a crowd of people running towards them. The entire group immediately frowned when they noticed the gate they were looking for nearby. Hyun-soo asked if they would go inside, but Hyuk-jin suggested that Song-hwa go first. The others probably feel uncomfortable letting their child go first. But despite her appearance, she is the most durable of them. The whole group immediately followed her and entered the turtle's nest. It was quite dark here, an area of water and swamp, and there was mud everywhere underfoot. This gate was not cleared, so the guy has no information even about the environment inside. At first he wanted to explore the surrounding area, but suddenly froze, sensing someone nearby. A strange flying leprechaun appeared in front of them, wondering who they were. Her stomach felt strange, which meant they might be interesting. Hyuk-jin had the same feeling as when he saw Senya. He sees her with his normal vision, but not with the eyes of perception. The eyes of perception cannot detect creatures that are greatly superior to the user. This creature was also a mid-ranking administrator, the fairy Celine, who sensed something strange in the boy. Her tummy says that he is somehow unusual. He looks younger than his age and resembles an experienced player. In the past, she was known as a prospect hunter. If Celine was here, there had to be a player nearby with her broadcast, and she had a feeling they would meet again. Perhaps there were players in Japan who came to the gates immediately after completing their training. It's not clear yet, but Hyuk-jin can be sure of something else. The turtle's nest was not cleaned out last time. If other players are already inside, they will not cope and will die. Without thinking twice, the guy asked his team to buy a gate card from the store. It displays the location of your team's players, which is very convenient. It cost 1,000 coins, but their lives were much more valuable, so the price was justified. Yeon-seo barely managed to raise that amount, but Hyun-soo was completely in agreement with the decision. Activation words. A gate card. There should be instructions for use. You can also send a signal through the card. If others need to pay attention, then you should use yellow, and if they are in danger, then red. You must always watch the map as they move and not make any noise to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. The explanation was short, but everything became clear to everyone. All that remained was to discuss the plan. They will split into two groups and search for any useful information. Hyun-soo will go with Yeon-seo. Hyuk-jin and Song-hwa head in the other direction. The rest are to report via map if anything happens. The most important thing is to always watch your step, because in such places there are swamps. Yeon-seo was happy with the situation and asked the muscular guy to take care of her. Meanwhile, Neptune noticed something strange in his channel. The guards started leaving, and not just one or two, but a whole bunch, which was very strange. His channel shows Hyun-soo himself, who has completed the training. And in his group, there is even Yeon-seo, who is of interest to the master of the demonic mountain. Turning my head, the administrator noticed that all the guards had gone to Senya. He's definitely losing the content battle as far as how obsessed you can be with this man. This guy is moving forward in unknown ways, although that can be used too. The fact that almost nothing is known about him beyond the exclusive contract may seem strange to the guards. It's as if he knew about many events on the Korean server in advance, and now he's teaching others how to use the map. Then Neptune began to ask if they were interested and if they wanted to know if the guy was using prohibited methods. Meanwhile, Yeon-seo stepped into a puddle and made a noise. It really is easy to fall through if you don't watch your step. Suddenly, Hyun-soo turned his head and noticed a monster in the swamp, which was a level 11 turtle. The girl suggested killing her, but her friend decided that it would be better to notify the superior first. They gave a signal when they suddenly noticed that the turtle had hidden in its shell. Then Yeon-seo pointed her finger in the direction where the stranger was walking, carrying other turtles in a bag. Hyun-soo approached him and began asking in English if he was a player and if he was hunting here. The guy explained in broken language that these turtles have high protection. It turns out he can't kill the turtles because of their high defense, so he's just collecting them for now. It is quite possible that he will first pull them out of the water and then try to finish them off. They decided to wait for the elder, since they themselves had not yet figured out the situation. But the signal had already been given, and literally a second later they heard a wild scream that belonged to that guy. He ran fearfully through the swamp, screaming for help because a monster was chasing him. Something grabbed him from the water, causing the guy to fall, continuing to scream that he didn't want to die. Out of desperation, he grabbed Yeon-seo's leg, since she was closest to him. She couldn't pull her leg out of his grip, and at that moment she noticed a huge crocodile behind the guy. Hyun-soo noticed that the swamp was starting to widen, and the girl was worried that this guy would drag her down with him. While she was trying to figure out what to do in this situation, Hyuk-jin came to the rescue, cutting off the player's hand. The girl was glad to see him, but the elder was dissatisfied with her behavior and indecision. A swamp crocodile, a level 17 monster, appeared in front of them. It usually does not have strong skills. However, in the swamp area, its strength is comparable to level 25 monsters. It's much more difficult to defeat him here. The swamp serves as his protection, so hunting without strong penetration is impossible. Hyuk-jin gave the command to Songhwa. He would go ahead and she should carefully follow him. Using his eyes of perception, the boy noticed that Yeon-seo was in trouble. Her leg was grabbed right in the swamp, and although she only has one hand, she cannot escape. Meanwhile, the guards began to have fun. But when Hyuk-jin came to her aid, her mind was clouded. If she had been there, she would have definitely died. However, it wasn't about fear. She was confused and didn't know what to do next. The girl understood what would have happened if Hyuk-jin had not cut off her hand, so she apologized to him. However, she must know that in such a situation there may not be a second chance. Now they were supposed to start hunting, but many did not understand how to hunt crocodiles. This particular monster has already had a snack and soon it will want to take a nap, so it will crawl out onto dry land. Hyuk-jin explained that he had seen something similar to this in his dreams, so they would just wait for now. Celine, who joined Sanya, could not expect that he was a player with prophetic dreams. It doesn't seem like he foresaw that guy's death, though. But even an imperfect prophetic dream is enough. If you sign an exclusive contract with someone, it's better with him. As soon as the crocodile climbed onto the shore, Hyun-soo was the first to decide to go and finish off the monster. His fists were already filled with magical power, and the nickname King of Fists was not given to him for nothing. But suddenly, Yeon-seo declared that she would kill him herself, and the guy noticed that she had also moved one step forward. Cold-blooded and murderous, this incident took her beyond the pale. Hyuk-jin advised her that beast-type monsters often have a weakness in the head area, which is where the girl aimed. During the attack, she clearly merged with the sword, which helped her defeat the swamp crocodile. She reached this level without the eyes of perception, and is developing even faster than Yeon-seo from his future. For her victory, she received a quest item, a swamp crocodile claw, which can be used to obtain a quest from the administrator. A little later, Senya gave the quest to Hyuk-jin, since he was the one who handed over the item. Yeon-seo gave up the quest to him, but it's impossible that she didn't know the benefits of completing it. They needed to catch 5 crocodiles. There were 4 of the same kind left, but they didn't really know the hunting methods. Hyuk-jin wasn't upset about this for a second and then opened an item shop. Fighting in the swamp is suicide, so you need to deal with the monsters on dry land. The first one came out of the water after eating the player, and that helped me come up with something. First of all, Hyuk-jin acquired a newbie spear, but for some reason his comrades were afraid. There's no way they thought he would use them as bait, like some kind of monster. He then took out a huge piece of black yak meat and impaled it on the blade of his spear. He got it in the dungeon of Seoul Station, but he didn't think he would need the meat so soon. Hyun-soo immediately guessed that it was crocodile bait, even though it was his first time hunting them. Yeon-seo doubted they could lure him out with this, but Hyuk-jin only asked him not to relax. One of the crocodiles took the bait and pounced on the meat, opening its mouth wide. The description of the meat indicated its special feature. It effectively fills the body even from a small portion. A couple of pieces would be more of a connection than a whole person, which was only to their advantage. They should take advantage of their habit of crawling out onto land after eating. As soon as he emerges from the water, the swamp effect will disappear, and this crocodile will become a normal level 18 monster. All that remains is to aim and attack, which in this case I took advantage of Hyun-soo. It was not difficult to kill the creatures that emerged, so the girls also took part in the battle. Even with knowledge of the future, Hyuk-jin has little information about the turtle's nest. He is only sure that the purge failed and a breakthrough occurred. But even without a strategy, they are coping quite easily. When the last monster disappeared, the boy turned to Senya, announcing that they had collected the claws of the swamp crocodile. The administrator understood everything, and Hyuk-jin decided that there were some problems, but that was not the issue. The quest was completed without any problems, and the reward for it began to be issued. The guy received a map of the turtle's nest, which indicated key locations in the dungeon. Now they know almost everything. And in order to complete the clearing of the nest, they first had to complete the hunting quest. At that moment, Hyuk-jin pointed to a certain part of the map, realizing that he had found the turtle's nest itself. A few minutes later, they entered the turtle's nest, but there was not a single one in sight. Hyuk-jin guessed that the Japanese man was the first to find this place. Now it's clear where he got so many golden turtles from. He couldn't finish them off because of the shells, so he just collected them. Hyuk-jin looked around carefully but didn't find the clearing crystal. But he did find 3 sockets. They needed to check them all, to which the comrades immediately agreed. Upon entering the first nest, they immediately encountered several golden turtles on their way. Hyun-soo and Yeon-seo had to be on guard and not let the turtles crawl into the water, otherwise they would not be able to catch them. They understood everything and have already begun to attack. I wish them to give it their all. And each turtle drops a lot of coins. If you're lucky, you might even get a box with a random number of coins. The most famous strategy related to golden turtles, hidden fragment, golden turtle collection. A few hours later, they noticed that the 2 nests had formed a whole pile. Yeon-seo didn't understand why she couldn't just kill them on the spot. But hunting them all at once was much better. In the future, it would be an exaggeration to call this trick hidden, because they will know everything. The conditions are to collect more than 40 golden turtles in one place. After some time, a farm will appear from the slaughterhouse for these turtles. Suddenly, Hyuk-jin noticed that he was the first to discover the golden turtle collection, for which he received 2 titles. Now he will be able to start the scenario associated with it by linking the 3 fragments. During the scenario, a hidden boss will appear, a poisonous golden turtle whose level is over 30. He can't handle it without high poison resistance. Even though he has Mandra's gloves, this task is not mandatory. Meanwhile, Yeon-seo reported that she received a notification about the increased drop rate. She is pleased with the experience she has gained, but she will not be greedy about the gold, dividing it among everyone. The girl still continued to consider it a date, which seemed a little strange to Hyuk-jin. Hyun-soo also came to help him, and was not looking for a reward. Songhwa was of the same opinion. After listening to them, the guy decided to ask if anyone had a large blunt weapon. Hyun-soo gave him a huge hammer. It was a bit heavy, you couldn't hit the moving monsters. But it's easy to hit someone chained to the ground, so now they will collect coins, and Hyuk-jin will only take 70,000. The team had to divide the rest equally between themselves, and this stunned them. Yeon-seo thanked him as she watched the boy begin to take the turtles out of the bag. Hyuk-jin didn't plan to take everything from the start, so they need to be motivated too. He thought that he would have to keep this team for a while, and then he swung his hammer. The turtle's shell cracked, and the boy won, receiving experience points and 241 coins. He started to destroy the turtles one by one, when suddenly he got a box with a random number of coins. While drinking the recovery potion, Hyuk-jin decided to open the next hidden fragment if he found 7 boxes. It will be difficult, but you need to try to collect them before the turtles run out. So the guy swung the hammer again and with renewed vigor began to crush the shells. Yeon-seo was surprised that the elder was faster than her, and his strength stat was clearly higher than Hyun-soo. If his strength is higher than his, then his agility may also be higher than Yeon-seo's. He definitely surpasses them in level. After a long time, Hyuk-jin was finally able to obtain the 7th box of coins. The golden turtles alone dropped 20,000 coins, but the goal is still 50,000 away. The first 2 boxes yielded a total of 7,800 coins, which wasn't very much. The guy didn't expect a huge amount to fall out right away. He then decided to open the 3rd box, but only 70 coins fell out, and Hyuk-jin called himself unlucky. He only had 4 boxes of coins left, and he asked that everything be the same as before. 11,700 coins fell out of 3 boxes, which is far from ideal. He opened 7 coin boxes in a row, and the hidden piece of the jackpot quest was fulfilled. The condition was met for the first time, so he was asked to go through the scenario, linking the hidden fragments to the title. Hyuk-jin asked Senia to share information about the rewards he had received in order to attract the attention of the guards. The guards began to worry when he received a double box of coins for which he exchanged the 7th box. This box, which doubles the balance of coins, is beneficial to use when you have collected a lot of coins. They work together. It was hard for everyone, and every risk was life for the sake of others. So he plans to use the box and give them 3,000 coins each, thinking it would be fair. Senia, I noticed that the connection between the pioneer and the hidden fragment is limited to 3 uses, so it would be better to use it now to distribute everything fairly, but he just needs to collect 70,000 coins. He agreed to the bundle, after which the box of coins changed into a double box of coins. The current balance of coins is 43,219, and then this amount doubled to 86,438 coins. Hyuk-jin even exceeded the planned amount, so he sent 3,000 to each of the team without any problems. The woman with the scales donated 500 coins to him, which seemed a bit small to the guy for such a prestigious constellation. After this, the elder gave the order to Hyun-soo to destroy the clearing crystal to close the dungeon. The turtle nest gate was cleared, after which the reward for clearing the gate began to be given out, and all players received 500 coins, as well as a scroll to return to the Tower of Beginners. While they were in the Japanese gate, a newbie tower was created, which is good because they could have encountered the police on the way out. Meanwhile, Sanya decided to give him the reward for cleaning out the turtle's nest, asking him to check it out. Hyuk-jin remembered that this was the very reason they were here, the task given to them by the guard who did not reveal his name. There were 7,000 coins inside, which made the guy look closely at the administrator. The guardian paid this amount for clearing the entry-level gates without revealing his name and handing over the reward through Senya. A woman with a scale could give such a task publicly, and a cowboy from Las Vegas should be in the northern United States. Hyuk-jin doubted that he would be able to find out any details about this now. Therefore, they decided to leave here as quickly as possible, using the scroll of return to the Tower of Beginners. When the group returned to Korea, they immediately recognized Tower D, but did not recognize the people. There are no players here, only NPCs, entities with artificial intelligence that appear only in special spaces. If you look closely, this place looks like Tower D, but its appearance was different from the original. They wanted to leave, but Hyuk-jin asked Hyun-soo and Yeon-seo to clear the Seoul Station dungeon 25 times. They can do more if they want. This is one of the conditions for rapid development. They know the strategy, so it won't take long and they should figure it out quickly. Songhwa asked what she should do because if she was good there, she could also pass the dungeon. However, the guy sent her home, and he himself promised that he would return at night. The girl immediately began to worry about her weak brother. But as soon as he said that he would buy her ice cream on the way back, Songhwa immediately blossomed. Then she turned and headed towards the exit, thinking only about ice cream. Hyuk-jin himself glanced at the escalator leading to the second floor where he could go up. Senya thought that he was wasting coins, since there was no one on the second floor at the moment. The guy knew about it, but now all that matters is that the floor was open. It's not easy to get to the second floor of the tower. It seems like someone did it before him. And all because of the Demon King, a player whose name was unknown 10 years ago, the leader of a demonic army called Nightmare. He was always involved in the disasters that occurred after the Cataclysm, and he was the first to open the second floor of the newcomer's tower. 3 people can get this advantage. Perhaps the Demon King got ahead of him and opened the second floor. Suddenly, he felt a powerful energy, and his eyes of perception became temporarily paralyzed. Hyuk-jin definitely saw someone, but now he couldn't open his eyes to make out who it was. The guy assumed it was the Demon King, and when the paralysis was lifted, he immediately used the eyes of perception. He didn't find anyone, but that was for the best, because Hyuk-jin wouldn't want to run into him. Without wasting any time, the guy asked Senya to open the hidden object shop right away. The administrator was surprised, because he would need 50,000 coins to use it. However, Hyuk-jin was determined to spend them to gain access to the store. This method is not available to simple beginners, but the viewing time was 60 seconds. Not everyone has 50,000 coins, and no one will spend them to get access for 60 seconds. There was a sale as a perk, which is why he collected 70,000 coins. It took him exactly 20,000 to buy a high-level career change guide. Senya shuddered when she realized that he had collected the coins at a discount, deciding that prophetic dreams had helped him again. Neptune found it strange that the guy had gone so far. It was suspicious, and even prophetic dreams were difficult to explain it. The administrator thinks it's a glitch or some kind of error, so he sent Hyuk-jin a request to check for errors. Neptune again decided to clarify his name, after which he asked him to come closer. However, the hero did not dance to his tune and ordered the dwarf to drag himself here if he wanted to scan him. The administrator didn't like this treatment, but the guy continued to provoke him. At that very moment, Neptune waved his hand, aiming it straight at Hyuk-jin's chest. He used the power of a mid-level administrator, forced submission. When the boy fell to his knees, Neptune promised to finish him off if he continued to snap. For him, this man was considered pathetic, because he decided to joke, although he didn't even know the difference in strength. He decided that he was safe since he always had a calm administrator next to him. Hyuk-jin mentally suggested that he could be angry as much as he wanted, since he had many ways to resolve this issue. Having risen to his feet, the guy concluded that he would not be able to kill him. Neptune decided that he knew nothing and would remain inactive, completely subordinate to him. However, he was the first to attack him unfairly and the first to show disrespect, while Hyuk-jin only resisted. The administrator became even more angry because he had been watching him the whole time, and now it was too late to pretend to be an innocent player. Neptune wanted to punish the guy, but the Libra woman used a special ability, the principle of the presumption of innocence. The forced submission effect was cancelled, causing the boy to regain control of his body. The guards agreed with him, and the pressure on the body disappeared. The master of the Demon Mountain despises cowards, and therefore used a special ability. Strength to the strong, weakness to the weak. Neptune has lost a lot of viewers, so he can't control himself. He is easily provoked by the word dwarf like 10 years ago. At that very moment, Hyukjin received a buff that helps him fight stronger enemies. Thanks to this, he can even see Neptune's status. The administrator must be stronger than him. But now there is a chance. Even in such a situation, it will be difficult to resist the broadcaster. Such a development of events will certainly not please the guards. Hyukjin had been aiming for this from the very beginning, but now the system analysis was complete. Neptune created all these unnecessary problems, and now this guy is finished. As a result of scanning the system, no errors or deceptive methods were found. Seeing this, the administrator was confused, as he expected a different result. It is quite normal to object to something, but he pursued it without any evidence because he is weaker. It seemed like cowardice on Neptune's part, so the boy asked him to apologize right away. He immediately asked for forgiveness, but Hyukjin offered to prove his sincerity by giving him something. A little later, Kim Aeong was upset when her brother said that he had already eaten. She tried so hard to set the table, and he simply ignored her. But his mother was curious why she suddenly decided to make soup. As it turned out, the kitchen was too beautiful, and I wanted to try it. A memorandum was received from Neptune that it would not attack after the broadcast ended, and a dwarf ring. There are two options that need to be carefully considered. The forum, which will soon grow into a large community, is currently a place for players to gather and exchange information. It would be great if the search was not in vain, as suddenly he came across a post by the Chandan Firemaster. He was recruiting for a short table dungeon, and the administrator advised gathering at least 3 players. It may seem like a funny nickname now, but in 10 years this nickname won't sound so funny anymore. The short-barrel dungeon he speaks of will be the first time Choi Song-gu will clear. Other dungeons, such as the Soul Station dungeon, can be completed multiple times, but that was an event-based one. Many players try to take a risk and complete at least something, but they part with their lives. So there will be few suitable people for this raid. Hyukjin has a chance to achieve maximum benefit in a short time. He will have to go through a risky dungeon. This is not only a place where players die, but also a treasure trove of untold riches. When the guy arrived at the place, Song-gu constantly asked if he would definitely bring another person. He was too persistent, because he wants to go with a small team into a dungeon that he has never cleared. When they reached the designated place, Songhua suddenly stopped and stared at the guy. She guessed that in front of them was the Chandan Firemaster, with red hair. He was an ordinary skinny guy, but in 10 years he would gain weight and become round. Hyukjin activated the Eyes of Perception, but suddenly the Sunset Giant used an ability that prohibited the use of eyes on Song-gu. The guy didn't expect that he would personally get in the way so much, but it's unlikely that this person had reached level 30 and chosen a guardian. They usually don't interfere even for their own players, so something was clearly wrong here. Song-gu looked at Songhua in surprise, disappointedly assuming that she was the third player. It seemed too much for him because the child is still a child. However, the girl tried to prove that she was a teenager and not at all little, but it did not help. This man is very sensitive to children, so he couldn't let her go there. This is a difficult dungeon, and the creature at the second gate is very dangerous. Hyukjin guessed that Song-gu knew something, and the guy explained that the monster had already appeared. The fire horse is a beast monster around level 32, and like the six-tailed fox, it is a phantom type. A large horse with a fiery curve and tail, it sets fire with one touch, dealing fire damage, but it spared Song-gu, so he needs someone to take his attacks while he strikes from behind. It looks like there is a chance of winning, because even alone he is capable of cutting his health in half. That's why he came out alive. If his health had dropped below 20%, they wouldn't be talking now. Due to the difficulty of the monster, the exit was unblocked to balance the difficulty, but the guy was unable to get to the next obstacle. Song-gu didn't expect that there would be someone stronger waiting for her next, but all they could do was go and check. When they entered, they did not notice the black cows that Song-gu had defeated. Since this was a one-time dungeon, the path was blocked, but if you use the portal, a monster will appear and the area will turn into something like a meadow. At the same time, Song-gu was still worried about the fact that they had taken a small child as a tank. Songhua was irritated as she listened to the instruction that she needed to jump to the side when it was time to run. A couple of minutes later, they entered the meadow of the fire horse, in the dungeon of the short table. A level 35 fire horse was already waiting for them, but detailed information was unavailable due to the low level of the Eyes of Perception. While arming himself, Hyukjin announced that he and Songhua would be in the lead, giving Junggu time to prepare. The guy had to attack from the side, because his goal was to reduce the horse's health to 40%. The horse turned its attention to Hyukjin, so Songhua had to attack from behind. But beware of the hooves. After that, they rushed to attack and the guy decided to start by throwing a dagger. The girl hurried around the monster to attack it from behind, but this was not so easy. While the two of them were distracting the horse, Songgu decided that there was nothing to worry about. He then began using the Fatal Flame skill, which increased his critical strike chance by 3%. The fire horse is a strong early-level monster, but it is still a beast-type monster and has many weak points. Once the dagger is stuck there, it is susceptible to critical hits, and with each new hit, the chance only increases. The fire horse is resistant to fire attacks, but the chance is greatly increased by Songgu's skill. When the monster's health dropped below 40%, it began to prepare for the ritual, and the flame that erupted began to burn fiercely. Songgu was stunned when he saw what Hyukjin and Songhua had pulled out from their inventory. To at least slightly weaken the horse's flames, they decided to use a fire extinguisher. The fire horse enters phantom mode when its health drops below 20% and begins performing a ritual to summon its master. The flames needed to be knocked down as much as possible to stop him, and now was a great chance to attack. Songgu was supposed to finish off his remaining health, but he was unhappy that they had planned everything and decided to leave him out. The total critical hit chance was 36%, and this time the guy was able to land a critical hit. The horse's health began to drop lower and lower, while Hyukjin tried to deal additional damage with his sword. When they defeated the fire horse, Songgu declared that the brother and sister were too cruel because they had taken the best for themselves. He was still glad that he had defeated the horse, which had taken him a long time, even though he hadn't thought to take a fire extinguisher. At that very moment, a joyful Songhua approached Hyukjin and announced that the monster had dropped an item. It was fire water, a stimulant that awakens the magical power of the fire attribute. It was unclear why it fell out of the horse, but the boy decided to give it to Songgu. He was surprised by such an unexpected gift, and Hyukjin suggested that he read the description of the item. At first, Songgu did not believe that he would receive an increase in his abilities, as well as the patronage of the Sunset Giant. Hyukjin had never heard of the Sunset Giant before, but this guardian had made his choice, so he better have a drink. However, without them, he would not have defeated the horse. They fought so hard that his conscience began to torment him. Then they decided that the rights to the next award would belong to Hyukjin, but they would still discuss this. Hearing the agreement, the guy realized with a smile that Songgu was now in their debt. When he drank the fire water, his chest literally burned and he felt warm. The secret of this dungeon has been revealed. It was created by the Sunset Giant for the sake of awakening Songgu. It probably cost a lot of coins, but Songgu himself said he would hand over the rights. The Whispering Devil enjoyed Hyukjin's game while he wondered what object was hidden next. Sometime later, they passed the second obstacle of the short table dungeon, and a third one was waiting for them ahead. They entered the Valley of Fire, where escape was impossible without fulfilling the conditions. They had to cross this valley. There was lava and fire everywhere, making the place incredibly hot even for Songgu. It seems the Sunset Giant wants only the one for whom this dungeon was intended to survive. The rivers of fire were about 7 meters wide, which is too hot, you can burn in the middle. This path is created for one who has drunk the fire water, and only Songgu can pass it. This was clearly beyond Hyukjin and Songhua's capabilities, so the boy offered this task to a new comrade. However, he was categorically against it and wanted to go together. He was not going to leave the others to cross on his own. Hyukjin frowned, fully aware that by doing so he would be signing their death warrant. However, Songgu did not want to abandon his people, and he did not intend to go until they found a way to do it together. But in reality, he and Songhua wouldn't be able to cope. They would only die faster, and Hyukjin didn't mean to abandon them. Instead, he asked the guy to clean up the place before something happened. The fire water gave him the protection of a special guard, so he will be able to clear this place. Suddenly, Songgu's morale rose, and he asked to wait for him here until he finished quickly. He also thanked Hyukjin for assessing the situation so accurately and handing over the item to him. Songhua wondered if the elder was sure of his decision, but the boy decided to hope for the best. Hyukjin opened an item shop to buy a whispering stone. It allowed for a hidden conversation that was not audible to others for 3 minutes. The guy submitted a request to talk to Sunya, and she immediately accepted it. He asked her to pause the broadcast and transfer it to other players, since they would just be waiting anyway. However, the administrator stated that she would figure out how to conduct her broadcast herself. The guards are very interested in how he will cross the river, so she's not going to retreat. But even they will get bored if you show all the details. And you need to change the approach to the production. You can stop broadcasting now that they are in danger, and then continue with how they escape the fire, skipping the boring parts, making the performance more dramatic. Looking at him carefully, Senya assumed that he knew how to cross the river. Hyukjin simply asked him to stick to his plan and asked Songhua to climb on him if the fire spilled. Senya decided to end the broadcast after 30 seconds, not understanding how he could simultaneously respond with his voice and communicate through the stone. At the same time, the Valley of Fire began to move to devour living beings. As soon as their channel closed, Hyukjin grabbed Songhua's hand and pulled her towards him. Now the Sunset Giant can't see them, which allows the guy to use all his abilities. He decided to start with instant movement, even though it wasn't a warp skill. It could move from point to point, while instantaneous movement is a quick movement along a line. The only option was to endure the pain of the flames. Without any preparation, they would burn alive. However, the guy had Mandra armor, which was resistant to fire. He cleared the Soul Station dungeon several times and was ridiculed by the guards for his boring show. But he also had a dwarf ring, which he received as an apology from a mid-ranking administrator. It was also destroyed, but the guy still had the tail of the six-tailed fox. He was now under the influence of foxfire, which greatly increased his fire resistance. Hyukjin used absolutely every item and still managed to reach the shore. They successfully crossed the Valley of Fire, and those who pass through it receive a title. This title brought one closer to the attribute of fire, increasing resistance to it. Songhua boasted with a smile that she had received the title, although she was still very scared. The fireman can be upgraded to the characteristic title of the Immortal Fire God, which was only achieved by Songgu last time. Hyukjin had done everything he could, and there was only one thing left to do: wait for Songgu to return. Meanwhile, the guy was running against the fire, loudly asking if they couldn't make the task shorter. 6 hours later, a notification came that the short table dungeon had been cleared. Hyukjin's level increased, and he also received a map fragment that leads to Songgu's next personal dungeon. At that very second, they were transported outside the dungeon, where they noticed a practically naked guy. Songgu literally cried and could not believe that his comrades were still alive. He repeated the same thing over and over again until he was asked to calm down and find himself some clothes. Now the fiery guy felt gratitude, relief, and joy, because he was so afraid that he wouldn't make it in time. The Whispering Devil felt pleasure while the blue barrier turned its attention to them. While the Sunset Giant was perplexed, Songgu remembered his promise and decided to give them something. It was the Fire God's body book, which surprised Hyukjin, but at the same time angered the Sunset Giant. This is a rare magical source that will be impossible to find even after 10 years. The summer spirit of Songgu will never appear if Hyukjin takes her, although he is not the first to change the future. But then the guards will enter the Senia channel and will try to kill him, although usually the Sunset Giant does not break the rules. However, he still remains an annoying guy, and the guy came up with another idea instead. He can effectively use the obtained map fragment and make an offer to Songgu. A little later, they watched as the NPC notary Sina put the seal. The contract was successfully registered in the system, and Songgu, who paid the fee, was automatically registered. The guy noticed that Hyukjin liked to solve problems using such complicated methods. Songgu seemed to have taken a liking to him, as he agreed to work on a joint script for the book. This way, he will be able to interfere with Songgu's personal scenario and receive not only a reward, but also information. Hyukjin knows how much he will earn from this book, so 3% is the perfect amount to remove the Sunset Giant's suspicion. When they signed the contract, they decided to go their separate ways, but the guy knew that they would see each other in about 10 days. Songhua offered the eldest a snack, but he decided to first tell the family that they would return a little later. While in the car, Hyukjin thought about the Uflex building, where a 7-story dungeon would soon be built. They need to find out everything while there is still time, but for now they will stop at a restaurant for dinner. The guy carefully watched the joyful Songhua, who was looking at the cutlet with gusto. She said that she collected change from the shelter, 100 to 201 each, to go to the snack bar, but what she wanted was a pork cutlet for 6,000. As a child, she was asked why she needed an expensive cutlet if she didn't have a penny. Poverty always has a reason, but this world has always been harsh even to such people. Songhua laughed and said that it felt like she had a family, even though that was true. She promised to try her best not to cause problems, and Hyukjin asked her to relax. In 2 days, a dungeon will open in Paju City's Peace Park, the most difficult entry-level dungeon. The other dungeons that brought a large number of victims were nothing compared to this, and in 5 days, Song-gu will begin a personal scenario. Every day, Hyuk-jin makes plans for the future because his life must be built by him. It was necessary to clear the Peace Park. There weren't enough of them. At least, level 30 was needed. On June 23rd, military personnel arrived at Seoul Station and cordoned off and guarded a cargo container. The Players Association, created by the Emergency Committee, officially began its activities on the 22nd. Son Ki-yong, who is the chairman of the Sungshin Group, was elected as the first representative of the association. When Hyuk-jin approached the container, the soldier stopped him and asked to show his ID. He made sure that the guy was a player and the girl next to him was a family member, Songhwa. Some time ago, the police began monitoring the dungeons and keeping records of visitors. It can be said that the Players Association has taken the matter seriously. They entered the station's dungeon, as the guy also needed to actively engage in obtaining rewards from the dungeons. When they passed the gate, one of the soldiers reported that Hyuk-jin had arrived here. The man who spoke to him on the phone asked to continue monitoring him. After that, he informed the chairman that the 2 players he had asked to keep an eye on had entered the dungeon for the 30th time. The chairman wearily wondered if this number of cleanups was much different from other players. It was so fast that they can't even be compared. Most likely this guy has a special strategy. The assistant also collected information on his teammates, Hyun-soo, Yeon-seo, and Song-hwa. The older man remembered that it was this boy who asked for help with the adoption process. He came straight to Song-shin to see him, a young guy who was not at a loss when meeting the company chairman. Some developed countries, including the United States and Japan, have allowed players to carry personal firearms. Although they were the first to encounter training, the advantage of carrying personal weapons helps other countries surpass them. If they don't keep up with the times, they will definitely be left behind. The Taeguk Guild they want to create needs people with initiative, so they need to get closer to Hyuk-jin. The assistant understood that it was a question of recruitment, but the chairman instructed that he be offered the position of head of the guild. This is not an overly exaggerated position. On the contrary, it may not be enough, so you need to try to convey your intentions correctly. Everyone thinks that the first grandson, Song Jin-seok, should be the leader, and it would be a great honor for Hyuk-jin. The chairman still remembered the guy's piercing gaze, as if he could see right through everything. It can become their renowned sword that will take Song-shin 10 steps forward. The man mentally asked the boy to fight for Song-shin, because he would become his hunting dog. Meanwhile, Hyuk-jin cleared the dungeon for the 30th time, and the hidden task was completed. Now he has the opportunity to link the title with the Pioneer's achievement. And he was offered to go through this scenario because in the future it would be widely known. But for him, a man with the title of Pioneer, everything changes dramatically, with a significant increase in difficulty and reward. Songhwa noticed that she had also received a notification about the hidden section, and wondered if they would be going through it. However, the guy refused. The hidden zone appears when the average level of players reaches 30. Their levels, considered among the best, have barely crossed 20, so it's better not to be greedy. They will refuse the offer, come back tomorrow, and aim for the second floor. Hyun-soo and Yeon-seo, judging by their personalities, should have cleared the dungeon 25 times or a little more. The next day, they arrived as a team, preparing to enter the second basement level. Stronger monsters appear on the second floor, so the whole team was assembled. There were also no safe zones, which are abundant on the first floor. There is a high probability that they will be attacked right at the entrance, which is exactly what happened. An arrow flew towards them at high speed, but Songhwa deftly blocked it. The Platinum Shield is developing rapidly and has already taken shape, and Songhwa is a natural-born genius. It is enough to warn about the approaching attack, and she will immediately block it. Their first sudden task was to deal with the orc archer who met them at the entrance. Many of the monsters that appeared immediately after training were vulnerable to simple weapons. But orcs have a resilience that protects them from firearms and ordinary blades. They are called true monsters, and there was not just one of them, but a dozen, archers hiding behind the backs of ordinary orcs. At this time, Songhwa blocked another arrow, and Hyun-soo became worried about her. The monster has a growth on her, so there's no need to worry about it targeting other people, but she can still fend off 2 more such attacks. While Songhwa is blocking, Yeon-seo must follow Hyuk-jin, but can only move 3 steps away. The girl became interested in what he had in mind, but he didn't have time to explain. More precisely, there was no need for this, since he simply rushed into the thick of the enemies. From the second floor onwards, they must act as one unit, as a team in which everyone understands their role. Only then will they be able to clear everything without losses or any problems. Words will do more harm than good in this, and therefore, they must act on instincts. Yeon-seo was surprised to see the boy running into a blind spot to avoid being shot. In addition, the orc's reaction time is twice as slow as his, which makes it easier for him to maneuver. The girl was so surprised that some attacks began to hit her. Then she used the Heavenly Demon's treasure movement technique and understood how to move. It was a technique that only reached 1 star, but it was enough to confuse the ogres. At that moment, Hyuk-jin noticed that the last arrow was Songhwa's limit. However, she had already fulfilled her role, and the guy successfully approached the archers. Together with Yeon-seo, they were able to defeat the orc archer, receiving experience and 31 coins. They went around all the orcs and killed the archer. The second floor seemed much easier to the girl, but at that very moment Hyuk-jin loudly warned her, and she noticed an arrow flying towards her. The guy understood that she wouldn't make it in time, so he quickly ran up to her and kicked her away. He asked her to pull herself together, because he doubted that she had decided to die after killing 1 orc. Meanwhile, Songhwa convinced herself that she could block 1 more shot. The ogre archer had already drawn his bowstring, intending to pierce the tired girl's shield. Hyuk-jin and Yeon-seo had already run towards the crowd of orcs to deal with the rest. When they entered the second floor of the dungeon, the guy did not want to explain in detail what needed to be done. Here's a demonstration that he knows the conditions of the dungeon very well. Nothing good will come of it. Besides, his team members are not the ones who need it, because they understood everything without explanation. After some time, the conditions for completing the first task were met. They needed to destroy the crystal of the first barrier. Destroying the crystal was the goal for Hyun-soo, who was skilled with her fists. He was breaking through these orcs, but suddenly one of them swung a club, and the guy put his left hand out. But Hyun-soo ignored his opponent and then ran purposefully towards the crystal, breaking it. The monsters that followed him were confused about what had just happened. But then they stopped abruptly, and Yeon-seo let out a sigh of relief, having almost been hit. Then she turned to Hyuk-jin, apologizing for her stupid behavior recently. The guy advised her to quit if she continued to do this. The girl must understand that her actions alone can put the entire team in danger. During this time, Songhwa was actively drinking recovery potions to continue protecting her comrades. Looking at her and Hyun-soo, Yeon-seo realized that the two of them were coping with the tasks, but she was not. But she immediately asked herself to pull herself together. She promised that she would protect her loved ones when her mother suffered. She needed to pay Hyuk-jin and not cause trouble. The girl clearly wanted to become stronger, just like their leader, and the master of the demonic mountain noticed this. Yeon-seo, along with Hyuk-jin, noticed that the master was extending his hand to him. He offered them the title of Heavenly Demon, and the change of profession would happen automatically. This usually happens at level 30. After the conclusion, he tries to do it now through the title. It contains part of the Guardian's own name, a stunning title for a future Swordmaster, but he gives it to him. Great opportunities may arise. Swordmaster Yeon-seo was very strong. The Empress, the strongest PvP player. However, only the entire group of 8 heroes could resist the Demon King. This means that her class has limitations, and if he takes the title, he will set a limit for himself. Hyuk-jin returned to the past to try to surpass the Swordmaster, and now he is forced to refuse the offer. Yeon-seo was surprised to notice that the guy was also offered some kind of title, but he refused. The girl was surprised, deciding that this was something bad, and she wanted to refuse, but the elder dissuaded her. He has a personal understanding of his potential and can use knowledge and intuition to make battles easier. If he recalled the recent battle, he would not have been able to go further without them nearby. Hyuk-jin understands the value of each player well and makes decisions accordingly. The girl realized that he was comfortable being a leader. Judging by his playing style, he moved as if he knew about all the attacks. The guy asked that this be considered his special talent, to reveal the potential of people. Now Yeon-seo began to understand that it was as if a road appeared before her when she listened to his commands. He knows her better than she knows herself. Her swordplay potential is far greater than his, and he asked her to believe his eyes. The girl felt embarrassed by these words, but these words were not intended only for her. The title offered by the Guardian has a special characteristic and can only be awarded to one person. Most likely, Yeon-seo was offered a title lower than this, but he cannot allow that to happen since they are comrades. Then the guy said that this title suited her much better than him. The master must have listened to him because he was weak to praise and flattery, and he had to understand who to choose. The master of the Demon Mountain praised his insight and began to praise him. After this, he decided to offer Yeon-seo the title of Heavenly Demon, which she accepted immediately. As soon as this happened, the girl was enveloped in a purple aura, and her profession changed on its own. Hyuk-jin asked not to tell anyone about himself, not even to him or his teammates. Experienced players should be able to hide the title and contract with the Guardian. These are important parts of the future strategy. While waiting, the first barrier was exceeded, so they were automatically transferred to the second barrier. They entered the village of Orc Warriors, which was located somewhere in the mountains. Hyun-soo assumed that they would have to fight them again. Suddenly, it was reported that the content of the second barrier scenario was changing slightly. Orcs no longer become petrified after destroying a clearing crystal. The leveling limit for Orc Warriors was also removed, which made the task more difficult. They also had to destroy 3 crystals within the allotted time, and this was not what Hyuk-jin remembered. At that very second, they noticed 2 orcs heading towards them. Several monsters noticed them, so Yeon-seo asked the leader what they would do. The guy picked up an iron pipe from the ground, deciding to start with the basic method. They will search for crystals, trying not to interfere with their lessons, and must complete the task within 10 minutes. They won't be able to cope with the orc archer here, and they need to finish before he shows up. Then his gaze shifted to the huge tent, which only increased his anxiety. The guy mentally asked himself why he, the great orc warrior, had appeared here. Sometimes it happens that the scenario for players changes. Usually this happens when the player's level increases too quickly. Apparently, the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain gave Yeon-seo the title of Heavenly Demon. If he had not broken the rules, changes to the scenario could only have come from the intervention of other players. The petrification that occurs when a crystal is destroyed has disappeared, so getting rid of orcs won't be so easy now. It is a smashing monster that can become stronger over long battles. Now he does not reach the level of a great orc, otherwise their destruction would be guaranteed. But if he evaluates the situation and the conditions of the second barrier, he can become a great orc warrior. In the current situation they won't cope, and if an orc archer is added, there will be no chance of clearing this place. We need to come up with some other way. If there is no petrification feature, then a battle with an orc warrior is inevitable. First, you need to take the key item, the iron pond, which he picked up earlier and prevent the archer from appearing. It's better not to show on the broadcast that he knows the location of the crystal. It would be much better to show the guards that the guy is using basic search methods. Yeon-seo moves to the point on the right side, and Manhwa and Hyun-soo will move together on the left point. If you use this method, they will definitely destroy 2 crystals in 10 minutes, and you will have to destroy the rest yourself. Without wasting any time, Hyuk-jin rushed forward, ignoring the orc as he knew the location of the last crystal. It was located inside the orc warrior's tent, which made the task of destroying it much more difficult. A notification came that one of the 3 crystals was already insignificant, most likely the work of Yeon-seo. The treasure of the heavenly demon, obtained from the master of the demonic mountain, the slow orcs will not be able to catch up with it. It seems that the girl is now at the level of the first star, and she has already destroyed the first crystal. The guy praised her, but Yeon-seo couldn't believe that he really thought so. Then they slowly entered the tent, but were in no hurry to destroy the crystals so as not to wake the sleeping orcs. The petrification effect has disappeared, so they will definitely have to fight. In that case, Hyuk-jin was forced to tell Yeon-seo about the method to clear this place. Meanwhile, Manhwa and Hyun-soo were running away from the armed monsters that were chasing them. Hyuk-jin immediately attracted the attention of his comrades, asking them to fight their way through the orcs and aggro them. Yeon-seo must attack each monster while Manhwa acts as a distraction. The Sword Empress immediately rushed into battle to cover her fleeing friend. The relatively slow Manhwa and Hyun-soo will definitely bring the orcs with them. Yeon-seo was supposed to attack them, maybe not kill them, but just inflict bleeding wounds. The girl activated the quick strike skill, after which she began to fight several at once. She was too caught up in the excitement that she didn't notice the danger, but Manhwa came to her aid. Meanwhile, the orcs in the chamber were awakened by the noise outside. There is no point in running to the crystal because the orcs will not go anywhere if it is destroyed. So all that was left was to kill them. And Hyuk-jin was already standing alone in front of the angry crowd. He had to deal with them one by one, inflicting wounds to the neck. You must not overdo it, hit and run, then chaos will reign inside the tent. When he had waited long enough, the whole team ran into the tent at the same time. When the orcs ran after them, they noticed that one of them had started killing his comrades. Hyuk-jin was right. The orc warrior was weak to blood, and this could be exploited. If you fill the entire tent with the smell, someone will get drunk and start killing his fellow tribesmen. The orc warrior's unique ability, Orc Fear, has been activated. It was an ability that most boss monsters had. It would restrict the player's movement, preventing them from escaping. But they will use it to prevent the orcs from escaping, as they look much more appetizing than them, which is why they let their blood. Fear is a dangerous skill with a long cooldown, so it has now been rendered useless. Suddenly, they noticed how the monster's body became even larger and it became much stronger. In their situation, it is better not to confront a well-coordinated group led by an orc warrior. It will be easier to fight one advanced orc instead of 100 ordinary enemies. This is the way that will help them survive, so at the moment, this is their main rival. But suddenly, an unexpected task appeared. The hunt for a great orc warrior. The creator of the quest was the Lion King, but Hyuk-jin can't remove him with his current skills. The reward for the quest was a new intimidation that increases resistance to mental attacks. Songhwa's defense is useless against this guy. The difference in strength is so great. For a creature whose level is indicated by question marks, none of them will be able to block even one attack. Therefore, only Hyuk-jin can dodge with instant movement and get close to him. The plan to catch him will take some time, but it is quite possible to cope with him. Yeon-seo and Hyun-soo, who were watching the battle from the sidelines, were unsure if everything was all right. But the plan that the elders came up with must have some effect. Earlier, Hyuk-jin told the girl that the slow Songhwa and Hyun-soo would definitely bring the orcs with them. Yeon-seo should attack them? You don't have to kill them. Just inflict bleeding wounds. Use this item on them. The girl didn't understand how she was supposed to do it, but everything was much simpler than she thought. The beast's fangs originally had a clear purpose, as they contained paralyzing poison. This is a trophy that was collected from a wolf pack in the training area. Fangs that caused fatal paralysis in people. All this time, Yeon-seo was stabbing the orcs with her fangs as she attacked them. In other words, even now their enemy, having devoured all of its bleeding relatives, has swallowed about 70 fangs. Of course, it is not possible to completely paralyze a great orc warrior with just fangs. But now he became much slower, which made it easy to dodge his attacks. When Hyuk-jin gave the command, Yeon-seo entered the battle, swinging her sword. She aimed for his side, but he blocked the attack, his body too strong. The monster only slowed down, but the difference in attack and defense power remained the same, and not only players understand this. The orc also knows everything. Even though his body doesn't move the way he wants, he can definitely devour ordinary people. He knows perfectly well that he is a predator, and now he only wanted human flesh. Surely such thoughts visit him, but even an attempt to pierce the eyes will not be fatal. The only vital point to aim at is its mouth. So Hyuk-jin used a piece of iron to keep his jaw from closing and thrust his sword into it. Deal damage to the weak spot and insert an iron pawn to keep it from closing its mouth. Hyuk-jin asked Hyun-soo to be careful and not let the iron bar fall. He understood everything, after which he began to beat the orc with his fists, without stopping for a second. Yeon-seo also did not lag behind, and continued to inflict slashing wounds with her sword. Alas, for killing the great orc they received only a molar, which could be cleaned and consumed to gain special power. But the reward for completing the task was the iron armor and leather shoes of a great orc warrior. Hyuk-jin received 2 useful items from the set, as well as a special intimidation skill. It was more powerful in suppression and would be useful against fear bosses in the future. Not only him, but everyone who completed the task, which they were not as happy about as Hyuk-jin. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the Las Vegas cowboy was starting to watch him. This is a guardian who places great importance on effective team play and combinations with his teammates. He is famous for signing only one player, Michelle, from the Golden Tower, which represents the pinnacle for many players. The cowboy decided not to lag behind and support the guy with the leather pants of the Great Orc Warrior. A guardian who was only interested in the American server decided to pay attention to it, which is why he received 3 set items. The conditions for completing the mission scenario had been met, and all that remained was to defeat the remaining orcs. They passed the second underground floor, receiving 300 coins and the title of Ruler of the Soul Station Dungeon. In 30 seconds, they had to leave the dungeon, and the whole team looked tired. They managed to clear the second floor with difficulty, but suddenly something they didn't expect appeared in front of them. It was a portal, although initially they were supposed to be automatically transported back. But to his even greater surprise, only Hyuk-jin saw this portal, while the others looked at the guy in surprise. They were supposed to leave the dungeon in 9 seconds, but he decided to run in that direction. Hyuk-jin asked the others to leave without him, his doubts fading further and further. It's a hidden fragment that only he can see, and he had to get there. The guy entered an unknown forest. He needed to find and talk to the owner of this forest. Hyuk-jin could see safe zones that normal players couldn't see, which set the players who had the information apart. If there are doors that I can only see to him, he should accept it as a privilege. An unknown guard entered the channel, and the cowboy applied for a regular sponsorship contract with the channel. The woman with the scale and the demon mountain master donated coins to the mid-rank administrator. Hyuk-jin couldn't remember anything like that appearing at the beginning. This forest was the size of Seoul, and he couldn't even imagine what kind of owner this forest was. Finding it in such vast territories, you can die of hunger if you make a mistake. Guardians. There are two factors in this situation. The first is this zone, a special hidden fragment. A huge forest, the existence of which no one knew, not even Hyuk-jin. The second, a level 29 player. He has practically no time left before choosing a personal guard. However, this only amused him, because the guards would reward him with all sorts of useful items. And the unknown observer temporarily increased the level of his eye's perception. Not only did he easily obtain the things for the trip, but even his level of eye perception increased. Sania decided to explain the purpose of the items, starting with the magic camping kit. While she was ranting, Hyuk-jin used his eye of perception on her, checking out her status. The sponsorship items are also impressive. The magical camping set looks weak, but is still worth over 20 million. The magical spring water is even more important, and the effect of the heavenly demon's mind is equivalent to healing many diseases. The guy said that he heard everything, but Senya asked him not to be mistaken, because she was not at all worried about him. She then decided to give him a task with the powers of a mid-level administrator. He had to repeat in detail the information that Senya had conveyed, for which he would receive 300 coins. After some time, it reached the magical fire pit, burns for more than 3,000 hours and does not go out even in the rain. The repetition task was completed, for which the guy immediately received a reward. Still, he should listen carefully to Senya's explanations. They are directly related to his survival. Hyuk-jin decided that it was better not to talk to the host for long, since the guards did not want to listen to such things. However, he had not yet told her about raising the level of the eyes of perception, and the task was already completed. The guy then suggested that even his administrator didn't know about it. This forest is simply huge. He is worried that it will take a long time to clear it. He knows nothing about this place, and the only clue is the search for the master of the forest. Evening was beginning to fall, but Hyuk-jin knew that this area was subject to the passage of time. They say it's better to go east if you don't know the way, but Jackson said that was not a rule, but experience. It's unlikely that this is a high-difficulty dungeon where directions change. However, Hyuk-jin decided to start his search from the tree where the claw marks were left. Having arranged a place to stay for the night, the guy set up a magical fire pit and a safe zone. Then Senya decided to turn to him and ask him what he had learned after exploring this place. It was obvious that the question was not from Senya herself, but that the guards were asking through her. The process of following is not that interesting and exciting. Now he is going to chains. There is nothing fun in this. Therefore, it is worth providing them with the results of today's reconnaissance. He learned that this is a forest-type zone. The boy also found 3 types of claw marks left on the trees. Judging by the depth and size of the tracks, there is a high probability that these are cat-type monsters. It seems that each has its own territory. There were no signs of fighting, so they avoid each other. They divided the territories. If you move along the borders, you can avoid most attacks. At night, predatory monster birds fly, so it turns out there are individuals they can hunt. It's strange that there were no traces of victims, and this could also mean something. However, Senya remained silent while the guards had different opinions about his game. Then, Hyuk-jin decided to relax and calm down a little, because today was only the first day. He himself decided to come to this god-forsaken place. Everything can be handled. The main thing is not to panic. It's strange, but he sees this place for the first time and doesn't know the strategy for it, having found only traces of wild animals. There should be fear here, but he remains calm, and this game was much more interesting. In a dangerous passage, he is left with no choice. He is forced to constantly throw down challenges. But even the simplest things in these games give Hyuk-jin pleasure. Some call this ability talent, and the fact that he is a talented player is a fact. Now we can only hope that he doesn't remain someone who shines only at the beginning. They never go above level 40, so you need to break that threshold to make sure he's not one of them. On the 4th day of exploration, Hyuk-jin walked around the burnt-out village of peasants, which was a safe zone. The houses were burnt out, but perhaps there were some clues left here. The guy noticed a house that wasn't badly damaged, so he decided to check it out first. He received a postcard from the headman of the peasants, which said that the owner of the forest was angry and brought his wrath upon them. Part of the letter was burnt, so Hyuk-jin could not read it completely, but he understood that the village was burned by the anger of the forest master. This appears to be the western village of Dot. There is another settlement at the eastern end. This meant that he could meet the master of the forest, which was a completely feasible task. Suddenly the guy sensed something, although he knew for sure that a safe zone had been established here. His eyes of perception tell him that something is watching him right now. Hyukjin clearly felt some kind of ominous aura around him. He had a strange feeling, so he couldn't relax even in the safe zone. He wanted to leave the village, but he reached a barrier that made it impossible for him to move anymore. Hyukjin decided to check the westernmost part of the village, but the way was blocked by a transparent wall. This means that this must be the end of the zone, or special conditions must be met to move. The cowboy decided to give him something. Sometimes he lures players with sweet offers that are hard to refuse. The only person to survive the bet was Mikkel, who was offered 100,000 coins by the cowboy to clear the forest for 3 days. Such a sum is a real lottery for the player, but it is a reward for success. The price for failure is not written. Then the guy decided to ask Senya what would happen after the mission failed. Later, when it came time to choose a guard, the contract would have to be signed with a cowboy, which surprised Hyukjin. He thought it would be something worse, but the administrator asked if he accepted the task. The guy refused without thinking, and the cowboy became curious about what he was thinking. He doesn't like gambling at all. Sometimes he bets on something with a small chance, but he won't always play like that. Clearing the zone in 3 days is pure luck. He needs at least some kind of card up his sleeve to have a chance of winning. That's why he refused to rely only on luck. It was like jumping into the mud, and the cowboy respected his decision. Refusing such an offer at level 29 made some guards laugh, but others were impressed. Now he is near the western village of Dot. Then he will follow the letter to the eastern village of Dante. It's a long journey, so we need to find food again to last for some time. Sometime later, Hyukjin caught a stocky boar, receiving experience and 17 coins. He learned a few things while searching for food and walking along forest paths. This stocky boar is a strong monster around level 25. It gives significantly less coins at its level, but it is still possible to hunt it. There are a few differences, however. They are usually alert to what is going on around them, especially when predators are nearby. But these boars were not afraid of anything at all. Only one conclusion comes to mind. For some reason, they are not afraid of predators. Perhaps boars are not generally attacked, but suddenly the guy received a fruit basket that fell out of the boar. He didn't hear any fruit baskets falling out of them. Maybe it was a hidden fragment that took care of survival. And also the constant surveillance that provokes his eyes of perception. It continues to watch him from the village itself, but even the enhanced skill does not help to determine who it is. Perhaps the so-called master of the forest is looking at him, but does not reveal himself. Hyukjin had gathered enough information that he felt like he was letting go of something important. Now he needs to hurry to Dante's village to find as many clues as possible. Suddenly he noticed a magical rope trap, not understanding where the expensive artifact came from. Sometime later, Hyukjin reached the second burnt village of the common people. There he found another note, which asked the elder for a sacrifice for the owner of the forest and also mentioned restrictions. After reading the contents, the guy assumed that it was about sacrifices. It seems that if this is not done, he will repeat the fate of the village. All the houses were burned down, but Hyukjin could not find any traces of the remaining people. Suddenly he noticed a well and immediately hurried to it to check. At the bottom of the well there was a character, a girl, who was on the verge of death. Without wasting any time, Hyukjin used the magical rope trap, hoping to get a big clue. With a deft movement, he managed to hook the girl, after which he began to pull her up. When he began to look at her more closely, he realized that this girl was an elf. More precisely, one of the elven races. They have excellent healing skills and restoration. The Oak Elf race was a tribe that espoused non-violence. Some used them for selfish purposes, such as the infamous Sojun. Hyukjin hurried to give her a healing potion so that the girl would come to her senses faster. She looked somewhat like a plant, as if she hadn't been rotting in the well a couple of minutes ago, but was immediately restored by the potion. The elf slowly rose up, opening her eyes and then shuddered, noticing the guy next to her. She thanked him for saving her, but Hyukjin immediately reminded her of the forest master's wrath. Lindia confirmed his words because they were never able to offer the sacrifice on the altar. However, they still did not understand what kind of sacrifice was wanted from them. But if they had known, they would have brought the sacrifice to the southern altar. The elf thanked him again for saving her, adding that she would soon return to the embrace of nature. It was equivalent to human death, meaning the potion only revived her for a short time. She will return to the embrace of the earth that gave birth to her. Turning into powder, she will become food for the oak. Hyukjin immediately noticed something was wrong and realized she was a fake just from her story. On top of that, she lied about being a villager, and the guy wanted to know why. This forest immediately seemed strange to him. There were traces of predators everywhere, but not of their victims. Boars that did not participate in any battles for territory, which is not typical for wild animals. The elven race does not cut down trees but lives in huts. Lindia differs from the standard oak elf attitudes. This can be explained by the fact that she is simply a character who must convey information. This hidden area is a fake that has been reconfigured to look like a normal, unknown forest. Lindia turned to dust and disappeared, asking to make a sacrifice to the master of the forest. Suddenly a green wind began, but the guy saw nothing. It all seems too artificial, a zone with careless installations, as if it was created by someone who read about it in books. Everything around was a cheap fake, and Hyuk-jin began to get irritated that someone was watching him again. The boy realized the magical effect of the unknown forest, and the eye of perception began to resist the magical effect. The eyes of perception try to see reality and see through the distortion of space. But suddenly Hyuk-jin was twisted and blood gushed from his mouth. If he couldn't destroy the fake, he would die here. In the end, he will become just like that elf, and will consider everything to be his reality. I have a high probability that he will become a new quest character for the next player to find this place. Hyuk-jin assured himself that he would live in reality, not in a fake, and the eyes of perception responded to his strong will. The guy was sure that this fake zone definitely had a limit, and its creator did not want anyone to know about it. But the letters pointed to the far east or west, and at the border a notice appeared about the impossibility of going further. Hyuk-jin was determined to destroy them, the boundaries of this fake. The magical effect began to be destroyed in the eyes of perception. The conditions for the destruction of the unknown forest were met. At first glance, it seemed that the guy was in the same forest, but his size had significantly decreased. Previously, it was impossible to even grasp it with the naked eye, but now it is the size of a small village or garden. Turning his head, he announced to the owner of the forest that the fake had been destroyed. No matter how much you think about it, with his skills it would be difficult to create such a wide zone. Perhaps it was an artifact that dramatically increases magical power. Hyuk-jin watched the silhouette hiding behind the bushes carefully, asking why it didn't come out. Now his eyes could see everything perfectly, and at that very second a goblin came out from behind the trees and asked him not to lie to him. A skinny goblin of unknown level appeared in front of the guy, who was the master of the forest. He has 3 stages of evolution and is skilled in illusion or hallucination magic. When they first appeared in Italy, 400 people were eaten on the same spot. But here there are only skinny goblins of the first stage, on average about level 31. In the opened zone, it can be up to 35. It was clear that he was confused and afraid that the guy would steal his treasure. He repeated that his eyes saw everything, but the monster was sure that this could not be. Hyuk-jin knew that the monster hid it in his pocket because he was afraid that the guy would steal his magic power-up stone. In his confusion, the skinny goblin's intelligence dropped to the level of a child, and so he simply screamed loudly. Hyuk-jin took advantage of this moment to attack, dealing critical damage to the monster. He managed to cut off the goblin's horn, causing it to howl in pain. But suddenly the monster jumped up using the club skill, grabbing a huge log. Hyuk-jin used the Orc Warrior Set's effect to nullify all damage, but this is only available once per day. If such a large technique were used, a gap would appear, into which the guy immediately attacked. He was able to defeat the skinny goblin, which meant the conditions for clearing the unknown forest were met. After this, the guy received 500 coins, a level-up point, goblin spirits, and the eyes of perception received a new attribute. Hyuk-jin decided to leave here when he received all the reward. He must not forget the magic stone that the goblin hid. It is a useful artifact in itself and will be worth around 10 billion in 3 years. The boy found the place where the stone was hidden, but he was sure that the goblin could not have buried it deeper. However, he found nothing, when suddenly he noticed a chipmunk in front of him, which stretched out its paws towards him. Looking back, Hyuk-jin noticed that Senya hadn't appeared, so it wasn't a bug. And he still hasn't been thrown out, the road beyond the forest hasn't appeared, and there's no exit from the dungeon either. So, the chipmunk is the last puzzle of this zone. It was a difficult animal, since even the eyes of perception could not carry out an analysis. Suddenly, the guy noticed that he was being watched by guards from the Italian server, the Venetian merchant, the guard of Eliana, the Queen of Water. He is known for valuing deals and negotiations, and one must try to make a good deal. Hyuk-jin decided to tease the chipmunk a little by offering him black yak meat. The chipmunk got angry, after which the guy started offering him goblin perfume. But that didn't work either. As it turned out, the animal could use magic, and explained that the guy had 1 try left. Hyuk-jin doesn't even know what he needs. It's impossible to talk, but he's so persistent. He decided to try to give him something valuable, and the chipmunk's eyes lit up when a basket of fruit appeared in front of him. Hyuk-jin managed to exchange the fruit basket for a power-up stone and was then teleported to the city. People didn't understand where this guy came from, but he felt like something had changed. Everything has become somehow orderly. Now you can't see the people who were watching the players. The guy thought the weather was too hot. Then he grabbed his phone and was shocked to notice that it was already September. 3 whole months passed while he was in the gate, and he decided to call everyone first. The first thing he decided to do was call his sister, but when she heard his voice, she immediately hung up. After that, he called Hyun-soo, who couldn't believe he heard the elder's voice. He immediately started crying, and Yeon-seo loudly demanded that he stop doing this. Hyuk-jin met his family again. His sister immediately became furious, but it was clear that she was worried. It wasn't entirely fair since he himself didn't know that it would take 3 months. Suddenly, the guy was shocked to discover that the phantom chipmunk he had met in the forest was also here. The guy noticed that some chipmunk had a lot of unique skills, and Songhwa named him Darren. Chipmunk wanted to choose a master, but to do this, he needed the title of ruler of Seoul Station. There was no such information in the unknown forest, so it turns out he gave him permission to see. As a result, he became the master of the phantom chipmunk, and the title of ruler of Seoul Station was removed, replaced by a new one. If you give a chipmunk a name, it will consider you its owner for the rest of its life. Hyuk-jin missed 3 months, which is a significant amount of time, and for someone who planned to spend every day productively, it was a real disaster. There was a lot that could have been done, but these regrets are another waste of time because the forest was useful. He earned over 1,000,000,000 in 3 months, but he's curious about how the world has changed. However, now it was time to make an important choice. His channel was open again. Sania appeared and stated that the pause was currently active and that she was grateful to the guard who activated it. Now the guy had to choose a personal guard, since his level had reached 30. This was the only opportunity to change classes at level 30. The guards who would be allowed to send the message were now supposed to emerge. This is the first time Senia's channel has attracted so much attention, and it seems she's having a hard time keeping up the broadcast, as she didn't expect such an influx. While the administrator was talking to the guards, Hyuk-jin managed to receive 5 offers, even more than he expected. A mid-level player would have to be very lucky to be picked by at least one guardian. He had never heard of anyone receiving 5 messages, but now he was sure of it. His talent is so enormous that it turned an ordinary man into a genius, but his expectations were not met. Senia decided to ask which guard he would be signing a contract with. There were only outstanding personalities here, so the guy wasn't sure he had a choice. The Whispering Devil decided to get straight to the point, offering to make him the Demon King. This swindler has completely lost his shame. If he really wanted to become the Demon King's guardian, his level would have already exceeded 40. Everyone else made reasonable suggestions, traps that push you towards the right choice. Of course, a generous guardian will speed up his development even more, but you can only choose one. Hyuk-jin didn't know why, but he suddenly started to feel something strange from the notes sent by the guards. It was as if there was something in this space that he couldn't see, so he decided to focus his eyes of perception. The guy realized that it was the unknown observer who did not send him a message. If you think about it, from the very beginning he was under the watchful eye of this simple-minded guard. He had been watching him since the very beginning of the game, and it was his special skill that became the eyes of perception. Another clue. The unknown observer is a guardian, often violating common sense. The reward received after clearing the turtle nest was not at the level of a mid-rank administrator quest. Ordinary guards put everything on the line to make their names more famous, so they avoid covert methods of support. If a guardian is found who has chosen this path, then only hidden methods will be at his disposal. Perhaps the guard could communicate his intentions in a secret way, one that only he could see. Hyuk-jin felt that the level of his perception eyes had been raised, and he was then able to see a message from an unknown observer. Hidden among the 5 messages, the 6th one was the one the guy was going to choose from the very beginning. Without wasting any time, Hyuk-jin made a contract with this guardian, beginning his class change. He was assigned the class of caretaker. From the description, you wouldn't say it was a good class, but he was ready for it. Hyuk-jin opened the hidden shop on the 2nd floor of Tower D, which cost 70,000 coins. He then used a high-level class change assistant. The class of caretaker was upgraded to a higher one, observer. The guy was surprised that there was only one promotion, although he tried so hard to prepare everything. He had no intention of going against the guard's wishes on the day of the contract, no matter how disappointing it was. He changed his class, after which I updated the information about him, but the updates may take some time. However, the observers look much better than the caretaker, so the guy decided to read such a description. As his gaze ran over what was written, his face turned to surprise, because he didn't understand what kind of class it was. Meanwhile, Chairman Songshin's assistant arrived at his house. noticing that his address had not changed. But he appeared after 3 months, a man who is difficult to meet. A door that only Hyuk-jin could see appeared immediately after completing the second level of the Seoul Station dungeon. The guy realized that this was a hidden area, so he entered it and found himself in an unknown forest. While searching for the master of the forest to complete the task, he constantly felt a sense of discomfort. Hyuk-jin, using all the clues in his own knowledge, realized the essence of the forest. After a few days, he was able to break the illusion and eventually defeated the Goblin Master. The deal with the suddenly appearing unknown chipmunk also turned out to be successful. Returning to the real world 3 months later, he reached level 30 and was given the opportunity to choose a guardian, along with a special class that an unknown observer offered him. The observer class suggested that he avoid overly active games, and also reduce the experience and coins gained during independent hunting to 0. However, he can set up an observation zone and also look at the world with special eyes. Hyuk-jin didn't remember anyone receiving such a class in 10 years. Judging by the description, he could only watch. He decided to test his profession skills. The observer allowed him to receive 50% of the experience when playing in a team. The guy could understand the essence of the flow, copy the actions of the object of observation, as well as copy titles and exchange abilities. If the skills are shared at the right moment, the King of Fists can perform a one-hit kill. Or he might be able to see Yeonseo with the Platinum Shield if he uses it correctly. The problem is to increase the level. With simple efforts from 30 to 40, you can grow for 5 years. Although Hyuk-jin can cope faster, because he has a feeling that everything will work out. But first, he decided to thank the guard for the opportunity, but he could not say his name. Only the name of the unknown observer was hidden in the player's privacy settings. He doesn't want to reveal the fact that he signed a contract with him, because he's not one of those who likes publicity. Then the guy decided to follow his will and not disappoint the guards, and promises to play as best as possible. The last words sound more like bragging, but many people enjoy this kind of show when changing professions. At that very second, Senya canceled the pause and disappeared, and Hyuk-jin went to bed. Changing his profession is just the beginning. He spent 3 months in an unknown forest, so he needs to prepare for the future. When the guy suddenly noticed that Yeonseo had called him 7 times, perhaps something important had happened. After calling her, Hyuk-jin learned that the first players' meeting would take place tomorrow. It's time for the association to take active action, with various rules, distribution of items, and income. You can get a lot of information there. They say there's still plenty of room in the big guilds. Yeonseo asked if he would go, but the guy asked her to wait because someone was standing at the door. Hyuk-jin expected someone to come before the players' gathering, but he wasn't sure who it would be. When the guest greeted him, the guy shuddered slightly because he did not expect to see this man. The man greeted him and introduced himself as Director Kim Kang-chol from Sungshin. Hyuk-jin invited him inside, and they sat down at the table, but the guy already knew that name. He was the head of the HR department at the Players Association, and in 2028 he personally came to him with the test results. For now, the association is a subsidiary project of Sonshin, but will later separate and be associated with the government. Hyuk-jin remembered how all the staff were replaced by government employees, and Kang-chul was still the leader even during that time. Judging by the description, he wasn't such a bad person, but the question arose as to why Hyuk-jin was of use to Sungshin. As it turns out, their chairman values the guy's strength very highly. Therefore, he offers him the position of head of the Shield Taegeuk Guild, which stunned Hyuk-jin. This guild was rapidly breaking apart while receiving support from Sungshin, so this proposal is surprising. They offer an annual salary of 200 million won, additional benefits, and a high rate of salary increase. An answer is not required now, but it is better not to delay. Perhaps this is the first and last offer of this scale. Kang-chul decided to wait for good news from the guy, and he left his house to give the guy time to think. He was absolutely sure that the guy would agree, because for an ordinary person you couldn't think of anything better. Kai Young, realizing the value of his revolutionary product, wants to give only 200 million. There is no malicious intent, but it seems humiliating since they are offering such a price. He already has in his hands the village's magic stone, the value of which in 3 years will be 10 billion. Also, an unknown observer is unlikely to appreciate such a direct introduction, so it's better not to stop at the chapter. The next day, as soon as Hyun-soo noticed Hyuk-jin, he immediately ran towards him. He began to shake him and hug him, glad that the elders were okay because he was very worried. Hyuk-jin knew how much he had scared everyone with his absence, but hugging was a bit too much. Yeonseo openly stated that they thought the boy had died, which made them anxious. It seemed like it wasn't just his family that was worried about him, which was a surprisingly good feeling. In 3 months, Yeonseo and Hyun-soo reached level 32, and Sun-hwa reached level 31, geniuses who were able to achieve this without much strategy. Hyuk-jin remembered that there was supposed to be a level measurement today and decided to ask others for their assessments. Hyun-soo and Yeonseo both got A grades, while Song-hwa guiltily admitted that she got a C. Hyuk-jin quickly reassured her, as he himself had received an F, which stunned the others. This is not a lie, he simply refused to participate in the measurement. The current assessment method will soon be abolished anyway. There is no reason to take a level assessment when there are no concepts of skills and magic. The guy suggested that only combat class players had high ranks and then suggested going to an official meeting. Inside, they were met by Song-gu, who was also worried about Hyuk-jin, who had not been in touch for 3 months. The guy offered to hug, but seeing the expression on his interlocutor's face, he immediately discarded the idea. It seems that over these 3 months, Song-hwa has helped him make friends with everyone. It was 2:45 p.m., time to start, but Hyuk-jin still couldn't find one person. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the guy with the tattooed arm. This was the starting point of today's events. There will be a PvP battle here today. It all started with Taejong. He signed a contract with the Lion King and is looking for the quest target. And next to him is Taewung, who will later become a powerful wind mage, and Hyuk-jin wants to make him his ally. The guy explained to Senia in advance what would happen at the players' meeting. Everything had to end the way he wanted, and he even made a bet because she didn't believe it. There is a known case where Taejong deliberately started a conflict with Taewung 10 years ago, and so far everything was going according to plan. Taewung, whose talent has not yet been fully revealed, will ignore him, but this will hurt Taejong even more. Song-gu, who cannot tolerate this, will get involved in the situation. He has a strong sense of justice and a unique personality, but this situation will seem interesting to the guards. Since it has come to this, the picture is practically finished. The players have already started to stir things up. A PvP zone was established, but suddenly a guard decided to intervene in their showdown. It was a mid-level administrator named Percy who was unhappy that Taejong had started picking on the player he was streaming with. Percy will try to stimulate this event and will want to beat Song-gu half to death. Here their agreement with Senya comes into play, who turned to Percy, who was trying to put unnecessary pressure on the player. He must not forget about the absolute legal systems, and there is no reason to use force against a player. The rhinoceros didn't understand what business it was of hers and why she was interfering. In a situation where Senya has already intervened, it will be difficult to resolve everything peacefully, so the Lion King will send out another mission. Taejong sensed the presence of the winner, which would force him to confront Hyuk-jin. Now Taejong will be burning with a great desire to challenge him to PvP, and Percy, who finds out about this, will definitely aggressively try to draw him into a duel. But Senya will be prepared and will find an excuse to refuse, choosing another team member instead. Her exclusive player is not a combat class, but she will choose a member of his team who is suitable for PvP. And then Yeonseo, a future PvP master, steps forward, deciding that this is a good opportunity for her. Taejong laughed when he found out that the guy was hiding behind a girl, although he considered himself a man. Of course, the PvP will end in an instant, because the guy won't even be able to keep track of her movements. It will be a defeat without a single blow, causing Yeonseo to call her opponent a weakling. However, Taejong decided to go to the end, because the end comes only after the death of the enemy. Yeonseo reacted instantly, and it took her 2 swings of the ball to finish the fight. As expected of the future Swordmaster, the owner of the contract with the Master of the Demonic Mountain, they helped Hyuk-jin test the eyes of the observer. Even at the first level of mastery, he was able to read Yeonseo's mana flow and movements. And if he gets used to it and improves his level, in the future, he will even be able to copy the movement, and he also gained team experience. When combined with other bonuses, the experience increase in the observer zone will increase by 80%. Now, Hyuk-jin has a better understanding of the observer class. Just standing behind and watching is enough to gain experience. Suddenly, a guy approached them and found the fight amazing, since such a beautiful girl had an outstanding level. Hyuk-jin knew this person. It was Gu Sung-min, who was in awe of Yeonseo's skills. He is a professional coin thief who preys on newbies. He has a unique ability to open pockets, which allows him to check the number of coins in his inventory. Then it should be aimed at him, the richest player in this place. But there is more than one genius thief here, so Hyuk-jin could take a bonus for himself. The guy ended up robbing Sung-min, who was about to rob him. and his genius went unnoticed even after the theft. The result is 47,000 coins, and the unexpected increase in the balance will simplify planning. Suddenly, Yan Seo said that Tae-woong wanted to thank her, but it would be better for him to listen. Typhoon Tae-woon. He always remembers his enemies and those who helped him, because his guardian is a woman with a scale. The guy politely thanked Hyuk-jin, although he himself had not yet revealed all of his skills. The boy accepted the thanks, but it was Taejong and Percy who helped leave a good first impression of him. But now he was ready to surprise his interlocutor by asking about his class as a magician. Hyuk-jin saw Taejong start to pester him and felt a slight breeze for a moment, so he decided that he was a magician. It was the first time Tae-woong had ever met an adult who had intervened in such a situation, considering the boy to be outstanding. The meeting was supposed to start on the 12th floor, so Hyuk-jin suggested that they go up together. The whole group entered the elevator, and the guy thought they made it in time. Tae-woong is now their ally and the first stage is completed. He is an important person who plays a key role in the future. Now the serious part begins. The meeting on the 12th floor is scheduled to start at 2:30 p.m., but everything will be interrupted by the appearance of his sudden gate. Everything is like in the past. This is the place where Tae-woon awakened. Hyuk-jin decided to help him wake up and get something, after which they entered the sudden gate of the Windy Hill. Windy Hill is an uncharted gateway, the reason for which is unknown. But it was a cruel place. There are 18 columns in total, and to find clues to close the gates you need to destroy them, but this leads to changes. The slowly increasing wind flow eventually tears people to pieces, and ferocious monsters appear. If Hyuk-jin hadn't known the strategy from Taegun's memoirs, he couldn't even imagine what would happen to him in such a place. But he had to come here to awaken Taegun and get something. With the eyes of the observer and effective distribution of roles, his plan will succeed. This was the 7th column, and very soon everything would begin to change. Suddenly a central column appeared, which was much larger than the others. At that very moment, a task appeared to find the Vault of Gifts. It is located at the top of the column. Now the active phase of the cleanup had begun, during which Taejong boasted that he had found a clue. The rest of the players were in high spirits, wanting to get this all over with as quickly as possible. 8 columns had already been destroyed, and the players were trying to dodge the monsters. After this, a key item may appear, and it plays an important role and is located in one of the destroyed columns. Suddenly, Darren jumped onto Hyuk-jin's shoulder and presented him with the wind shoes. It increases compatibility with the wind element and creates a highly energetic effect for steps. This item consists of 2 parts, and the guy kept thinking about where to get them, but everything was resolved by itself. Suddenly, a strong wind started blowing again, forcing the players to lie down on the floor. Raising his head, the guy turned to Senya, asking if she had forgotten about the argument with him. Yesterday, she decided to argue with him because she didn't believe that his prediction would be correct. Otherwise, she would have to open a mid-range store, which is what happened. However, Hyuk-jin chose the wrong opening path, causing the price of all items to be increased by 10 times. He guessed that he would get a fine for such a transition, but this was too harsh. Now he had 48,000 coins, and he was critically short of the required item. At that very second, Darren jumped off his shoulder and headed towards Songmin, stealing 23,500 coins from him. Hyuk-jin was thinking about how to get around the store fine, but the genius chipmunk saved him. The guy promised that at home, he would get a mountain of fruit and 15 minutes of caresses. He bought 2 enhancement stones and compatibility powder, although he was stressed by such large expenses, but it was time to invest. Hyuk-jin told Senya that he was going to strengthen the items. She reminded him that this could only be done once. After that, the guy created a barrier of blue light, creating a safe zone, because he saw it not for the first time. He noticed that the guardian who liked item-boosting content was still watching Senya's channel. In the safe zone, he can do this calmly when suddenly he noticed something interesting. Normally, the success rate for the first enhancement is around 90%. But this time, the success rate for the wind shoes was 120%. In the past, there was a German specialist, Lucas, who was called the Master of Amplification, who talked about something similar. Hyuk-jin enhanced his wind shoes, increasing the chance by another 10% thanks to the powder. After a few moments, he managed to successfully perform the enhancement. But this was a blue-level eviction, which is comparable to a normal +2. It was incredible luck, but the guy thought he had a talent for it. He decided to think about it later, because now it was more important to clear the dungeon and get out of there. It was time to move on to the next stage of the plan, so his gaze shifted to Tae-woong. Hyuk-jin noticed that the boy would not be able to dodge the monster's attack and decided to help him. As a result, he took the entire blow on himself, and the durability of the Orc Warrior's set was slightly reduced. The guy trusted the equipment set and exposed himself, but was lucky that he did not receive a dose of paralyzing poison. The center of his plan, Tai Wung, must not be harmed. In a sense, it could be considered a worthwhile investment. The rescued man began to worry about him, but Hyuk Jin asked him to lie down, as the wind would soon blow again. As they lay on the ground, Tai Wun first assumed that his savior was a tank, but that was not the case. Hyuk Jin assured him that it was safer to expose himself to him rather than Tai Wung, for which he promised to be in his debt until his death. When the wind died down, Hyuk Jin announced that he also had a task for the boy. He pointed to the central column, reminding them of the task of retrieving the Vault of Gifts. Tae-woon should have seen a faint flow of wind in a spiral shape around the column, if he looked closely. It seemed like nothing like that happened, but then the magician was able to see it without even knowing it was there. After this, Hyuk Jin took out the wind shoes from his inventory and handed them to his new ally. The young man didn't expect that the saviors would give him a rare level item. Tae-woon didn't understand why he was different, because he hadn't helped this man in any way, and he not only saved him, but also lent him things. But then he decided to just trust his request and asked what he should do. Hyuk Jin asked him to remember that the wind flow surrounds the central column. They just need to use it. Tae-woon rushed from the spot, promising to bring the storage of gifts. The guy ran straight along the wall, and Hyuk Jin noticed that he was doing a good job of easily reading the flow of the wind. It only takes falling out of the current and getting caught in a squall to be in danger, but this guy can make it to the top. In the past, he cleared the dungeon in the same way, but then he used shoes without reinforcement. Hyuk Jin asked Song-gu what his attack range was, and the answer was 50 meters. The guy assumed that monsters would appear near the central column, and at that very moment they noticed In Myeonjo, a level 29 flying monster. Song-gu didn't understand how he knew they would show up, but he had to calm down and shoot them now. Tae-woon climbed the central pillar to bring the gift storage, so there were bound to be some obstacles. Song-gu was amazed by his comrade's insight, after which he set out to clear the way for Tai-wung. Meanwhile, Tai-jong noticed the guy running along the wall, not understanding when he managed to climb up there. He wanted to scold Tae-wung for going there without orders, but Hyun-soo came up behind him and asked him to shut up. Initially, Tai-jong was only interested in showing off his power, but if he is left unchecked, he will ruin this plan. During this time, 11 columns were broken. The observer's role requires minimal intervention. But in an unexpected situation, he had to use instant movement to get to the lizard. She ran along the wall straight towards Tae-wung, and Hyuk Jin had to help him. For defeating the lizard, the experience points were reduced and no item dropped, but that was no big deal. Right now, the plan was a priority, and so he calmly let his comrade go ahead. Tae-woon realized that he couldn't avoid the lizard, and this guy saved him again. The woman with the scales admired this act and sent him 300 coins, while the two guys landed on the ground. Suddenly, a blue barrier promised Hyuk Jin support, which surprised him. Then he told his comrade that he had done well here and asked him to lower the treasure. Before them was a sacred repository of gifts, which began to take effect. After that, the treasure began to calm the winds of the windy hill and destroy all the monsters. It also healed the injured people, including Tai-jong, from Hyun-soo's beatings. The situation begins to change when the gift vault touches the ground. And in order to clear this place, the vault's conditions must be met. The gift storage is related to the Wind Temple. To pass the windy hill, you need to fill this box. You need to show your respect and give 100,000 coins, which surprised all the players. Others won't know how much you gave, but in the past, Tai-woon donated all his savings, 15,000. Because of this, he was chosen and received a special reward. If this does not change, then Hyuk Jin needs to sacrifice more. He had 21,500 coins in his account, but suddenly Darren gave him another 10,000. Hyuk Jin didn't understand where the chipmunk found so much money, while Sung Min didn't understand where his coins were disappearing to. In reality, not everyone will donate, but the situation is different from the past, so it's better to be on the safe side. Hyuk Jin will be the person who gave the most, and therefore decided to donate 30,000 coins. The Vault of Gifts has been filled, and the blessing of the Wind Temple extends to players who find themselves here. They will leave the gate when the reward is counted, and the gift repository has chosen Hyuk Jin. The reward was his, and the storehouse of gifts determined his needs. It imparts to the boy a special skill, cognitive dissonance, which forces dissonance between the visible and the perceived. It was the first time Hyuk Jin had heard of such a skill, but it would be useful since the system assessed his needs. There were also 2 conditions for use, but they were already met. He has both the support of the Guardian and the Eyes of Perception. Suddenly, one of the players was surprised. as something told him that this was not the end. The determination of the remaining number of columns for which an additional reward will be calculated has begun. Hyuk-jin immediately hid his window so that others couldn't see his main reward. And after that, the guy decided to test his special skill of cognitive dissonance. Now, other players won't be able to tell who received the reward. This was a very useful skill. Now he can calmly check everything, having received the blessing of the Wind Temple. For 6 columns, he was given 30,000 coins. In the past, not all the rewards were received because they destroyed the columns. Also received was a hidden fragment, 6 blessings, the conditions for which were met. In the past, Tae-woon said that it would be good to destroy only 12 columns, but his words were not understood at the time. After thinking these thoughts, Hyuk-jin suddenly received the Divine Wind Body Book, not expecting that it could be obtained here. This book is a Wind class item that significantly enhances characteristics and skills, a special artifact. They have already obtained the Fire God's Body Book, so it is obvious that they can obtain others as well. It seems like 10 years ago there were only 5 books of the wind, so Hyuk-jin can be considered very lucky. Now he held one of these books in his hands and it gave him confidence. They just have Tae-woon with a predisposition to wind. Suddenly, Hyuk-jin noticed a candle burning with a blue flame on his comrade's back. Tae-woon didn't feel it, which made this situation even more unexpected. The blue candle is a random artifact whose appearance conditions are unknown, but it will open a new zone when it goes out. High risk, high reward, you can choose the players you take with you. However, if you extinguish it too quickly, the difficulty increases. The blue barrier praised his caution, but it had not disappeared, and it was not too late. But when the candle was almost burnt out, Hyuk-jin blew out its flame just in time. The difficulty has been significantly reduced. The reward for completing the game has been increased, and the maximum number of participants is 6 people. There were just the right number of them, so Hyuk-jin asked everyone to get ready because they were going to another gate. Arriving suddenly at the gates of the Wind Warrior's tomb, some of the comrades were so frightened that they grabbed the boy by the arm. Hyuk-jin asked to leave him alone and not to lose vigilance because something was not getting closer. At first they thought there was a huge tomb rising in the center, but it was a great orc warrior. It's good that the flames went out in time, and a whole crowd of archers and ordinary warriors would have rushed out to start with her. Yeon-seo was pleased with this outcome, as they had dealt with this before. She asked the guy if he still had the iron pawn from last time. The guy was glad that she had not forgotten the strategy. Suddenly, at the request of the Las Vegas cowboy, a pause was applied, which surprised everyone. He offered a new task: to activate the secret of the Wind Warrior's tomb. The difficulty will return to the original level, but the reward will be generous, and in case of failure, the entire team will die. The first entrance to the Uplex dungeon. This place has not yet been officially opened, and this is an opportunity not to be missed. And I wouldn't want to lose the coins and gloves, but his offers are always risky. Lives are at stake. A mistake in intuition or observation will put everyone at risk. Hyuk-jin didn't think they were capable of completing such a task with their current strength. Then the boy handed the Book of Wind to Tae-woon, deciding that he needed it more now. This item will suit him better. If they have Tae-woon with the Book of Wind, then the chances will appear. All this was done for their survival, but in this case the task would be feasible. It is clear that the Las Vegas cowboy, a master gambler, has set the conditions on the brink of failure. But he may not know that Hyuk-jin has obtained the Book of Wind, which can destroy the balance with this advantage. Everything is ready. The scales have tipped in the right direction, but there is still something left. The guy decided to offer the cowboy something through Senya, whom he had just summoned. Several anonymous guards started laughing at him because he decided to make a counter-offer to the guard. However, there was no law prohibiting this, so he was confident that he was in his right mind. The guards have different personalities, and a counter-deal for a guard who considers players worthless is a direct path to the grave. But this does not apply to the Las Vegas cowboy, whom he has known for quite some time. In the past, Michelle from the Golden Tower often made him counter-proposals, and now, Hyuk-jin asked his administrator to convey his will to the cowboy. The girl asked him not to underestimate the guards, but the cowboy was interested in his offer. The guy knew this without her, but he was also aware that he liked counteroffers and bets. Based on its limited capabilities, the initial difficulty will spawn 2 archers, 1 warrior, and 5 extra orcs. But the cowboy did not set clear conditions and tasks, so he asks for them to be clarified. His counter-proposal is to refine the hunt's objectives using an item dropped by the orc warrior. By offering a task without details, he tries to understand whether the player is worthy of further attention. This is a method of testing who he is going to sponsor in the future. However, his offer may satisfy the cowboy, which will only be to their advantage. Yeonseo decided to discuss the strategy in advance, but Hyuk-jin asked her to wait. The deal was still in force, so the guy decided to give something to Senya. The administrator flinched when she saw what was in his hands, forcing a pause. He already has experience hunting the great orc warrior, as well as proof of victory. The guy showed her the fang, and the conditions of the task were fulfilled, but for a complete cleanup, the cowboy's approval was needed. He started actively watching them after that hunt, so he didn't know that he would have proof. This game won't appeal to everyone, but the cowboy will be pleased when he sees that Hyuk-jin has a much better card than he does. However, you can't ignore the reaction of other battles. You need to use the opportunity to increase your reward. He wiped the cowboy's nose, so some of the guards started to fuss so that the cleanup wouldn't count. At such moments, a mid-level administrator must take the initiative and step forward. We need to attract more naive clients or issue a new task that will satisfy everyone. The conditions of the purge were met, but she believes that not all guards are happy with this method. Then Senya decided to ask someone to give her a new task and take an active part in solving the problem. This way, they will create content that will satisfy the majority of guardians. The Lion King and the Whispering Devil each handed over 50,000 coins to the administrator. The tomb clearing will begin soon, but the difficulty is very high, so it will not be easy. They received an offer from the Lion King and the Whispering Devil to defeat all the orc monsters. As the quest began, the orcs' lust for killing increased and they began to show cruelty. Hyuk-jin's team acted according to plan, and so Hyun-soo and Yeonseo were the first to rush into battle. The boy activated a special skill, Spirit, to help his comrades. Watching the fighting from the sidelines, Song-gu asked them to continue holding back the orcs. He himself began to create a fire spell, which takes time. Tae-woong is the key person in this battle, so Song-hwa had to protect him. The girl will start to aggro the orc archers so that they cannot reach the guy. When the monster's arrows were already in the air, Tae-woong began to cast his spell. It's like the wind blowing on a windy hill, you just have to change the trajectory of the arrows a little. Sun-hwa can avoid direct hits by using the platinum shield for much longer. She noted that she did not receive any damage, so the magician did a good job. It was as if a new world had opened up before him. Just listening to Hyuk-jin's words was enough. This was the power of a true leader. Then Tae-woong assumed that he had the monarch class. Hyuk-jin noted that everyone was doing well, and he drew his sword and walked forward. So far, everything is going smoothly, but there is one last detail left. He decided to deal with the main orc himself. The boy entered into direct combat, easily dodging the monster's slow attacks. They had already encountered many anomalies, but for now he would use the usual method. There is a difference of 11 levels between them. It is impossible to defeat him alone and without a special strategy. The usual method will need some modification, but first you need to give it a little oomph. Yeonseo observed that Hyuk-jin's movements were not perfect, but he strangely resembled a heavenly Pegasus. The guy doesn't have the paralyzing poison he had last time, but now he can read his movements through the eyes of an observer. He is instinctively able to calculate distance and speed, so there is a chance. Hyuk-jin decided to target vital organs again, causing massive damage. He then reinserted the pond into its mouth, and the orc activated its unique intimidation ability. However, the spirit skill resisted the intimidation, but the effect was not completely removed, and the body weakened. All the orc's movements were still legible, from where, how, and at what time the attack would happen. Everything is depicted in his head, even weaknesses that appear only for a moment. Hyuk-jin chose the perfect moment to use instant movement and strike. The guy was confident that he had succeeded, because all his speed and weight were put into this blow. However, the orc thought otherwise and swung his huge fist, hitting Hyuk-jin. Song-hwa ran up to him worriedly, but the orc warrior's outfit protected her shoulder from breaking. He then asked if the others were finished, and when they answered in the affirmative, the guy concluded that he was the only one left to deal with. He was prepared to miss 3 hits from the very beginning. You could say he was lucky. The rest had to remember the last point of the plan, and now the culmination of its production would begin. It must be the fusion of Song-gu and Tae-woong's magic. The fire and wind must work together. When everything was ready, both wizards directed the spell towards the orc. They were using Merge for the first time, but they synced surprisingly well. However, it is Hyun-soo and Yeonseo who must finish everything, who have already headed towards the monster. Noticing the notification, Hyuk-jin smiled and realized that everything had gone according to plan. A level 30 player fought head-on against a level 41 orc warrior, encountered problems, and received help from his comrades. It was a performance that the guards could not help but admire, and the task was completed. After winning, all participating players began to receive rewards. She was quite generous for such a challenging task in which 3 guardians combined their forces. The reward from the previous task is not even worth comparing, and now an additional reward will be calculated. Noticing the potions of strength and dexterity in the hands of his comrades, Hyukjin realized that they had received attribute boosts. However, the boy received a secret reward, a high-ranking orc spellbook. He also found a guard who actively hated him. Perhaps they sent the book on purpose, and something is happening between the guards. The Lord of the Fields is a guardian who bestows his mercy on monsters, so he despises him. They then left the gate and returned to the 12th floor hall, and time was stopped for the other players while they completed the task. The Lord of the Fields won't be able to do anything yet, given the opinions of the other guardians, but it's time to prepare. Suddenly, Hyukjin heard a familiar voice, who was glad that he returned safe and sound. It was the Shield Taeguk Guild. They showed up right after the quest was completed, even with Song Ki-yeol's head. At that very moment, some boy approached the guy, asking if he was Uncle Kim. It was Sungjin Chul. He was curious to see who his grandfather was interested in. Hyukjin found it funny, since they probably sent this kid there on purpose. It seems Chairman Ki-young is curious about how capable he is, since he refused the position of guild leader. Since he sent such a brat, he had to live up to their expectations, so the boy asked them to address him formally. Jin Chul didn't like that the guy didn't address him as you, apparently not knowing who he was. Then the boy decided to teach him a lesson and asked the guards to make him kneel. He started to get even angrier, but Hyukjin asked the little boy to behave politely. He will become cool if he treats people properly. At the same time, the guy used the spirit skill. This had an immediate effect on both the impudent man and his bodyguards. When they froze, Hyukjin put his hand on Jin Chul's head and walked past him. An unawakened human will not be able to resist a skill that works even on orcs. The little one won't come to his senses right away, but the picture is starting to take shape a little. However, I couldn't leave now. This was the order of the association chairman. They want to take control of all the players on the 12th floor. Another man asked all players to wait in their places. The association will conduct an investigation into the emergence of new gates. They want to put pressure on them and suppress them. But the funny thing is that all the agents are unawakened. There is no point in holding back in front of them, but they are still scared. Yeonseo noticed that the atmosphere was too tense, and she was right. Someone is deliberately creating such an oppressive atmosphere, but it is not yet known who exactly. The girls don't like being mistaken for some kind of sinners, and Yoongu suggested setting everything on fire. Suddenly, Senya paused and asked what picture was emerging because she couldn't understand it at all. She needs to know the details to set the right direction. Hyuk-jin can only say the result, and Chairman Ki-young will receive a message not to look down on their value. They start building the steps, and Senya decided that Jin Chul's provocation was part of the plan. This is the first stage. It is the easiest to touch. It will cause other reactions and it will become bait. The bait will cause a reaction, and the reaction will create another bait. This process will repeat several times. The true goal was to make the Taeguk Shield act. Senya understood the result, but did not understand how he would achieve it. However, she realized that the performance would soon begin, although it was still difficult to understand. The pause was over, but the process is only just beginning. Hyuk-jin, I decided to increase their value and take control of the Taeguk Shield. The guy asked his team to rest a bit while they dealt with the gate, and he turned to Jin Chul. He doesn't remember when they became their subordinates, but they just wanted to get more information about the gate. Hyuk-jin wanted to refuse, but they have no other choice because soon all players will become members of the association by law. However, it will be soon, but not now. After such pressure, the guy has no desire to cooperate with Songshin, especially when ill-mannered children tell him to kneel. This offended the boy, whom Hyuk-jin called a middle school student, who was rude even to team leader Songshin. You don't have to look to sense the third-generation tycoon, but that doesn't mean the chaebol isn't feeling the pain. Hyuk-jin assured the little one that he couldn't be bought cheaply, which made the boy tremble. That was enough for Chairman Ki-young to get the idea. But now it was time for the next bait. At that very moment, Tai-jung approached them and declared that these were too harsh words, as he continued to watch and listen. He had taken the bait perfectly and was now heading towards them to sort things out. Now his pride is pretty hurt because he lost to Yeon-so and was beaten by Hyun-soo. It seems the Lion King's task is also not completed, and he wants to leave a good impression in front of Songshin. His refusal to cooperate was a perfect excuse to intervene. Tai-jung was sure that they just wanted to collect some data. However, Hyuk-jin asked in response what would happen if they obediently handed over the valuable information. The brown bear was sure that this would be much more beneficial for future games, and everyone would receive more information. Incredibly, during this time, the Venetian merchant temporarily imparted to Hyuk-jin the skill of mockery and provocation. The guy immediately used the temporary skill, asking if it was beneficial to the players. Sunshin is not a charity organization. They came here to subjugate players to obtain information. It's funny that they automatically took them for his subordinates and interrogated them. Business partners don't do that. If Taejong himself decided to submit and become a slave, then he also wears earrings to please them. This angered the interlocutor, who began to regret that he had spared the non-combatant type. But this won't happen a second time, so the brown bear sent the guy a request for PvP. The Lion King began to laugh at his eloquence, and the Venetian merchant began to think highly of him. Hyuk-jin decided to let them jump around in excitement and then asked Senya if this was a player-to-player offer. The administrator confirmed his question, as Taejong was personally challenging him to a duel. So this problem has nothing to do with the script, which is a personal matter. Senya confirmed this, after which the guy accepted the challenge to PvP. If the fight has little to do with the system, he will have minimal justification for not acting as an observer. A PvP zone appeared, while Taejong had already begun to create his axe in his hands. He didn't know what it had to do with it. She asked him not to worry, because Hyuk-jin wouldn't die anyway. After a few seconds of fighting, Taejong attacked his opponent furiously while he dodged. Hyuk-jin felt as if his opponent was moving at half speed. Just like back then, when fighting the orc, he instinctively senses the direction and moment of attack. The guy sees all his movements but suddenly felt something new. He achieved enlightenment, began to conquer new heights, and the level of the eyes of perception increased. When they both stopped, Hyuk-jin's additional function of seeing the future was activated. These were eyes that looked into the future, giving an accurate prediction of the enemy's movements and attacks. The guy realized that the semblance of intuition was becoming a skill, which seemed like a cheating ability. This skill was activated precisely during the fight with Taejong, which made it possible to defeat him. Hyuk-jin could see into the future for 1 second, and therefore easily dodged any attack. He then decided to stop the test by asking his opponent if he had told him about his class. Its essence lies in long-term observation of the enemy in order to find his weak points. At that very second, the guy grabbed Taejong by the hand and threw him over himself. The people of Songshan watched this battle with stunned eyes, unable to look away. The leader's role is to gather information through observation that will help guide team members in the right direction. Maximizing team efficiency and unlocking player potential allows for optimal raids and hunts. By defeating Taejong, Hyuk-jin demonstrated his abilities to everyone, and thus the second stage ended. When it was all over and they left the building, Hyuk-jin felt like it wasn't over yet. At that very moment, someone rudely called out to him from behind. But this only made the guy happy. The Lion King and Taejong can't do it so easily, so the brown bear wanted to kill him. The Lord of the Fields also decided to act, causing level 32 orc Sraffians to appear behind Taejong. Nobody understood why the guy became like this, and where these monsters came from. Yoongu suggested burning them immediately, but Hyuk-jin asked him to wait and be on guard. This time the hunt was on them, and it was at that moment that the police arrived at the building, ignoring Hyuk-jin's warning. The guy noticed that the special forces, who arrived so quickly, seemed to have been expecting this. However, the monsters dealt with them very quickly without giving them a chance. Firearms were not effective against these monsters, and it was unlikely that things would go as they wanted. The Songshin didn't want to make a grand debut for the guild by creating a situation in which the public forces would start a fight with the monsters. The guild had to take the initiative to destroy it. But normal weapons are useless against these monsters, which will only make the situation worse. They should have known it wouldn't work on monsters stronger than ogres, but it seems they didn't. The problem is that Hyuk-jin has dealt with a lot of dungeon breakouts, and if he leaves it like this, they will die. He has a way to stop the monsters, so he decided to contact the guild leader, Ki-yeol. The guy offered to talk a little and make a hero out of him if the guild came under his control. Hyuk-jin decided to use his powers to enter a grog state for 5 minutes. At this time, they must attack monsters together with the guild, then he will become a hero. Ki-yeol doubted whether they would really be in that state using the Eyes of Truth. The level of the Eye of Perception is higher than the Eye of Truth, so the guildmaster's ability was neutralized. It was natural that he began to suspect the guy, since he didn't know anything about him yet. Hyuk-jin already said that he has a special power and the Eyes of Truth won't work on him. He's not going to help just like that. All the items and materials from the hunt are his, and each team member should receive 100 million. Ki-yeol was surprised by his self-confidence, but Shield Taeguk cannot escape from here, so she will accept his offer. The guild leader called after him that they should be in a state of grogginess. Hyuk-jin promised that he would, deciding that it was time to hunt. Ki-yeol realized that this guy was a dangerous person who couldn't be seen through, but he knew exactly what they wanted. Looking at the self-confident Hyuk-jin, the guild leader became curious about who he was. The special forces were wondering when reinforcements would arrive, when they suddenly noticed that something was wrong with the monsters. They landed slightly on the ground, and Hyuk-jin was pleased that everything worked. With current forces, defeating such orcs without losses is almost impossible, but this book changes everything. The item works perfectly on orcs. Even hybrid orcs and werewolves will not be able to avoid the effect. The Lord of the Fields and the Lion King teamed up to crush him, but the Whispering Devil foresaw this and secretly sent him a book of spells. The whole strategy was built on her, but it was unclear why Taejong still hadn't moved. Suddenly, the eyes of perception began to sense a strange energy. Then the guy realized that Taejong was not just standing there, but something was happening. Perhaps the Lion King is trying to use the power of leniency into Taejong's body to fight him personally. Hyuk-jin realized that he was going to be in danger and that this guy was going to die, so he needed to knock him out. First, he used instant movement to get behind the brown bear. Hyuk-jin grabbed him tightly by the throat and began to squeeze him until he lost consciousness. When the guy passed out, a strange aura began to come out of him. The heavenly mountain demon was delighted with the speed of his decisions, but the woman with the scales condemned him. Even high-level players couldn't handle something like this. Hyuk-jin had turned the game around so much that he wanted to fight like this. Meanwhile, the man sitting in the helicopter reported that they were over the territory of the Players Association. It seemed to him that the monsters that appeared were exhausted, which was expected from the guild. Everything ended as Hyuk-jin planned. The public believes that Shield Taeguk defeated the monsters, and Hyuk-jin temporarily formed a group with them and gained some experience. They left everything on Songshin and left the scene. Sometime later they said goodbye to each other, and the leader promised to contact them soon. Songhwa looked quite tired and hungry, but suddenly the guy noticed Taewong remaining behind. The guy reported that as they were leaving the gate, he received a new notification. It was said that it was possible to open the Wind Temple dungeon, but it required a key item, a foxtail. Hyuk-jin announced with a smile that he could ask for help, and he would give advice. Taewon thanked him, but he didn't know where to find the foxtail. In the past, the Wind Temple was known as the dungeon that Taewon cleared alone. Hyuk-jin assumed it was for one person, but he didn't think about the tail. So, it was he who caught the six-tailed fox on Mount Yingwang in the past. But the tail was his. But Hyuk-jin used it in the Valley of Fire and decided to share the information with them. He reported that the tail drops from a level 26-tailed fox, but it is unlikely to appear in the same place. Last time, the government hid the very existence of this monster. Hyuk-jin absolved Taewon of guilt because he failed to prevent the murders and inadvertently saved Yeon Seo's mother. The cover-up of the Inwang Mountain Gang murder case seemed strange to Hyuk-jin. The guy had a feeling that there was some serious mistake in the past. When they returned home, Kim Ae-young immediately started asking her brother if he had gone to the players' meeting. She saw it on the news, the sudden gates, and the monsters too, so she was very scared for him. The news reported everything immediately after the end, from the sudden gates to the appearance of the orcs, and the Taeguk Shield were declared heroes. To ease the tension, Hyuk-jin suggested they have dinner first, since he had bought some chicken. He also asked the family not to be surprised or worried if a guest arrived soon. If there was such a commotion during the day, then in the evening someone was sure to show up. And at that very moment the police came to them, asking Hyuk-jin to come with them. Meanwhile, Ki-yeol was thinking that orcs of this kind could hardly be called simple monsters. But Hyuk-jin had the ability to put such creatures into a state of groggy. Grandpa is also interested. We need more information about this guy and this player. They found a pretext to accuse him of assault, taking advantage of the opportunity to make him a subordinate. If he refuses, it is better to get rid of him before it is too late. And when Ki-yeol entered the interrogation room, Hyuk-jin announced that his lawyer had arrived. The guild leader was surprised by his calmness and noticed with surprise that he was a mid-ranking administrator. Ki-yeol wanted to get him into trouble, which seemed too obvious. However, Hyuk-jin realized that they were interrogating him because he knocked out Taejong, causing him to fall into a coma. But all because of leniency, one of the guards tried to take possession of his body. The only way to stop him is to knock him unconscious. The coma is just a side effect of leniency. He interrupted the process in the middle, otherwise they would never have seen him again. That guard killed them both, which would have made the situation even more dire. Ki-yeol couldn't understand where he got this information from, so he demanded proof. At that moment, Senya entered the conversation, confirming his words on behalf of the administrator. Hyuk-jin was prepared for this from the start, but it's unclear why the administrator is accompanying one player at all. The guild leader turned to his comrade and asked if he could speak with Hyuk-jin alone. Taejong is just an excuse. The real conversation starts now, and the guy decided to start first. Since the brown bear is in a coma, there is no one to report the attack to at this time. Hyuk-jin is still unknown to the media, and everyone is only paying attention to the guild. Judging by the fact that the police arrived so quickly, people in power were targeting him. The one who can control the information and the one who has power. The guy is here now at the request of such a person. Kai-yeol assumed they were talking about him, so he explained that he had come to help drop the charges, which was quite unpleasant to hear. Hyuk-jin doubted this, because how did he know then that the guy was in the police station, in this station? The guy didn't intend to blame him, and instead decided to spend the time productively and start a conversation. Ki-yeol knew that Hyuk-jin had scared his brother and spoken unflatteringly about his grandfather. The chairman himself sent his grandson to him without any reason, a child without a rank or position in the company. Kai-young herself warned that the guy would not be affected by the whims of a naughty child. He was interested in seeing how Hyuk-jin would behave. It was a way to get more accurate information. In the end, the guy responded to this move accordingly, with complete reciprocity. Ki-yeol didn't expect the boy to know that his grandfather was watching the whole situation through Jin Chul. Then the guild leader realized that he was wrong, and it was not he who was given the chance to test Hyuk-jin. It was his grandfather who was testing him. The results of this agreement should influence the chairman's opinion of Hyuk-jin. Realizing that he was not in the best position in the negotiations, Ki-yeol lost all initiative. The negotiations went in the direction the guy initially wanted. The Taguk shield will be put on display. All the attention will go to them, and they will receive practical benefits. On the contrary, the guild will gain fame through their hands, and Ki-yeol will be able to strengthen his position as the next successor. The guild leader couldn't believe that he was 20 years old, because he received a lot of information. He was surprised that the reason was only that the guy did not like public attention, which is why he refused fame and honors. Hyuk-jin explained that whoever signed him didn't want him to attract attention. Then they decided to call it a day, and Ki-yeol decided to do everything to ensure that the guy returned home peacefully. It was a success. Everything was almost ready, and the guild leader was on his side. However, there was still something left, so Hyuk-jin asked his interlocutor to think about something. The other guild members don't know about it, and that could be exploited. He needed to show them something to convince them to cooperate with him, and the guy already had an idea. Meanwhile, sitting in front of Taejong's bed, his comrade couldn't understand how he could have fallen into a coma after fighting a non-combat class. This really irritated the guy, who was sure that he would have won easily. It was then that Hyuk-jin suggested arranging a PvP battle with a talented person from the guild. The chosen opponent for PvP is Gil Seop, a future spear demon who will become a strong player competing with Yeon Seo. Even now, he's dangerous in one-on-one combat, so Hyuk-jin will show him and the guild the huge difference in their skills. To dispel doubts about their cooperation, he offered Ki-yeol to test him in PvP. He readily accepted his offer and quickly set a date for the test. It's good that the guy now has enough information about him. It will definitely come in handy. To win in PvP, where constant changes and luck come into play, you need to be thoroughly prepared. Because he is a man who can change the course of the game in the most unexpected way. Tae-woong, who met him, returned to him the wind shoes that he wanted to get first. Hyuk-jin promised to use it and return it, a special skill that could turn the battle in his favor. Tae-woong was hesitant, but it looked like Hyuk-jin could wear them, which surprised him. They can only be worn by the Wind class, and apparently the Monarch class includes many other classes. Or maybe it was because he didn't have any attributes, although even Hyuk-jin didn't know that for sure. The Observer may not have any special properties or may span other classes, but it will eventually find answers to these questions. Now he needed to check the items he had, so the guy opened his inventory. He had the Orc Warrior gloves from a bet with the cowboy, making it 4 pieces of equipment. Gil Seop is still level 30, so he should be able to completely block one attack. Afterwards, Hyuk-jin met with Yeon Seo to borrow her sword, surprising her. She thought it was a sudden invitation to a date, but it turned out to be something else entirely. Since she had received the title of Heavenly Demon from the Master of the Demon Mountain, she should have obtained a good artifact. The guy was very lucky that the item could be transferred, so Yeon Seo handed him the sword. Asura is a legendary sword that was passed down to the descendant of a heavenly demon. The guard gave her permission, but Hyuk-jin didn't even know that she had such an item. Asura, the King of Swords, called the Ghost Sword, will be known as the Sword Master's favorite weapon in the future. It's a little different from what the guy remembered, but it's definitely Asura. the fluttering artifact. Most of the options are disabled, the attack power is rather weak, but it is quite sufficient. On the day of the PvP battle, Hyukjin was told to come to the player center, and the battle would take place on the roof. Usually PvP takes place in wastelands or designated fields. If players with strong physical abilities fight indoors, the building may be damaged. In the early stages, it doesn't matter that much. They don't seem to understand the principles of PvP at all. A little while later, Ki-yol and the other guild members approached him. Golden Priest Jin Hong was also here. It seems all the core members of the guild doubt his abilities. Suddenly, a girl came out to him, wanting to know something before the fight began. Suji asked why he decided to hold a closed battle, since it was a good opportunity to gain glory. The poisonous witch has begun to act, judging by the fact that Ki-yol doesn't even try to stop her. Everything was planned. They must be able to use all means if they want to go hand in hand with him. Hyukjin didn't want to reveal himself for this reason alone, but the girl decided that the guy himself understood that he would be destroyed. She didn't like watching a non-combat class fight against a combat class, but she offered to drink it together if he lost. The guy had his doubts, but it seemed to him that she would become his first opponent. The energy gathering on her little finger was an intoxicating poison. She wants to stop him under the guise of a promise. The eyes of perception sensed the energy of temptation and immediately destroyed it. The difference between the eyes of perception and the energy of temptation was judged to be very high, causing the level of perception to be increased. At that very second, his eyes of perception activated the reflective gaze. Hyukjin didn't think he would be able to unlock the new ability at this stage. These were eyes that reflect immaterial energy. They can return all spiritual and mental attacks. It seemed that his eyes worked now, and he managed to seduce Suji, who immediately blushed. Then the guy asked what he would get if he won, and the girl agreed to anything. Hyukjin surprised her by asking for the decomposition water that poison-related class people can create. Water of Decay is an item needed to clear Miwa Point and Ogong Cave. She helped him get it without any difficulty, and now it was time for the main event. Hyukjin was disappointed with Ki-yol and decided to end their cooperation if they conducted another such test. He hoped that at least the fight would end fairly and honestly, noticing Gil Sub nearby. When the PvP zone began to be created, the guy decided to show everyone the limitations of their world. The enemy drew his weapon and then introduced himself, also stating his class and weapon. Hyukjin did the same, but only named his class since he didn't have a primary weapon. The entire script has been worked out, so the guy will adjust it as he goes. There were many guards watching the fight, and the guy was trying to figure out which guard to work with this time. As the Las Vegas cowboy began to watch with interest, Hyukjin realized it was a great moment. He asked his opponent if he liked to bet. The guy smiled and offered to bet that he wouldn't move from that spot, which intrigued the cowboy. If he can't move away, he won't be able to dodge the first attack. So the guy decided to stand there, asking Gil Sub to attack with all his might. The opponent was stunned by his words, deciding that he himself did not understand what he was talking about. However, he needs to convince those around him that he can beat him by a wide margin. Hyukjin suggested that he hit him with all his might, which only made Gil Sub even more angry. The cowboy was very interested, and the Whispering Devil applauded cheerfully. The guards reacted immediately, and the enemy decided to see what his self-confidence was worth. He didn't understand where the non-combat class got such arrogance, which the guy decided to make him regret. Gil Sub is probably thinking about aiming for the heart and ending it all with one blow. But when his spear reached its target, Hyukjin remained standing there, unharmed. Ki-yol couldn't believe his eyes, but they explained to him that this was the power of the object, as expected from Han Seok-min, who would be called an analyst in the future. This is a set effect that provides full protection against all attacks below level 35. The effectiveness value of an item changes completely depending on the method of use. The guild leader realized that this was not an easy fight. Hyukjin showed him the importance of items with a guild member. It seemed to the guy that Ki-yol had started to think in the right direction. He shows this in hopes that the players will pull themselves together, but Gil Sub was not about to give up. He lost the argument but not the PvP, so he wants to continue the fight. Currently, Hyukjin's defensive ability can only be used once a day. If the Shield of Taeguk realizes the value of the new achievements and takes action, it will affect other players. The woman with the scales was delighted, along with the blue barrier and Senya. He decided to give them a lesson that would help them become stronger, and the guards saw the picture he painted. This time, the guy decided to use the sword to have a real fight. A few moments later, Gil Sub launched a full-scale attack on the boy he had been dodging. Hyukjin read the opponent's movement, but there was a strange feeling. It felt like the moment he gained the ability to see into the future, as if Asura wanted to say something. At that very second, he activated a unique ability, the Way of the Sword. This is usually a unique skill to swordsmen, perhaps he got it from using Asura. Now he sees what they were trying to show him, a road in space that will allow him to suppress the enemy. Hyuk-jin used instant movement to attack Gil's sub, which was easier than he thought. Suji was shocked by his precise movements. This is PvP, where it is impossible to kill, but the guy decapitates so naturally. If Hyuk-jin really wanted to, he would have killed them all. Gil's sub decided that the boys had many opportunities to acquire good items, but he doesn't think it's a fair victory when the difference in equipment is so great. Ki-yeol wanted to know more, but Hyuk-jin decided to fight again if the results were not convincing. But before that, he decided to talk about the difference in class strength. Gil Seop is a spearman who dominates in PvP, but in this fight it didn't matter. He wanted to hear the opponent's opinion, since clashing with players was Gil Sub's specialty, not his. Then he offered to fight in a battle where his special skills would be revealed. He also informed everyone that members of his team would soon arrive here. When they arrived, Yeonseo realized why he had borrowed the things. The goal seemed to be to show not only his dominance but also his cooperation with his team. Hyuk-jin's goal is to crush them by demonstrating the difference in strength. After that, the guy went to Ki-yeol, asking if he wanted a rematch. Judging by his actions, he expects them to be crushed, but in case of victory, they will have their own benefit. The guild leader accepted the offer, after which the guy asked Senya to declare a GVG zone instead of PvP. This was only possible with the support of the guards, but the cowboy had already agreed. At that very second, the GVG zone was announced, and then they were transferred to that very zone. A lesson in the importance of items, suppressing the initiative of the Shield Taeguk guild members through team battle. Ki-yeol understood what he was trying to achieve, except for one detail: he fulfilled the conditions of the open fragment. GVG, guild versus guild. The number of players in this battle is 6 versus 6. The other side has been worried since the hidden fragment was announced, because without understanding the strategy, they are almost impossible to detect. First, Hyuk-jin needs to ask him if there will be a continuation of the hidden mission scenario. The hidden objective was to win the first battle, which would allow him to gain better options. The guy had already refused the golden turtle and in the dungeon of Seoul Station. The only time he used the connection was in a jackpot challenge, and although the requirement for outstanding feats is ambiguous, this time they are offering a promotion as a reward. It is better not to refuse. He linked the title's effect to the hidden fragment and then asked his team if they were ready. Hyuk-jin has begun casting roles, as it's time to prove his abilities as a monarch. A few minutes later, the fight began, and Yeonseo quickly defeated her opponent. She thought he was a tank since he had silver armor, but he turned out to be just a healer. But when the girl relaxed, she noticed too late the magical attack flying towards her. At the same time, something interfered with Suji, who was surprised by the unusual light of her magic. It was Taeyeon who, with the help of his wind, redirected the enemy's attack. Meanwhile, Gil Sub quickly ran forward, deciding that it was enough to kill the monarch. He was confident that this time he would win, but Ki-yeol decided to tie Hyuk-jin's legs. If they defeat him, there will definitely be a split in the team. But when Gil Sub lunged, Hyuk-jin calmly dodged, letting his opponent move forward. The brown bear was taken aback by this, but Hyun-soo's fist suddenly flew at him. Ki-yeol was shocked that Hyuk-jin was able to get rid of the skill, surprised by his resistance to magic. Their sides deployed their forces and developed a strategy based on Seok Min's analysis. So he expected at least an equal fight, but their abilities exceeded expectations. At that very moment, Seok Mina was quickly overcome by Song-gu's fire whip. Ki-yeol was out of ideas when he suddenly felt someone put a hand on his shoulder. It was Hyuk-jin who gave him one last chance to agree to a fair deal. The guy will make them heroes, and Taeguk Shield the best guild in Korea. The guild leader couldn't understand how far ahead Hyuk-jin had predicted, so he admitted defeat. A little later, the chairman asked him about his impressions of the meeting with Hyuk-jin. He outdid them in every way, despite the careful analysis they had carried out. Their analytical skills were much better than those of Seok Min, who was in charge of their analysis. Therefore, all that was left for him and the rest of the guild members to do was to acknowledge him. Kaiyong decided that the guy did it on purpose to excite them. Since they demonstrated a high level of interaction, they must have trained a lot. He demonstrated his mastery, achieved profit, and chose the path of dominion over the strongest. The chairman asked Ki-yeol to examine his insight and point of view, as there was much to be gained by being with him. Meanwhile, Songhua began to question Hyuk-jin about the notification that appeared after the end of GVG. As it turned out, he completed the hidden fragment and received a reward, and his title was raised. Now they just need to create a team with him to get additional experience points. Suddenly, the guy noticed Suji not far from them, who were the focus of everyone's attention. Hyuk-jin stated that he had received the water of decomposition. The agreement had been fulfilled, so he did not understand why she came. The girl came closer and handed him the letter that the head of the guild asked him to give to him. Upon opening the envelope, the boy noticed 2 cash receipts for 100 million won. He was surprised that she came personally just for this, so he doubted it. The money could be easily transferred to the account, so she definitely insisted on this method. This is the first time Suji has seen a man who does not react to receiving such a sum, and she really likes him. She ended up coming to seduce him. She is known for scandals with celebrities and players. The girl decided to ask him out on a date, but Hyuk-jin abruptly refused. He asked to tell Ki-yeol to contact him if a body covered in black was found in the southern region. Suji accepted the request and decided to dress up a bit smarter next time. Songhwa immediately stated that she had a bad feeling about that girl, and she trusted her intuition. Now they had 2 days of rest, during which they will prepare the next strategy. The next day, Hyuk-jin gathered everyone in a cafe, and the rest of the people were surprised by such company. The guy announced that today they would go together to the building across the street, Uplex. They have the right to enter it first, so Hyuk-jin was completely calm. Soon that place will turn into a dungeon, but they don't know the exact time, so they need to scout the area in advance. The people inside will die, just like in the Seoul Station dungeon, but he will warn everyone through the Taguk shield. Hyuk-jin will contact Ki-yeol when he finds clues, and he can no longer deprive other people of opportunities to develop. Tomorrow he wanted to go on a trip with them. You wanted to find out right away who wouldn't be able to. Yeon-seo suggested that this would be a trip to strengthen the bond between them. But the guy asked to stock up on food and items with poison resistance. At that very moment, he received information from Ki-yeol. I don't know the media yet, which means now is the time. A corpse, completely black and rotten, was found on Manhwa Island. His speech was interrupted by a call from his sister, who reported what was happening in front of their house. Hyuk-jin was taken aback and immediately declared that they would have to return to his home. When they arrived at the scene, they heard conversations of other people who did not understand how to live there after such horror. Hyuk-jin noticed the area was cordoned off and the police were at the scene. A completely black body was found in front of their house. Ki-yeol was able to obtain permission to examine it in advance. Reporters and ordinary citizens have appeared. It is dangerous for them to be here if he is not mistaken. Hyuk-jin asked Hyun-soo to take on the reporting duties, and the training he had received would be useful in that regard. When reporters noticed the King of Fists, they immediately decided to interview him. Hyuk-jin used his eyes of perception, noticing that there were faint signs of life underground. The Earth's energy makes it difficult to pinpoint the location, but judging by the state of the bodies, it is a pearl centipede, a monster that drags people underground, sucks out all their life force and returns them to their original place. If it is her, then it is very dangerous here. Ordinary people need to leave, but the police are reacting too slowly. He decided to activate the ability to predict the future so that there would be no more victims. The guy immediately found a place from which she would attack, after which he summoned Yeon-seo. At that very second, the centipede crawled out of the ground and aimed at the policeman from behind. The girl reacted instantly, drawing her sword and cutting down the monster, which never reached its target. A poisonous smell immediately filled the air, and Hyuk-jin urged everyone to be careful. There were no records of the centipede appearing in this location, which means there is a gate nearby. Without wasting any time, the entire team set out to search for the entrance to the gate. They were definitely somewhere nearby since they stumbled upon the monster, so the search began immediately. Ki-yeol, who received the report, immediately arrived at the scene, which allowed them to act more calmly. Hyuk-jin wondered if there was information he didn't know or if there had been any changes. Suddenly, Songhwa appeared from behind a tree and reported that she had found something strange. It was a flower field, strewn with yellow flowers, and in the middle of it lurked the key monster, a caterpillar that lies motionless in one place, just like the one that appeared on Manhwa Island. Hyuk-jin ordered Yeon-seo to deal with the caterpillar, and she did so immediately. Her special conditions were fulfilled, after which the gates of the centipede's cave were created. There were several entrances, but they needed to be controlled so they wouldn't open. It is unclear why the gates to the cave opened here, and details appeared that differ from the past. Suddenly, the guy announced that only Song-gu would go with him, and the rest would keep watch outside. The magician doubted that the two of them would be enough, since he was afraid of insects. Upon entering the cave, Hyuk-jin asked him to be quiet because they react to voices, but it turned out to be a joke. The thing was that to clear the centipede cave, a fire-type master was needed. The guy had a lot of questions, but first he decided to do some cleaning. If they do this now, then they can safely return to Uplex. You just need to be careful of the appearance of centipedes and not engage in battle prematurely. Suddenly, the guy discovered the bodies that were the first to discover the gate. At that very second, someone suddenly grabbed him by the neck, sneaking up from behind, wanting to find out what this mistake was. Hyuk-jin didn't even feel him approaching, and the use of his eyes of perception was forced to stop. The summoned administrator was trembling, but explained that this guy was not a mistake, and the system had long recognized him. The Demon King, Kang Sung-il, was very surprised and asked where he got such characteristics at this level. Hyuk-jin noticed that this was coming from someone who could grab him with one hand. The Demon King didn't like being poked, but the guy just reciprocated. He would certainly die if he made a mistake, but his opponent was not one to kill recklessly. Only those who try to curry favor with him, and he leaves alive those who hold themselves with dignity. Hyuk-jin knew that he would meet him, and Sung-il decided that the guy had lost all his confusion after awakening his precognitive ability. The Demon King, the one who follows the path of power and domination, decided to ask the boy what he would do if he spared him. Hyuk-jin replied that he would become stronger, and he liked this answer. This guy has piqued his curiosity, but the price is high. The Demon King then asked how much stronger he wanted to become. Hyuk-jin knew the answer he wanted, enough to bring the one who controlled the power to his knees, or it will be a fierce sword that can be trusted and used. There was one last unresolved question, whether he would be his opponent, when suddenly a blue barrier decided to protect the guy. Song-il remembered their meeting in Tower D, and it seemed to him that Hyuk-jin had been preparing for this since then. He seems to be liked by many of the guards, but it is also important not to trust them too much. The Demon King noticed Darren, calling him a cute little animal, and asked the boy to consider what he stole from him a gift. Hyuk-jin mentally asked the chipmunk to finally learn to choose people from whom he could steal. Song-il decided to leave, telling the boy that he had passed, but he must try his best if he could survive here. The eyes of perception became active again. The Demon King disappeared, but the situation had somehow changed. It was obvious that there was no centipede nearby. This was clearly the work of Song-il, or it was the work of a higher-level predator who was right behind him. Hyuk-jin noticed the living tree that came out to him, not expecting that such a monster was there. A predatory tree that devours pearl centipedes. It has a habit of attacking their habitats. That's why Song-il said that, because a battle couldn't be avoided, and the tree's level was around 40 and he couldn't handle it on his own. Hyuk-jin knew he could die here when his friend noticed the bodies the centipedes had abandoned. If he used that thing, the chances of winning would be 50-50, and he immediately summoned Song-gu. At that moment, the tree rushed to attack, but the guy was already determined to defeat this creature. Song-gu ran towards him, because he clearly heard Hyuk-jin's voice, which was somewhere nearby. Having run to the place, the boy noticed a tree monster, which was now fighting with the elder. Earlier, Hyuk-jin gave him the key to conquering the centipede cave. It had to be sprayed and set on fire on a signal. The oil reacts to magical fire, but can only be used by a fire mage. Song-gu thought it would be useful against the centipede. The signal was received, and it needs to be used here. After this, the guy threw the bottle at the tree, simultaneously releasing a fireball. As soon as all this got into the tree's mouth, a loud explosion was heard. The air around him immediately became very hot, and Song-gu began to shout for the leader. Hyuk-jin was nearby, but he was a little dented due to the sudden explosion. He called out to Song-gu. A battle ensued, and they had to desperately chop down branches until he arrived. During this, the guy used 2 items. One of them was the goblin spirits that he received in an unknown forest. These are perfumes that allow you to activate stealth for 3 minutes. Having lured the tree to the right spot, he hid in a safe place. Song-gu appeared in time and set the monster on fire. Hyuk-jin sprayed the corpses with the decomposition water he received from Suji, which reacts to poisons, and exploded. Song-gu noted that he could have killed himself by drinking, but initially the chances were 50-50. This strategy worked because he had the same title as Song-gu, the fireman. Although the hunt for the predatory tree was successful, the pearl centipede never showed up. The reaction to the hunt was stronger than he expected, as even the sunset giant took notice. An unknown observer wanted to grant him a privilege so that the guy could open a store 1 level higher than the current one. The opportunity to open a mid-level store was too tempting, but there had to be a reason. Hyuk-jin looked at Darren and remembered that he had stolen some item from the Demon King. He decided to check what he had received when suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. It was a fusion stone that had the property of fusing an item's abilities with the player's body. The fusion stone is an item so rare that its value cannot be described in money, and it is also improved. It can be used, but there are only 15 minutes left, and now it became clear why he needs the store privilege. Hyuk Jin asked Senia to use the privilege to open a mid-level store. The administrator warned that this was not the right place for such a thing. However, Hyuk Jin didn't have time for that now. He needed to use the fusion stone. Senia understood everything, after which she began to activate the privilege. A blue barrier was created, which made Song-gu surprised. Hyuk Jin was lucky. This time he got away without a fine, as it was paid by an unknown observer. As it turns out, not all items are suitable for fusion. Accessory-type equipment has a higher chance. He had Legolas's ring, and that's what he decided to take. It needs to be strengthened 3 times, but breaking it isn't a big deal. The thing is, he has 10 of them. The first boost was successful, and it even went from blue to purple level. The special function is only available once, but it is very useful. And now it was a ring that absorbs physical damage. Usually, strengthening doesn't happen so easily. Perhaps it's worth chalking it all up to luck. But this was only preparation. The most important thing is the merger. Even in the past, the probability of success was not precisely revealed. The only way to increase it is through mind control. Hyuk Jin chose the ring as the fusion item. Unlike before, when he couldn't do anything, this time everything will work out. The guy feels like foreign energy is seeping into his body, but he needs to read all the flows. Song-gu, watching from the side, guessed that he was doing something important, but he was still surprised by the leader's focus. A few seconds later, Hyuk Jin opened his eyes. The fusion was successful, and she, as an item, turned into a player skill. The guy received an absorption skill that converted absorbed damage into health. A little later, the clearing crystal was destroyed and the gate was cleared. The merger was successful and the gate was cleared without casualties. But it was a shame they didn't catch the pearl centipede. Predatory tree, fusion stone, the hunt ended with unexpectedly high profits. The rewards did not include the item he needed, but there were still some interesting items. It looks like they'll have to go to Mawato Island to get the centipede. Suddenly, Hyuk Jin noticed Darren, who presented him with 30 centipede pearls. The centipede pearl is needed in the Uplex dungeon. The chipmunk found the body of the centipede and brought the loot. The boy stroked and praised the rodent, promising him lots of acorns at home. At this point, preparations for the Uplex dungeon were almost complete. All the items have been collected, and Ki-yeol will take care of the rest. And they don't need to go to the island anymore thanks to Darren. Meanwhile, Ki-young was doubtful about the decision to close Uplex and Modern Department Store, which are still in good condition. If Hyuk Jin's words were true, it would bring them huge profits, but there was still something to worry about. Immediately after clearing the Scolopendra cave, Hyuk Jin revealed some incredible information about the dungeon in Uplex 2 days later. Even if this is true, it will be difficult to stop the work completely if there are no signs. But soon they will appear. It will all start with gas leaks, small earthquakes, or a swarm of ants in that place. Ki-young tried to figure out what they would do if they listened to him, and his words turned out to be a mistake. Ki-yeol offered to put pressure on him if he tried to deceive them. So you won't get what you have in a company that puts people's safety first. The effectiveness of the Shield to Gook Guild will be undeniable if he is proven right. Then, they would be able to build a more trusting relationship with Hyuk Jin. But Ki-yeon wondered if Ki-yeol had come up with this himself. This was not entirely true, because he was helped with Hyuk Jin, as the chairman thought. Ki-yeol develops quickly after meeting him, although the man thought that he was not such a special person. This made him curious, so he wanted to know what the guild's plan was in case the dungeon appeared. Meanwhile, Hyuk Jin was taking notes of what he remembered from the past. There was only 1 day left before the appearance of the dungeon, for which many should be prepared. The future may change again because of him, but it's better to avoid the damage while you can. When the morning of September 29th arrived, the entire team arrived at the place that would later become the dungeon. Hyuk Jin doesn't know the exact time, but that's how it was in his prophetic dream. They successfully shut down the building, thus reducing the number of people involved. Suddenly, he noticed that the players from the Taeguk Shield were also going inside, but perhaps they were just there for show. Songhwa immediately spoke out against Suji, and surprisingly, Yeonseo was of the same opinion. However, the guy asked them not to be distracted, since right now there was something much more important. Suddenly, a dungeon began to form, and the entire team immediately fell silent. The movement into the dungeon begins from the entrance, so everyone should be prepared. The clock said 8:40. This would be a difficult raid, but Hyuk Jin was prepared. Everything should go well. Suddenly, the system noticed that no living people were found in Uplex. The conditions for dungeon activation were not met. A system adjustment will be made to meet the activation conditions, and forced entry is not possible. The guy couldn't believe that the very structure of the dungeon was formed by absorbing living people. Hyuk Jin reminded them that they had the right of first entry, so he was determined to enter now. After a couple of minutes, they finally managed to enter the dungeon, but everything around looked modern. They entered as quickly as possible, but the people nearby were already sucked in. There were Jin Hong and Suji from the guild who were next to them, as well as 2 civilians. Dungeon expansion efforts have been halted due to the normal entrance. The operation to sacrifice life has been suspended, so those who had already been taken have been released by the system. Hyuk Jin immediately ordered to check the condition of ordinary people first. It was lucky that they entered quickly and did not suffer much damage. Otherwise, a large number of people would have been locked behind glass and killed. Suji immediately decided to thank the guy, but he decided that there was no need. They avoided casualties, but in order to climb to the second floor, a special condition had to be met. They didn't have time to sit back, because his team didn't know the strategy and there was no time to explain it. The guy briefly asked Yun Su to use stun to stun Jin Hoon for 5 minutes. Without wasting any time, he turned to Suji, quickly asking her to simply follow his instructions. She shouldn't be surprised or resist if monsters appear in a few minutes. The girl can close her eyes if it is difficult, and then she should behave as quietly as possible. He also asked ordinary people who were simply terrified not to move and to close their eyes and ears. The first floor scenario will begin soon. The rest must stand to death while he aggroes everyone onto himself. He managed to warn everyone in the shortest possible time, but now everyone is responsible for themselves. When the timer finished counting down, black dogs immediately ran out to them. Suji felt the pressure so strong that she couldn't determine the level, and Hyuk Jin was going to fight them alone. Perhaps he realized that Jin Hong was afraid of dogs, so he knocked him out on purpose. She wondered how he could have known about this. While Hyuk Jin took out a roasted piece of meat from his inventory, the guy tried to act calmly because they would die if he angered them, and decided to act according to the plan. He threw up black yak meat, which makes you feel full even in small quantities. Black dogs are monsters they can never defeat with levels like that. Therefore, we will have to use other methods, acting more intelligently and rationally. The monsters don't try to attack, they seem to be happy that the guy is feeding them. The first person to successfully use this strategy was Lao Yu, the master of taming. There's no need to rush, they'll eat him if they start to worry about who the guy turned out to be, and the dogs calmed down. Only the boss remained, slowly moving towards him. It was a 2-headed black dog, which even had a name, which means that it had an owner. This information was not available in the past. Hyuk Jin was only able to find it out thanks to his skill. He felt a thirst for murder, which was more like intimidation, like a test. The boy tried to remember Lao Yu's notes, but at that very second, Charles opened his mouth and grabbed Hyuk Jin's head. Yeon Seo noticed this with horror, but she didn't know what to do, or if the leader was really okay. Suddenly, Hyuk Jin raised his hand and stroked the boss while his head was still in his mouth. A few seconds later, the dog reluctantly released his head, giving in to his caresses. The guy praised him, but he himself felt the acidic saliva that even Lao Yu could withstand. The system confirmed the temporary taming, causing the dog's aggression to completely disappear, and the escalator to the second floor was activated. At that very moment, Senya appeared before Hyuk Jin, simultaneously activating the pause. She apologized for the interruption but was forced to ask if he had any special knowledge or taming skills. The guy explained that he was simply using his canine instincts, but he himself realized that the guards had reacted violently to what had happened. The administrator doubted his answer, but he suggested that she check it personally. A scan of the mid-ranking administrator revealed no taming skills, which surprised Senya. Then she became even more curious about how he was able to tame the monster. The new guard, the shepherd boy, was also surprised. Even he came with a significant name in the world of tamers. This was a good development of events. Hyuk Jin sees what needs to be done to get to the second floor. The mountain demon referred to the inexplicable circumstances of geniuses. Senya had to accept this humbly, so she decided not to interfere for now and turned off the pause. The guards reacted more strongly than he expected. Perhaps Lao Yu had achieved the same reaction in the past. Even knowledge of strategy will not help if there is no heart of steel that will help in the most dangerous task. Suddenly, Hyuk Jin discovered a hidden fragment, a bloodless cleanup. It was a connection to the scenario of finding Charles's master. If he went to another space himself, the rest of the people in Uplex would die. It would have been better if the strategy had not changed at all. But suddenly, the Whispering Devil decided to make him an offer. The Guardian, who puts pleasure first, suggested that he take all the team members and postpone the task. Hyuk Jin, decided that this task could be very valuable and his team was already heading towards it. It seems like you should consult with them first before making a decision. When asked whether they would try to complete the related tasks, everyone answered affirmatively. Song-gu was worried because he was afraid that he might die, and Tae-won called him a coward. However, Song-hwa, on the contrary, looked too happy and was ready to do as her brother said. The team did not hesitate to respond, so a unanimous decision was made to implement it. As it turned out, they had to find the owner of the two-headed black dog Charles in 30 days. They had plenty of time, but it would be better to think about it once they got out of Uplex. As a reward, they promised a scroll of passage that would allow one to leave the dungeon and even the right to be strengthened. Jin-hoon just woke up when the situation was resolved. He was angry at Hyun-soo, but quickly calmed down after Soo-ji's explanation. The boy is afraid of dogs because of a childhood injury from being bitten by one, so he would rather remain unconscious than see a black dog. He tried to approach one dog that had been tamed, but fear still gripped him. Meanwhile, Hyuk-jin informed the other people that they would remain on the first floor until the dungeon was cleared. Suddenly, Soo-ji asked permission to join, but the guy could not guarantee their safety. However, they are not so weak as to require protection, and hunting with the best player in the world will be a good experience. There was a strange interest in her gaze, but it was unlikely that the effect of the reflected attack was still active. Hyuk-jin decided to leave it to them to choose, and Soo-ji was surprised by his calm and mature image. The longer she looked at him, the more attractive he seemed to her. A few minutes later, they were transported to the second floor, finding themselves in the middle of a clearing. At the very beginning of the floor, the shepherd boy gave the guy a club made of fig wood, and I also gave him something from the guard who came to them for the first time. Suddenly, they noticed a boy running towards them and with tears in his eyes asking for help. It was a game character even. The strategy for passing the floor begins with his appearance. After his story, the task was given to save grandfather Even. The task was created immediately after his appearance, and they had to find the missing grandfather. At first, the guy said that they would help, after which he took out a baton and asked who he was. This wasn't a real task that the system could give out, but that fact was only known to Hyuk-jin. He also doubted that his name was exactly even though that was what he was signed as in his status. The members of the Shield Taeguk Guild watched his actions closely and were surprised that the boy was not just a character. However, Even remained silent, not wanting to answer the question, and then began to growl. The boy wanted to run away, but the guy managed to hit him with a club with a deft movement, after which his true nature began to emerge and everything became clear. The Figwood Club is useful against monsters with shape-shifting skills. The guards know the contents of the second floor, but so does the guy, and Even has transformed into a huge level 34 rabbit monster. The Figwood Club is the perfect weapon against ghost monsters. Since they gave it as a gift, they want to see it in use, so you need to show it to them. At that very second, the rabbit attacked him, and the guy swung his club. Hyuk-jin stood calmly in place as Song-hwa jumped out in front of him and put up a shield. The guy explained to the team members in advance how to act in such a case. Song-hwa and Hyun-soo will block the Possessed's movement. Meanwhile, he will strike. It is easy to drive the white rabbit out of a person. You need to hit the possessed person on the head with all your strength. It would be much easier with an item against ghost monsters, but you can do without it. Soo-ji wondered how long they had to just stand there, but Yeon-seo didn't answer. Hyuk-jin told her to watch carefully and stay away. The monster that was hit on the head would fall down in pain. After this, he will spit out the true essence from which the real him will emerge. At that very second, the girl was supposed to enter the battle and use one-hit kill. Ghostly monsters must be dealt with until their true nature emerges. But then it becomes easier, because the real body of the white rabbit was very small. Physical attacks are ineffective against ghost monsters. That's why, in the end, Song-gu and Tai-wung entered the battle, combining wind and fire magic. The guild members were surprised that they didn't give them anything to do and finished him off in an instant. Hyuk-jin's plan worked and Even returned to his original state. It was a well-written script. Everything went smoothly and there were no deviations. An escalator to the third floor appeared in the current zone, and the boy thanked them for their help. The guard seemed pleased, and the noise conductor began to keep a close eye on him and wanted to grant him a special privilege. The White Hunter also thought highly of the boy and also wanted to give him a privilege. Senia announced to the players that they were forced to pause the current process as Hyuk-jin had a difficult choice to make. Because he showed amazing performance on the second floor of the dungeon, he was highly praised. He was given the opportunity to choose between the privileges of a noise conductor and a White Hunter. Hyuk-jin expected a good reaction from the guards, but definitely not like this, because these guards support high-class Italian players. They are favorably disposed towards the god of war, Salvareto, and the famous ruler of battles, Bel. But more importantly, they are at odds with each other. This is why he can only choose one side, and this choice must be approached wisely. Suddenly, Neptune appeared next to Senya, surprised by this development of events. He doubted it, but the girl confirmed that she was an angel who never deceived. Even other mid-ranking administrators couldn't miss such an event. He decided he had no choice but to refuse both, which stunned the two administrators. He was confident of this because he had not yet revealed his potential, but he also decided to show a modest image. The guy has no idea how much these guards expect from him caviar, so it's better not to receive it thoughtlessly. He is happy with the current development of the game, but he plans to accept awards later, but it is too early. Hyuk-jin will show a more interesting game in the future, but the privileges can wait. Senya trembled again, realizing how skillfully the guy avoided such situations. The noise conductor and the white hunter highly praised his efforts and cautious behavior. Suddenly, both of these guards decided to give him special privileges without any demands. Hyuk-jin simply didn't want to get involved in their feud, but in the end, he forced them to be more active and gained 2 skills that would be useful in any situation. Suji was delighted that everything always went smoothly for him, but she was confused that they were the only ones who weren't told the strategy. While she was wondering if there was a possibility of collaborating with him, a passage to the 3rd floor appeared. At this time, Hyuk-jin handed out pills to his teammates, asking them to take one each before climbing. These are items from the Centipede Cave. He prepared them especially for the 3rd floor. He also handed them to the guild members because these pills provide resistance to poisons. Suji immediately realized that there would be something poisonous on the 3rd floor, so she might be useful. However, Hyuk-jin firmly assured that this was not necessary, which surprised the girl. He asked them to simply follow him along the shortest route, although Suji was just beginning to feel happy that she could help. The boy concluded that there would be no hunting, and they should move on without fighting, which surprised the others. He warned that if something like this happens in the process, you need to skip the hit and ignore it. Jin Hong wanted to know the details, but the guy explained that they wouldn't die that way. The guy used a spirit skill, adding that he had special eyes that could see more than others. They can trust and go with him or stay on the 2nd floor. However, Suji was determined to listen to Hyuk-jin, as he had proven his professionalism. He is the strongest player now, so she will follow him no matter what. Just now he looked at them as if he was seriously considering abandoning them. It was good that she stopped it, otherwise who knows what could have happened. But she became curious to know about his special eyes. When they reached the 3rd floor, they immediately started running. The 3rd floor of the dungeon is filled with toxic smoke. They must destroy the crystal somewhere in this area. Poison resistance is greatly increased by using prepared centipede pearls. The search must be completed while the effect is active, but monsters will interfere. A group of poisonous snakes appeared in front of them, as luck would have it. The most powerful creatures on the 3rd floor. Hyuk-jin was planning to get through with the help of a potion, but now he will have to ask Songhua for help. The boy was surprised to notice that the chipmunk on his shoulder was sleeping even in this situation, but then he thought about it. Without wasting any time, Hyuk-jin woke up Darren and then pointed out the snakes. He needed the little animal to distract them and prevent them from getting closer to the group. The chipmunk found this task difficult, but at that very second the boy threw some acorns in front of him. It worked instantly, causing Darren to rush forward, collecting acorns, but immediately found himself in front of the snakes. This time was enough for the entire group to successfully slip past them. Darren is a genius thief who even got into the Demon King's inventory. He is quite capable of escaping from the snakes. They will take advantage of this moment by using the conductor's special song skill. The effect of the Scolopendra pearls for the entire group has been increased by 20%, making things a little easier for everyone. Suji was once again in awe of Hyuk-jin, as they were able to take the shortest route, avoiding a fight. After a few seconds, they reached the crystal that needed to be broken. Immediately after this, a passage to the 4th floor appeared. Darren escaped from the snakes and returned safely. So they passed the 3rd floor without serious damage, but Song-gu suggested they rest a little. Hyuk-jin decided to take some time to reorganize and regroup. They ran without stopping until they reached the crystal. The magicians Tai-woon and Song-gu had the hardest time of all. That's why they now looked more exhausted and tired. Hyun-soo noticed that they had returned to the department store, but the guy convinced him otherwise. It was the 4th floor of the dungeon, it just looked similar. You could consider it a copy of a real department store. However, the guy didn't sense any monsters, so he suggested splitting up and looking for clues to get out of here. The 4th floor is a department store type area where players need to find a hidden clue. However, Hyuk-jin already knew about it, and clearly understood it after finding the store from the walkthrough strategy. A man will be waiting for him inside, who immediately asked the guy to stand still. This character's name was Noah, and he was holding a club in his hand, asking Hyukjin who he was. Noah from the 4th floor of the Uplex, the final figure to complete the dungeon. The character's special feature is the level at which he cannot be defeated. Players who mistook him for a monster died in battle with him. The noise conductor and the white hunter advised to be wary of Noah. One should not fight him, but rather come to an agreement with him. If there are monsters at a level that are impossible to hunt, then there should also be characters that are impossible to fight. Noah wasn't meant to be a fighting character, and in 10 years there hasn't been a player who could beat him in a one-on-one fight. The only way is to come to an agreement. The question is whether he will allow us to escape from here. Any methods must be used to convince him to let them go. Hyukjin memorized the strategy of this place and declared that he was a traveler who was seeking the truth. Noah liked travelers. Modern youth have no spirit of exploration. They also lack the spirit of discovery, which he believes is completely absent. Hyukjin guessed that Noah could detect the eyes of perception, so it was better not to use them. He also noted the skill spirit and the title of First Discoverer, describing his passion for achievement and pioneering spirit. Suddenly, the man walked away from him, offering him a gift for getting there. A request for an exchange was received, which was disguised as a gift. This can be considered a success. The boy thanked him, knowing that the result depended on the item Noah gave. Hyukjin was stunned when he saw the superior grade item, Isabel, the evolving sword. The guy had never heard of such a weapon, but it was excellent. There had been nothing like it in previous cleanups. Then, he decided to check if Noah was sure that he wanted to give him something like that. The man confirmed his guess because he likes young people with a passion for achievement. However, this was a lie. Noah pretends to give a gift, but deceives players through the exchange window. He forcibly returns his item and also takes away the player's things. This can be called theft. If the player attempts to give away an item that is significantly worse than Noah's offer, he may kill everyone present in a rage. This means he needs to put forward something that can be compared to the excellent level. Hyukjin offered to give him the most valuable thing he found during his research. The guy didn't know if he would be happy with such a trifle because he couldn't be compared to Isabel. It was an item from a hidden area of the unknown forest where the goblin was killed, and Darren found it with difficulty. The most valuable thing he has is a unique level magic enhancement stone. Noah is a character who is interested in jewelry, especially magical stones, so success must be guaranteed. Noah decided to use special privileges and let him out of here once the exchange was completed. The dungeon will be cleared if he makes the exchange, but Noah will definitely try to trick him. It's not every day that he gets the chance to get superior items, but he has to take the risk and do it. He had a trump card in reserve especially for this occasion, which he wanted to use. A compulsory exchange ticket that a Venetian merchant had once given him. The guy used it, after which the exchange was successfully completed. Noah wished him a good journey, and the dungeon was cleared. There were 5 seconds left until the exit from the dungeon, but Hyukjin couldn't wait to get out. Suddenly, Noah became enraged and swung his club, throwing the guy away, noticing something was wrong. The man's aura immediately changed as he asked how the boy dared to deceive him. As he walked forward, a huge silver dragon appeared behind him. Sharp blades immediately poured out of his mouth, pointing towards Hyukjin. There was only 1 second left before he exited the dungeon, but just as the blades were about to reach him, a shift occurred. The guy sighed with relief, noticing that everyone came out unharmed. This time it was really dangerous, but he managed to get out of it again. The sword breath hit him right before he exited, but he used the special to survive. An absorption that converts all physical damage taken into recovery. He could have died, but in the end he cleared the dungeon and the team greeted him with a smile. At one point, reporters gathered outside, but Jinhong and Suji took over the interview. The ordinary people they met on the first floor remained unharmed. It's better to quietly do your job and reap the benefits than to attract attention, and the merits can be transferred to the guild. But right now, the most important thing for Hyukjin was that he received the reward for the dungeon. It was Noah's helmet, a necessary item that would help him reach level 40 faster. He came to this dungeon specifically for it. Suddenly, the guy heard an unfamiliar voice somewhere nearby. Although he was standing alone, the voice insisted that he had been deceived. Hyukjin first thought he was misinterpreting the voice, then realized with shock that it was coming from the system window. Slowly turning his head, he couldn't believe it was the object that said it, and Isabel confirmed it. She slept for a long time, but was awakened by a strong male scent, which put her into a stupor. Sword couldn't believe how such a weak male could get her, considering it a scam. Isabel's seal was partially removed, revealing some of her abilities. The sword is partially unsealed, And the seventh function of the ego is revealed. Hyuk-jin heard for the first time about an object that can speak. It's comparable to the best mid-tier item now, but I wonder what it will be like after all the seals are removed. While he was thinking about this, Isabel asked the damn swindler to say something already. She ended up with a moron as a bride who couldn't even speak, which surprised the guy. Hyuk-jin decided to ask why he was her fiancé, but the sword only told him to shut up. The guy didn't know the principle of this connection, but he began to feel Isabel's feelings. She unconsciously chose a bride or something when she smelled a man. It seems like 10,000 years of sleep clouded her mind. He did not know what was best to do with her, but the sword replied that he should humbly accept her as his bride. While Hyuk-jin was trying to understand the meaning of her words, the sword fell silent and no longer made a voice. It seems his current abilities are only enough for a couple of minutes of dialogue a day. Suddenly, a pause was activated, which was quite expensive. Senya clearly does not spare money on it. The guy decided that things were going well, and as it turned out, they had more sponsors. However, the administrator needs an explanation, since it is even theoretically impossible to obtain Isabel with her current strength. The guard's reaction is predictable, since this is an item of superior level. The conditions Senya states include achieving a bloodless cleanup and surviving Noah's attack. The first condition can be explained by predictive skills and careful preparation, but for the second, luck is the key factor. He could have died if he hadn't guessed the right moment to use the skill, so there was some luck involved. The pause was broken, and Hyuk-jin concluded that the problem with Isabel was settled. Suji thought he was amazing, but now he has exceeded all her expectations. After that, the two from the guild said goodbye to him. The girl decided to find a way to seduce him. Hyun-soo immediately disapproved of her candidacy, but Song-gu considered her a beauty. Hyuk-jin praised his team and then suggested that they disperse, as the cleanup was over. While at home, the boy returned to his notes mentioning Noah's helmet. He faces two tasks, one of which is to find Charles's owner, and the second one is with the lair, but in this case he managed to get the map. The cave also turned out to be strange. A predatory tree suddenly appeared in it, and old events began to change. But now, what is more important is how to survive in the future, and this needs to be carefully considered. Suddenly, the guy found a neatly folded note on the table, which was not there before the dungeon expedition. There was a request to return alive, and the handwriting clearly belonged to the sister. Hyuk-jin smiled, asking how old she was to write something like that. At first he thought she was just worried about him. But suddenly a strange flow of energy began to emanate from the talisman. The guy immediately used the eyes of perception and observer. This note was a simple object, but suddenly it turned into a yellow amulet. In the past, amulets were popular and sold in large quantities, and there were several stories associated with this. Sometimes they actually brought good luck. In some cases, they became gate activators. There was no official confirmation, so no one believed it, but as it turned out, it was true. The guy suddenly felt pain. I realized that I had been using the observer's eyes for too long. He decided to take a rest and lay down on his bed, trying to comprehend what had happened. Then he remembered the story about the yellow amulet gate. Low difficulty and big reward. Hyuk-jin decided to recover a little and activate it, and after a while, Song-hwa woke him up. The girl noticed that the guy was very tired and fell asleep for a long time, so she had to wake him up. Hyuk-jin thought he had dozed off for a short while, but then he found out it was already Saturday and he had slept the whole day. Song-hwa explained that he passed out for a day, and his sister and mother began to worry. The problem wasn't just her. Discomfort even from the surrounding space began to surround the guy. Then the guy gave Song-hwa a light flick on the forehead, asking him not to come in without knocking next time. She then sent her out, explaining that she wanted to stretch her legs a bit. When Hyuk-jin approached the table, he did not find the amulet, and Sun-hwa, a tank team member, felt pain from his flick. Because of the strange sensations he felt in the room, the guy realized that this was not his home, and he was in the ravines of the yellow amulet. It is unknown how it happened, but the gate opened while he was sleeping. There is no clear strategy for the yellow amulet gate, and the eyes of perception allow one to resist illusions and the magical barrier. And the power of the yellow amulet gate begins to penetrate the player's body, which surprised Hyuk-jin. She also began to punish the influence on his body, so at first he decided to calm down. He tried to convince himself that illusions, visions, distortions of reality, and lies would not take hold of him. Whatever evil forces may stand in his way, they will not be able to harm him. It is the power of intuition and the all-seeing eye that penetrates to the very essence. After this, he dispelled all the lies within himself when suddenly he noticed yellow stones around him. The guy didn't understand why he was sitting in this belt, because to me it was only the way he looked around the room with his eyes of perception. Something definitely happened. It was as if he was casting a spell. After this, a new task appeared, and after reading it, the necessary information appeared in my head. The essence of the yellow amulet gate was to realize what a cherished desire is capable of. And this wish belonged to his sister, who wanted her brother to be happy. Hyuk-jin had a rough idea of what the task was, but he couldn't figure out how to complete it. Kim Ae-yeon prayed for his happiness, but the scope of this prayer went beyond the scope. Simply put, she is sincerely ready to sacrifice her life for his happiness. Suddenly, his sister appeared in front of him, asking in fear what this place was. Hyuk-jin explained that they were inside the gate, but he didn't know what made his sister feel that way. The motives could be anything, but he asked her not to worry. What is important is that she developed such feelings, and this manifested itself in the form of a cherished desire. The guy checked with his eyes of perception. This was not his sister, a fake creature created by the gate. But she looked the same, so he was happy, but the guy suggested that they talk later. The guy doesn't know what a badge of fame is, but he needs it. The gate also says to sacrifice the one who wishes, that is, his sister. The real one can die when the fake one is killed. That's how this place is set up. If the reward could be obtained by sacrificing a family member, he would rather surrender. So Hyuk-jin repeated the spell. He doesn't need that kind of power. Regression will be useless if he bows to it. In this place, the will comes to life. His desire must be stronger than his sister's desire. Instead, he would rather pray for the happiness of his loved ones. But this time, his fate will be written by his own hands, so no matter what evil forces block their path, they will not be able to harm them. It is the power of intuition and the all-seeing eye that penetrates to the very essence. He was sure that he had said this recently, so he asked again to dispel all the lies, and the spell was successfully cast. The level of the eyes of perception has temporarily increased, but this depends on the completion of the will spell. The eyes of perception crushed the false power. Absolute completion was achieved, and the brown crystal began to be created. Hyuk-jin realized that his level was higher than purple, because he was going to refuse the reward and leave this place. Perhaps this was one of the ways to clear, so the guy used the skill of Superior Strike. It was Hyuk-jin's first time using Isabel, but he barely felt her weight. She helped to identify and hit the crystal's most vulnerable spot. It was truly an outstanding item, but suddenly the sword began to absorb crystal fragments. The guy had never felt such a powerful flow of mana, and he lacked the skills to fully recognize it. The power of the yellow amulet gate, a powerful, cherished desire, began to penetrate Isabel. This is true power, which does not require sacrifice. It has penetrated into his most powerful weapon. Suddenly, Isabel scared him by asking if the guy was crazy. She asked how he dared to talk to Suji while she was gone and asked him to avoid that woman. Hyuk-jin decided that this was nonsense, but the sword wanted to hear a clear answer. Because of the hospital, she wanted him to cheat on her, but he didn't even think about getting closer to Suji. Isabel's ego skill duration had increased, and now she was asking him to come to his senses because he was a married man. He is pathetic and weak, but he remains her bride. At least there is a base, so she was going to raise him. Then suddenly she reminded him of the skill he used to break the crystal. She wondered why her fiancé had such low-grade abilities when he could have used something unique. Hyuk-jin. I noticed that she was about to say something but changed the subject mid-sentence. Isabel uses her unique power on her own, but it's unclear where the sword gets its power from, which isn't related to its special skill. Suddenly, the fusion of the sword path and the superior strike began, resulting in the creation of the Sword of Insight. She combined high-ranking skills herself, without sacrifices or items. It was unclear why it was even possible to obtain such a weapon in the initial stage, but he had already heard the name of the Sword of Insight. Then the guy noticed cracks on the sword, but Isabel explained that it would soon recover. She doesn't give a gift because it's cute. Her bride should have at least one normal skill. There will be some nice synergy if he uses this skill with his unique ability. The Sword of Insight was one of the special abilities that the Empress of the Sword Forest possessed. Isabel began to feel strange after absorbing this desire, feeling a burning sensation in her chest. Hyuk-jin realized that Isabel was not only the name of the blade, but also the name of the Empress. A couple of seconds later, the guy left the gate of the yellow amulet, recognizing his real room. He found the same amulet lying on the table, confirming his guess. Thanks to this, he received an unexpected reward, but how strong was his sister's desire that she created such a gate? Then, he decided to find out for himself by finding her in another room. Kim Ae-yeon shuddered and covered another amulet with her hand. Apparently, her wish didn't fit on one sheet of paper. Hyuk-jin just wanted to thank her and asked her to free up some time. He concluded that they were going on a date, but these words made Kim Ae-yeon visibly nervous. She ran out of the room, saying that her brother had eaten something wrong. but his sister had given him a huge gift. Returning to his room, the guy decided to have a good rest. The desire turned out to be very useful. It was absorbed by Isabel, and this increased the duration of the ego's action. Let's not forget about the will spell. He doesn't fully understand what it is, but it's obvious that new opportunities will appear with it. Hyukjin only remembered the last phrase, but he didn't know the activation principle. The words had to be filled with power and life. But for now, he will be content with what he has received, although there is still much work ahead. The next day, Songgu was shocked by his results as he got a 30. However, he was not the only one. Tae-woong and Hyun-soo were also in their 30s, and drastic changes occurred overnight. The ability table shows the player's predisposition and growth potential, and the scanner has become increasingly used. The existing evaluation system could only measure physical strength, but the new one can evaluate all the abilities of players. His team's current performance wouldn't be considered outstanding in the future, but 30 is the limit of current scanners. His entire team had the same result, but Tae-woon was curious to see if the eldest would take the test. Even forgetting the limits of current scanners, Hyukjin knows the results of the last scan, because that day is imprinted in his memory. The number of panels, all of them were closed, although he was curious to see the new result. He definitely changed, and then he looked at Songhua, who literally begged him to do it with just one look. Unable to resist, the guy agreed, after which he asked Sania if the broadcast was active. Hyukjin was about to take the aptitude table test. This was a good chance to show the results to the guards. While Senya was setting the stage, the guy was confident that he could now be the most famous player in Korea. A little later, everyone waited with bated breath for the eldest's results, confident that he would also be 30. But when Hyukjin saw the results, he frowned, realizing that this time too, he had no talent. The rest thought that this was some kind of mistake, because this simply couldn't happen. This is strange because the test before the regression showed a table, but it was closed, and now it is missing. How then did he get to this point? The battles, the strengthening, the taming, even the role of a monarch. The current result may greatly surprise the guards. Perhaps this is the best way to attract their attention. Suddenly, they noticed one of the laptops sparking, and Ki-yeol asked the employee if it was injured. As it turned out, the device broke after his test, but it was not his fault. A distorted flow of energy can be felt from the scanner, which broke after its inspection. It seemed the result might be incorrect, so Ki-yeol suggested retesting. Hyukjin declined because the association plans to create rankings based on the number of panels in the table. He asked to be placed at the very end because he had no talent, although he was able to find out something by examining the scanner. He broke down with the result of no talent because he could not appreciate it. It is generally accepted that having more talents is an advantage, but there will always be players with an equal number of talents but different abilities. Talents have their own levels and classes. There is almost no exact information, but irregular people existed in the world. The first version of the scanner allows you to designate 30 panels. Even the abilities of his team are not fully shown. This means that the higher talent level caused an overload and broke the scanner. Perhaps the same thing happened before the regression. He didn't have the opportunity to undergo a retest, but he didn't care, as long as he was content with the fact that he had a high level of talent. The results of his test were automatically posted on an electronic board outside the testing room. It was expected that people started whispering that there was a player without talent on Hyun-soo and Yeonseo's team. Songhua was angry at them because they had no idea how amazing Hyukjin was. Lack of talent is ideal for activities that pursue only profit. Suddenly, the guy noticed on the news a monster that appeared at a factory in the city of Ansan. The government is calling on the Players Association to provide support, so Hyukjin has assembled his team. He explained that a new monster had appeared and the government was asking the association for help. They admitted that modern science could no longer cope, and the association would recruit volunteers for a raid and begin the cleanup. However, he will not participate, there is another matter, but his team will cope without him. Therefore, they can agree to participate if they want. These words genuinely surprised everyone. He needs to focus on the mission about Charles's master, and he can't close all the gates himself. A little later, Hyukjin saw a picture in front of him of men standing in front of something iron and huge. After this, the guy opened his eyes, waking up in his bed and realized that it was a dream. But then he realized the opposite. It couldn't have been a simple dream, and he was sure that he saw something else. Without wasting any time, he called Tae-woon and decided to find out where he was. The guy took part in the raid and was currently riding on a bus. He and Jin Hong were the only players from their team that he knew. It was definitely a prophetic dream. Hyukjin is sure that it will happen during the raid on the three-wheeled combat vehicle. He had no idea that he had such talent, but the result will remain the same. The problems will start later when this raid starts. Needing more detailed information, the guy decided to remember the content of the dream. If you enter the world from above the observer's eyes, he will be able to observe from a third-person perspective. After a couple of minutes, he saw that the monster had been successfully defeated, and the final blow had been Taewon's wind magic. Strange things started happening after that. People didn't move, including Taewon, but it was unclear why they froze. The stiff body, which looked like tree bark, began to feel something familiar in the guy's head. The scarlet thread is direct evidence of murder. A predatory tree could have originated there. Remembering things that had already happened in a dream was more exhausting for the psyche than he expected. But in the end, he found the reason for the strange phenomenon, and he didn't think that it would appear there. One of Korea's irregular players, An So-hee, a red ghost, will all die if nothing changes. The next day, Hyuk-jin was already sitting in the car, having finally decided to take part in the raid. He changed his plans, which Hyun-soo was genuinely happy about, and decided to let him down personally. They leave at 4 a.m. to be there in time for the raid. Although the call was unexpected, Song-gu and Hyun-soo agreed, and Yeon-seo would go separately and join later. The more you talk about your predictions, the more variables there are that reduce their effectiveness. However, all this becomes strange, because the first encounter with the Red Spirit took place not in Ansan, but in the village of Hayo. The dream that the guy saw does not at all coincide with what he knows about the past. Maybe it is not a prophetic dream. But if this is truly a prophetic dream, and if the Red Spirit appears, then something terrible may happen. At that very moment, Hyuk-jin suggested out loud that this time he would commit murder. However, Hyun-soo was sure that if there was someone who deserved to die, he should die. Song-gu took these words more seriously and asked if it was true, but Hyuk-jin hoped not. If this happens, the guy asked not to try to stop him. If it becomes necessary to kill the Red Spirit, he will be forced to do so. Song-gu understood that the guy knew a lot, but he did not approve of such actions. He wouldn't want to see his elder kill a man right in front of his eyes. Sometime later, the three-wheeled combat vehicle began to run amok. The team that arrived at the scene was surprised to notice that the raid had already begun. Hyuk-jin noticed that the civilians had just been evacuated and that a raid was underway, albeit ineptly. It looks like Jin Hong will now be under the guidance of analyst Sung Min, who has participated in these battles many times. He also found Tae Woong along with Suji and Gil Sub in the leadership group. It remains to figure out where the Red Spirit might appear, as a friend of the guy discovered a red thread. Hyuk-jin asked the others to stay put and keep an eye on what was happening. He knows how the red ghost kills people. If you time it right and find a weakness, you can win. Turning the corner, Hyuk-jin was surprised to notice that So-hee was the Red Spirit. But things were a little different. After the raid, Song-gu was reading the news and noticed that Tae Woong made the headline because he finished the fight beautifully today. He was gradually beginning to become a star, which made everyone else happy. But then they turned their gaze to Hyuk-jin, who had been looking quite gloomy since the morning. The guy himself was trying to understand what to do because the past that he knows has changed, but the prophetic dream does not completely match. The So-hee he encountered in Ansan was very different from the one he saw in his prophetic dream. The stats are as expected, one of the highest levels at the moment, 34. In addition, she possessed special abilities, an absorbing barrier and stopping time. The strangest thing about So-hee was her condition, but one thing was clear, there was no one there who was trying to kill. He remembered how Yeon-seo had suddenly approached him while he was standing near So-hee. Yeon-seo has been gaining popularity in solo PvP lately, and her appearance once again brings unexpected changes. When she appeared, So-hee's mood changed, replaced by admiration, trust, and respect. Meanwhile, the rest of the players were fighting with the three-wheeled vehicle. So-hee did not attack players until the very end. On the contrary, she tried to help others in battles. Some of the players noticed her, but she tried to escape. Hyuk-jin watched her from the corner, deciding they were lucky no one had died during the raid. But So-hee was different. A changed story, a mispredicted dream, something that could become a barrier. The guy started to think about it more carefully when he suddenly remembered the variable that had changed. One of the leaders of the demon army, the killer maniac Ju Hua, has disappeared. Anyway, he was supposed to take part in this raid, but he died in the Seoul Station dungeon. On the other hand, he is something that did not exist in the past, and the prediction seemed to be what happened when Ju Hwan met So-hee. The rest of the team thought that the leader had gone too far with the meditative state. Suddenly, Suji approached them and noticed the entire team assembled. She asked them not to be so gloomy and to greet her with a smile, after which she handed the envelope to Hyuk-jin. As he asked, She brought everything. It was information about So-hee. So-hee, 19, is a high school student who hasn't had it all that easy. She was a victim of bullying at school, where she was picked on by almost everyone. The bullying she experienced while reading at the initiative of one boy in the first grade of middle school continued even after entering high school. Not only was she abused at school, but she was also abused at home. So-hee's mother died when she was very young, unable to cope with the loss, and her father became an alcoholic. Every time the father got drunk, he drank his daughter, and always looked for an excuse. There was no one to lean on, no place to take shelter. The police helped her little by little, but later stopped providing assistance, and the violence only escalated and continued. Suji did not understand how such a man could be a father, and if she were the girl, she would have poisoned him. This situation does not fit into the framework of common sense. Reading this information, one can only feel anger. She had no protection in this world, so it can be said that she fell into a deep distrust of people. If it had been Ju Huan who had come to the raid today instead of him, So-hee would have been influenced by that killer and turned into a red spirit. But now she still has a chance. Her power can be used in another direction. Suji, as if reading his thoughts, invited him to meet her. Only this drunk father would meet her at home, so she decided to wait a little. Hyuk-jin noticed that she was very observant and thanked her, but the girl asked him to drink with her. However, first he needed to meet the child, and perhaps he could stop So-hee from turning into a devil. Sometime later, So-hee was standing alone near the car when she suddenly heard someone calling her. Turning around, she noticed Yeon-seo, Song-hwa, and Suji walking towards her. It would be better for her to see girls first, not a man, so there will be more trust. In addition, So-hee feels a strong attachment and admiration for Yeon-seo, and it is expected that meeting her will lead to small positive changes. Ki-yeol will gladly help them. The girl will end up in a protective facility, and her father will be denied access. Yeon-seo was pleasantly surprised that Hyuk-jin treated the third generation of chaebol like subordinates. It was a mutually beneficial relationship, but the guy was more interested in whether they were talking about abilities. When the girl bought her a burger, the girl immediately told her everything she knew. Firstly, So-hee is from the barrier caster class. She can create barriers using the carnivorous tree. The barrier's effect can change depending on her will, and reaches its maximum strength when hunting. But the most important thing is the seeds of the carnivorous tree. So-hee can create special gates to directly enter the colony of carnivorous trees. Suddenly, Hyuk-jin realized that the colony of predatory trees was the clue. So-hee, a barrier caster capable of casting predatory barriers, was one piece of the puzzle. Gradually approach developing the relationship. That's how to proceed. After talking with Yeon-seo, the guy realized that all that was left was to find Charles's owner, since there were only 10 days left. They still haven't been able to find anyone, and it's unclear who the owner of the two black dogs with double heads is. But now we need to focus on So-hee's case, and we need to set our priorities correctly. 2 days passed like this, after which So-hee met Hyuk-jin for the first time in a cafe. With the help of Yeon-seo and Song-hwa, he was able to meet her to get to know her in person. The girl didn't know why they were helping her, but she was immensely grateful. The guy explained that they had to do this, and through his feelings he felt her gratitude. Besides this, there is also a feeling of fear. The wounds and pain that she has carried for many years are reflected in her eyes. In order to ease her fear, the conversation was mainly between Yeon-seo and Song-hwa, which made the atmosphere more pleasant. After some time, they started talking about a colony of predatory trees. During this conversation, Hyuk-jin was surprised that the girl now had a special mission to find Charles. So he got it from the predatory tree habitat, but only has about a week left. Unlike them, the girl received a task from her master, Charles. Judging by the time remaining, she received it at the same time as they did. The guy noticed that the fragments of life associated with So-hee were starting to change. After thinking about it, Yeon-seo decided to ask Hyuk-jin something directly. She wondered if he knew that So-hee had Charles's mission and so decided to help her. But he answered negatively, because the guy can't see other people's quests. Of course, Yeon-seo knows about this. But most likely she asked to calm a child who is afraid of the adult world. She helped So-hee not for her own benefit, to demonstrate that her help had no ulterior motives. That's why the girl breathed a sigh of relief, because otherwise she would have been disappointed, which is why she asked this question. Hyuk-jin realized that he had to be honest and sincere with this child. However, their interests did coincide in some strange way, so the guy asked the girl to answer the question. He asked if she wanted to work with him because they could make a deal that would be beneficial for both of them. A couple of days later, they went to the carnivorous tree colony with So-hee and Sung-gu. They needed to eat the seeds, or else predators would attack them. Looking at the girl, Hyuk-jin concluded that they should follow the guide's instructions. He met So-hee 2 days ago and proposed cooperation with her. So they decided to first test the girl's abilities and go to the colony of predatory trees. She could indeed activate the gate, but the entry requirements were very strict. Song-gu was very surprised when he learned that the girl's level was higher than his. So he was confused because she didn't have to say her level. Hyuk-jin advised her to hide her level, as she was now higher than the best players. It would be good to know who her guardian is, but that information can wait. According to the description, they were in a field that only players can enter. The guy asked Senya how she felt about temporarily handing over the right to record videos to him. She wondered if he wanted to record everything that happened in the predator's habitat. Typically, streamers don't like to hand over video recording rights to others. Hyuk-jin asked her to think about it, since she wouldn't be able to enter anyway. This was a path that would be beneficial to both of them. As a result, Senya, although with distrust, decided to give him temporary permission to record video. The guards were pleased, but everything needed to be prepared in advance to make it easier to get help from them later. So far, no particular changes were visible. On the contrary, So-hee was full of enthusiasm. She also shared with them the seeds of carnivorous trees to protect them from attacks. But he still can't relax completely, because perhaps the girl will behave like the red spirit from the past. When suddenly she announced that they had arrived, "If you leave the cave, beyond it is the mansion where Charles' owner lives." The three of them entered Taikong's mansion, where Song-gu immediately noticed that it smelled of wealth. Hyuk-jin immediately realized that Taikon was the name of Charles's master. He was also the owner of this house, and this is a portrait of Taikon and his wife. The boys were surprised that he had a wife, since they had only seen 2 Taikons, but So-hee saw it differently. It was strange and unclear, but Hyuk-jin knew for sure that this mansion was not just a house. They went up to the 2nd floor, where the owner of the house was always located. Entering his office, the girl said that they had come about Charles, but there was no one inside. He asked Hyuk-jin not to show emotion, so Song-gu remained calm, but he didn't understand who she was talking to. Where? So-hee's gaze falls, and the way she speaks, the strength, the pitch, the yeast of her voice, all of this makes it clear. Hyuk-jin knows exactly where Charles is, and most likely there is someone in the chair. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice was heard asking the guy if he could see him, but the answer was negative. Taikon doesn't trust people. The guy says that he doesn't see him, but at the same time he determined exactly where he is. Suddenly, the door closed behind them, and the owner announced that 5 people had already said they knew where Charles was. Even though Hyuk-jin said he had found Charles, the owner didn't look particularly happy. He then assumed that Taikon was an enemy, but first decided to provide evidence. After that, he opened the inventory and took out a black yak fillet, which Charles bit into. The 1st floor of the Uplex dungeon, where he met a 2-headed black dog. Taikon's voice changed as he repeated the name of the dungeon, but it wasn't a happy tone. It was something else. The name of a dungeon located in Shincheon on the Korean server. Some of the words were unfamiliar to him, so he decided to check what dimension it was in. Hyuk-jin concluded that he was not connected to the keeper and knew nothing about the server. The guy explained that Charles was locked on the 1st floor of this dungeon, and he himself realized that Taikon was not an ordinary NPC. Suddenly, a man materialized in front of them, deciding that the guy was telling the truth. Then he thanked them because, thanks to them, he found out who and what he needed. In fact, he knows well about the Korean server and the Uplex dungeon. So right now, he will kill Hyuk-jin and go save his dog. Reacting instantly, Song-gu blew open the doors behind him, causing everyone to run out of the office. The magician knew that this would happen. After all, he had difficulty obtaining this evidence, but Taikon still wants to kill him. Taikon is the owner of the mansion and the one looking for Charles. After receiving information about the dog, he attacked them. At some point, something strange began to happen to So-hee. It was as if she disappeared from Hyuk-jin's sight. Suddenly, Taikon jumped out in front of them, assuring them that they would not be able to escape with a measly magic spell. Stopping, Hyuk-jin gave the command to Song-gu to go first, since the player in front of them was not an easy one, a monster. Among these creatures, there is a monster that resembles an evil spirit that manipulates human weaknesses. Conventional methods won't help catch him, but the guy won't find his weakness and will attack. At this time, Song-gu must take So-hee to a safe place. Standing in front of the man, the boy declared that he was not Charles's master. It is impossible that a creature with such a huge estate would not have found at least one dog. He can't leave this place and pretends to be looking for Charles, luring the girl with dark thoughts in her head. This statement provoked Taikon, who rushed forward to attack. Hyuk-jin had no trouble dodging every attack with ease. Having collected all the evidence, it can be understood that Taikon is a chained spirit, which means that there is an object in this mansion that is holding him back. If it is destroyed, it will lose its power. Usually it is an object that the spirit is attached to or afraid of losing. If Hyuk Jin understood correctly, then this object should be his portrait, on which the guy used the Sword of Insight. It took effect instantly, causing the spirit to howl in pain, spreading its energy everywhere. His body also began to collapse as the man tried to reach out to the boy. Hyuk Jin asked if he was really afraid of his real master. Two portraits that were absolutely identical were portraits of the real owner of the mansion, and not Taikon. However, the man, frightened, covered all the portraits with his face, and so he left them a clue in the form of a portrait of his wife. Taikon underestimated the girl because she has darkness in her soul, and she does not trust people. Suddenly, the man felt some threads begin to bind his body. At that very moment, So-hee appeared behind him and used her skill on him. The guy asked him how such a person could come to him several times and take on tasks without any problems. It would be more convincing to assume that she had been gradually erecting the barrier all this time. He was the victim of a hunter who controls the red thread and barrier magic. Usually hunting is also impossible, but this class only reveals its power at the moment the barrier ends. So he had spent a long time getting to this point, and she was curious about how Hyuk Jin knew about it. The boy explained that he had special eyes, but the girl already guessed. Hyuk Jin saw the darkness in her eyes, so he thought that a contract with an evil spirit-type monster would be easy for her. Based on this, I drew a conclusion about the scenario, and that she wants to hunt this monster. So he found this surprising, but it seemed she could trust him. But if there is a situation like today, when help is needed, they will simply use each other. At that very moment, the door next to them opened with a bang, and Song-gu, who had lost So-hee, ran inside. But when he noticed the girl, he immediately calmed down when he learned that the evil spirit had been destroyed. The magician was even more surprised when he found out that the girl had been preparing for this for quite some time. Yes, the one he brought into himself was her clone, created with the help of force, and the real her was hiding and preparing a protective field. It seems like the clone was already there from the moment Hyuk Jin talked to Taikon. Song-gu was glad they had succeeded, but they had also missed the chance to find Charles's owner. Suddenly, the portraits next to them began to melt, revealing the real owners of the estate. With the disappearance of the evil spirit, the original picture appears, and this woman was probably the dog's owner. Suddenly, the portrait activated, crying tears of blood when certain conditions were met. They needed to provide an item that could prove that Charles was alive to put Lafandel's soul at rest. Hyuk Jin expected that there would be an evil spirit in the mansion, but the real owner was already dead, so he decided to calm her soul. When the smoke from the fire reached the portrait, the spirit confirmed that the dog was alive, which made him happy. After this, the spirit of Lafundel greeted the guests, giving them a special gift and asking for something. Sometime later, they entered the den of the Devourers, where they were met by tree monsters. So he deftly dealt with them with her threads, thereby surprising the guys. Song-gu inquired about the barrier, which turned out to be a fierce hunting barrier. This was the famous red spirit barrier that Hyuk Jin had personally observed. Once with the help of this barrier, 600 civilians were brutally killed right in the center of the city. But now it is used to hunt the Devourers, but that is not the most important thing now. If you follow the directions on the map, they still have a long way to go. As soon as Lafundel was sure that Charles was alive, strange changes began to occur in the mansion. The building suddenly began to fall apart, and Hyuk Jin noticed Darren trying to get his attention. He discovered the remains of Lafundel, which contained an inexpressible longing for Charles. They had to hand over these remains to the dog to fulfill the last request. Suddenly, Lafundel's plan began to study the map of the Devourer's habitat. The location map has been updated, and it turns out the Devourer cluster is a cave. Lafundel's father realized the gathering of the Devourers and for his sake, and their seeds have a great effect on the tears of the red flower. All Devourers in the cluster were destroyed, and the cluster itself was completely cleared. As a reward for completing the entire quest, players received a set of Supreme Devourer seeds. There are 20 seeds in the bag, and if you include So-hee and Song-gu, the total is 60. It was a stunning harvest that Hyuk Jin didn't expect, and a disease that causes a painful death with bloody tears, tears of a red flower. Previously, no one knew how to treat this disease, and everyone believed that if you get sick, you will die within 3 years. If the ones who grow the Devourers were NPCs, they would report it, which means they are not NPCs. Suddenly, So-hee asked who he was, doubting that the guy was an ordinary person. Hyuk Jin didn't notice at first, but there was something else that was bothering him about the girl. He asked if she knew that her eyes turned red every time she used the ability. red eyes and a flow of mana. There is something suspicious about it, as if they are opening their mouths to eat it. So he feels it too. It happens not only during sleep, but also when there is no one around. She feels like someone is watching her. It would be better if she kept her eyes open for a while, to which the girl agreed. Red eyes are the hallmark of the red spirit. Although he is not a killer, these eyes are a clear sign of trouble. There is a feeling that something related to these eyes will happen in the near future. A little later, they return to the Uplex dungeon, where Hyuk-jin first gave the remains of the master to Charles. A lot of time passed, and it was quite possible that the dog did not recognize him, but he simply came up and began to sniff the remains. As soon as the dog recognized his owner, he immediately howled loudly, and the other dogs followed suit. It was a howl filled with longing and sorrow for its master. This sight made Hyuk-jin's tears start to flow, and his heart suddenly began to ache. Something slowly began to penetrate his mind, but he decided to rule his heart through the gaze of contemplation. He had to read the world with a serene heart and observe phenomena with a peaceful gaze. This was Yeonchang's territory, and this hovering enhanced his observation ability. Now the boy felt Charles's feelings completely, realizing how sad he was, which made the dog cry too. The task of finding Charles's owner was completed, and it was considered a flawless completion. The shepherd admired his empathy and expressed deep affection for him. As a reward for finding the owner, Hyuk-jin was given the title of Lord of 100 Dogs. At that very moment, Song-gu approached him, asking if they needed to go through the 4th floor again. At this moment, Hyuk-jin had 2 ideas, but suddenly he received an unexpected task from the shepherd. He is looking for red eyes. The shepherd is sure that these red eyes are somewhere on the Korean server, and they need to be found. Hyuk-jin was taken aback because he didn't understand why the guard was hunting for the red eye. The shepherd boy is a guardian known for only supporting tamers. The guy isn't even a tamer, just an observer, and he was suddenly given a quest. The red eye refers to So-hee, but it is unclear for what purpose it was given. First, it must be accepted. The guy then turned to Song-gu and decided to give him an answer about clearing the 4th floor. The main thing now is to get out of here as quickly as possible, using the scroll of free passage. This was his plan, after which Hyuk-jin asked his comrade if he believed him and asked him to give him his scroll. It seems that the other guards have now started to show great interest as well. The guy decided to try upgrading this scroll to increase the stakes. He then began to strengthen the basic scroll of free passage. Song-gu was surprised that the leader actually strengthened it and even added a pure brown crystal. The mage started asking if the monarch was really a class that leveled up well, but that wasn't the case. Even though this is a starter scroll, it has a dungeon exit effect, which can be considered cheating. As you know, the chance of improving by 1 level is only about 50%, so it is usually used without enhancement. But Hyuk-jin had already tried strengthening various objects several times, and these experiments gave him confidence. That is why, now that he is being watched by many guards, he decided to invest a significant amount. For them, it must have been something of a success, so the guys decided to start slowly and go out. They tore the scrolls, destroying the brown crystal and thus passing the dungeon. But suddenly, Hyuk-jin felt a strong pain in his eyes. Song-gu immediately became worried, and the boy realized that he had already experienced this feeling. He decided to act right now rather than delay. If this continued, someone from his circle would be in danger. Meanwhile, Yeon-seo was telling So-hee why the carrot cake at this place was so delicious. But the girl still couldn't believe that she and Hyuk-jin had become so close. So-hee felt more and more like she was falling in love with him, but in a purely friendly way. Song-hwa dejectedly stated that Hyuk-jin probably wouldn't come. Suddenly, the guy asked Song-hwa to call him if So-hee's eyes suddenly turned red. A few minutes later, the 3 girls visited a restaurant where they were served carrot cake. Suddenly, Yeon-seo declared that Song-hwa and Hyuk-jin now have a really good relationship. Usually such relationships are rare, but they really get along very well with him. So he decided to ask them who he really was, because he seemed very interesting to her, as if shrouded in mystery. Song-hwa immediately tensed up when she saw the girl's eyes turn red. She noticed that this happened from the moment she started talking about Hyuk-jin. The girl wanted to tell the guy about this as soon as possible, but suddenly they were told about an emergency. The situation in the Hapjeong and Hongdae areas is currently extremely dangerous, so everyone has been asked to evacuate immediately. There was also chaos on the street and the police were on edge due to the situation. A guy stood in front of the police, holding a girl hostage with a knife to her throat. Behind this man stood monsters that looked like upright dogs. Then this guy sent the monsters ahead to do whatever they wanted. At this time, 3 girls arrived at the scene, realizing that this was the work of a tamer. Yeon-seo wanted to ask So-hee to cover her back, But when she noticed her eyes, she had a bad feeling. There was a truly ominous atmosphere all around, and absolutely everyone felt it. At that very moment, one of the monsters ignored Songhua and headed towards So-hee. Yan Seo reacted instantly, cutting off the dog's head with a sharp swing of her sword. She noticed that the girl was a little out of it right now. It would be better for her to stay away for now. A little of the monster's blood splashed onto So-hee's cheek, which she scooped up and put into her mouth. This made her eyes glow even more red. By this time, Hyuk-jin and Sung-gu arrived at the scene. That guy already knew that there would be a terrorist attack here with hostages from the rabid dog trainer. But that wasn't the reason for the anxiety he felt. There was an unusual energy coming from So-hee. A thick aura of killing intent slowly rose up, but he didn't know what happened before he came. However, at this point the shepherd's quest was completed, which made the guard very happy. The guy immediately received his reward, also opening the last hidden one. Hyuk-jin asked Sung-gu to go to Yan Seo and stall for a bit. He needs to prepare some things, but first he needs to apprehend this psycho. The mage stepped forward to face the tamer as he ordered him to get lost. At the same time, Hyuk-jin approached, surprising the villain with his appearance. Kang Yong-han stated that he was having fun here, and his state was accompanied by pleasure and perverted joy. The guy suggested that Hyuk-jin also liked to play, tearing apart women's arms and legs. The hero realized that he really was crazy, so there was no point in wasting a lot of time on him. Suddenly, he gave everyone the command to pay attention. The master of dogs orders all dogs to stop hunting. Yeon-han was taken aback that his dogs had started listening to another person. This guy calls himself the Lord of Dogs, although he can't even tame a regular black dog. He has enough skills that you can level up canines to level 30, but this is not enough. Suddenly, he bit off his owner's head, and the rest of the monsters began to die after him. Thanks to his title of Dogmaster, Hyuk-jin was considered the best dog trainer. The problem, however, is that he did not give the order to kill. He didn't want to kill Young-han, but hand him over to the police, which means the dogs were influenced by some external force. Then the guy turned his head towards So-hee, deciding that it was she who had influenced them. There was a thirst for murder in her eyes. Even her voice became completely different. He offered to discuss something with her and took her to the gaming center to be in a calm environment. The guy thought that there was some special power in her eyes, and it was activated under certain circumstances. He decided to say directly that one of the guards was hunting for her eyes, or more precisely, the red eye. The shepherd boy's final reward was a related scenario, the extraction of the red eye. However, there was no information about the scenario. He did not understand the meaning of the extraction, nor what would happen to So-hee. Hyuk-jin doesn't understand why the shepherd gave this quest and remembers the words of the demon lord, who urged him not to trust the guards. He doesn't know what side effects might occur. The barrier master's power might disappear. Well, if he's lucky, nothing will happen. But if she keeps those eyes, it might have a bad effect on her. So he asked hesitantly if it was possible to destroy those eyes with Hyuk-jin's skills. She was afraid. From the very beginning, she felt something was wrong about those eyes. But there was no one she could tell about it to, because everyone she trusted started to scare her, and she couldn't trust anyone anymore. While the girl was asking for help, the guy felt So-hee's darkness and her fears. Hyuk-jin agreed to help her, feeling the same sensation he had experienced when he sensed Charles' emotions, and the feeling he experienced with the yellow amulets returns again. Then the boy put his hand on the girl's head and began to read the spell. Suddenly, golden energy began to emerge from the ground, enveloping the room. After a few lines of incantation, the Song of Will was successfully activated. Observation, empathy, and a sincere desire to help, all this naturally takes shape in a spell of will. And thanks to him, Hyuk-jin faces So-hee's darkness, and the darkness within himself. He remembered his late mother and his sister who had leukemia. Now it was as if all of this had never happened. But once he also thought that he had no one in this world. If the previous spell of will was a weapon against false power, then the current one is a spell for salvation. Depending on the degree of completion of the will spell, the level of the extraction hand is temporarily increased. Hyuk-jin worriedly warned the girl that it might hurt a little. The girl screamed in pain, but after a couple of seconds it began to slowly subside. After the guy used the saving hand, he realized that if he had used the extraction as is, So-hee would have gone blind. This little shepherd probably knew, but he didn't say anything. But now things are different. Hyuk-jin only extracts energy from the red eye. Sometime later, the boy was woken up again by Songhua. Sitting up, he realized that he had lost consciousness from exhaustion. At that very moment, Ki-yeol entered the room and announced that he had been unconscious for about an hour. The child who was with him is now being calmed down in the next room. She said that she does not see anything. But after the examination, it became clear that vision would gradually be restored. This information greatly pleased the guy who was worried about it. So his pain, transmitted through empathy, was stronger than he could have imagined. It must have been in terrible pain, but she managed it. And now the boy was holding the red eye in his hand. A little later, while at home, Hyuk-jin decided to rest a little more. He asked the staff to look after the girl, so now she is receiving VIP-level care, but it is not finished yet. The resulting red eye cannot be read in detail. For some reason, even the reward for the extraction scenario remains hidden. In other words, this is an unusual situation. The shepherd knows everything for sure, but deliberately hides the truth. Handing over the red eye to him now is questionable, but he is a keeper with enormous resources and power. It was important to maintain a business relationship with him, so Hyuk-jin asked Sanya if she was broadcasting. Having heard an affirmative answer, the guy calmed down, because otherwise he would have been disappointed. Suddenly, the administrator announced that she was learning a lot thanks to the player. She admits that through him she learned broadcast timing and various staging techniques. It seems that there is no trace left of her former self-confidence, and now she is ready to learn. As she saw with her own eyes, the guy got a red eye, and that's why she stopped broadcasting. That's why he asked to watch carefully what he would do next. From that moment, a new picture would be drawn. He can't handle it alone, so he needs to prepare a plan to get the other guards to come into play. First of all, the Gwanghwamun dungeon will open in 2 days, and it must first be cleared under the guidance of the Taeguk Shield. But most of the citizens caught in it will most likely die. Unlike the situation with Uplex, there is no way to control the situation and you can't rely on luck. Trying to forcefully change the course of events for the sake of control may create even more unpredictable variables. Suddenly, Hyuk-jin noticed that there were traces of the will reading on his hands, as well as a faint influence of the Hand of Salvation. It was a reaction to his idea that he wanted to protect people, and it helps the eyes of the observer. The abilities begin to connect, but it is unclear where this trail leads. Hyuk-jin was trying to figure out what he needed to find when he suddenly felt a faint, distorted current. He couldn't miss it, so he concentrated and extended his hand. Sania watched in shock as the entrance to the dungeon was discovered before it was officially revealed. At that very moment, the Gwanghwamun dungeon open beta scenario began to launch. Hyuk-jin now stood in front of the portal, not believing that he was able to activate it on his own. It opened ahead of schedule, which had never happened before. He originally didn't plan to open for another 2 days, which could also be a result of management's influence. The situation has changed, but his physical condition is fine. Perhaps the guy will be able to paint a better picture. Senia watched closely as the dungeon scenario was in the process of activating. She wondered if Hyuk-jin would enter the dungeon alone, as the temporary capacity was 120 people. It is recommended to continue playing with other players, otherwise it may be dangerous. However, the guy told her earlier that he would show her his game directly. He will show here how crazy he can make the guards with his game. So the guy went into the dungeon alone, finding himself in a strange space. Luckily, it seems the structure hasn't changed because this is the open beta scenario he knows. The starting point, the Royal Road, is the path of the king, and only those who possess the quality of a king can pass through. But if someone decides to go through it without these qualities, the difficulty of the dungeon will increase significantly. But the guy is not a king now. A title such as king will probably only appear in the distant future. Senia could see that Hyuk-jin was currently in a serious thought process. However, everything was simple. He just needed to go a different way. Jackson said this: players without the title of king must go using the darkness that supports the Royal Road. The guard's response was good, and it continued to improve faster than he thought. A couple of minutes later, the guy reached the next checkpoint, stopping in front of 2 statues. The first was a statue of a red lion. Lava that flows for 1,000 years has the properties of 1,000 degrees Celsius. Nearby was a blue statue of a lion. It was the complete opposite and exuded 1,000-degree frost. Hyuk-jin will have to cross a path filled with the heat and cold of a millennium. There was a lot of talk about it being water that couldn't exist thermodynamically, and science couldn't explain it. In his head, the guy knows this place inside and out, so he knows about the gap between these 2 statues, where the enormous temperature connects. This was the only buffer zone not affected by heat and cold. Hyuk-jin moved forward, continuing to walk the path of harmony. If he had walked along the Royal Road, he would have gone from here to the main hall. But crossing the road in this state, the boy arrived at the Gyeonghoru Pavilion. This is not the real Gyeonghoru. It is made on a much larger scale than the original. He then turned his gaze to the lake, noticing giant man-eating fish, so it was better not to fall into the water. At this point, the analysis of the field was partially completed, and only the pavilion remained. The real scenario starts here, And at that very second, the safe zone started to disappear. Kyunghyru's scenario began to open, and people resembling zombies appeared in front of the guy. The infected banquet hall began right now, but suddenly, Isabel spoke up, surprised by what was happening. The sword immediately began to complain that Hyuk-jin had come here alone and was going to leave her a widow. If Isabel feels the same, then the guards are probably awake too. This place is a spawn point where 200 infected creatures are summoned at once. At first, it seems difficult for a level 32 observer to figure this out, but Hyuk-jin has been preparing for this day for a long time. Having put on Noah's helmet, the guy decided that all that was left was to achieve results. The helmet option was used, which had the highest possible protection rating. This is where the ability to control the number of enemy entities shines. There are several cheats to clear or capture the mansion, although at first it seems impossible. Item, potion, talent, and luck power. He is currently using the effects of all the equipment he has. But suddenly, a zombie attacked him from behind, wanting to stop him. Hyuk-jin slashed his sword at his head with a deft movement. But they were weaker against blunt attacks than against slashing ones. Isabel was shocked that right now he was trying to use her as a club. When the boy began to fight actively, the sword loudly insulted him and the actions he had committed. As expected, it is a sword, but it is an item of transcendental equation, so he can use it as a club. Now the aggro is fixed on 10. Their movements are much easier to read than he thought. So Hyuk-jin will just continue in the same spirit while listening to Isabel's discontent. Sometime later, he completed the scenario, and the partial clearing of the dungeon was acknowledged. Isabel had a sealed unique ability that increased damage and attack speed when striking with a blade. The observer's eye level has increased and a unique ability, heterogeneous fusion, has been revealed. With this, Hyuk-jin must have impressed many of the guards, and they must be pleased with his performance. But then, as I expected, the guy received a new offer to go through the content after the scenario to clear the entire dungeon. The offer came from a shepherd in Las Vegas, which the boy told Senya about. Hyuk-jin decided that it would be difficult to accept the offer at this time, but he was determined to create a new game. Senya didn't fully understand the reason for the refusal, but the guy had an explanation. The thing is, he already has a quest that he is completing. This is what the boy who cried wolf wanted, Red Eye. However, recently the guy realized the true usefulness of the Red Eye, and he will still need it. Hyuk-jin believes that he must prioritize given this task. The shepherd agreed with his explanation since he could not do anything about it. However, the guy collected the usefulness of the Red Eye. These words are simply aimed at the next word. The Venetian merchant showed great curiosity about the Red Eye, as expected. He offered the boy a deal, but the latter, according to his will, would like to offer the bargain to the screaming boy. Hyuk-jin would like to consider the Red Eye not as a simple quest item, but as a trade item. He proved his qualifications to engage in trade with them on equal terms. And in this situation, the shepherd absolutely cannot act arbitrarily. So the boy thanked the guard for waiting, and the boy who cried wolf declined the deal. Returning to his world, Hyuk-jin realized that the deal with the screaming boy had failed. This guardian set a time limit on quests of 999 years, thereby wanting to get the Red Eye by any means necessary. The scenario ended with a partially cleared rating, and the guy received a reduced reward. Hyuk-jin did not give the Red Eye to anyone, and also confirmed that he could move the guardians at will. When the guy returned home, his attention was immediately drawn to Songhua. She and Radon were wearing an apron, and the girl asked how she looked in it. Hyuk-jin guessed that she was cooking something, and judging by the smell, it was chicken. She always liked chicken, but now she can even cook it herself, but it doesn't look appetizing. If Songhua tries it and is disappointed, she will have to order it separately later. Hyuk-jin announced that he was leaving for a meeting soon, so she could have lunch and get ready. A life where you can find happiness in simply cooking chicken is not a bad thing, as long as Songhua smiles. This is a life that didn't exist in the past, and the guy wants to protect it. A little later, the entire team gathered in the conference room, deciding to discuss the Gwangwaman dungeon. Yeonseo was sure that this place had just appeared, but the guy said that he had already gone there alone. Their goal this time is not to clear the entire dungeon, but only to gain the maximum amount of experience in order to raise everyone to level 40. Tae-woong wondered if it seemed like their goal was simply to level up and nothing more. This guy could calmly assess the situation, so he guessed that this was not the only thing the leader was striving for. If this were the case, they would not have gathered here to meet, so they have another purpose for the meeting. But just as he was about to announce it, there was a sudden knock on the door and Song-shin entered. It had been a long time since they had met, but Hyuk-jin expected the man to come looking for him. After looking at his status window, the guy was surprised by such a level and unique abilities. A little later, Ki-yeol came to the chairman because he wanted to see him. Ki-yong, standing in front of the window, said that he met with Hyuk-jin today. Most likely they were talking about Gwanghwamun. The guy found out about this because a person who can see the future appeared in their guild. The girl pointed to 3 doors. The king goes along the royal road. Before the royal road, he will doubt the waters of baptism. She said that the gate she saw in her dream was painted black. This was the first time the chairman had heard this story. But today, Hyuk-jin offered him a deal. A way to explosively level up in a dungeon that's opening soon. It was amazing and funny. This guy had become even more mature since the last time they saw each other. Now the man found it funny that he had once tried to make him his hunting dog. Ki-yeol concluded that Hyuk-jin was clearly an unusual player, so it was time to invest rather than make a simple deal. The information he has a very high probability of bringing Songshin to the top. Therefore, they must invest as actively as possible in areas outside of his gameplay. The chairman agreed with this, as such investments were worth it and would be a sign of their close relationship in the future. The man noticed how much Ki-yeol's vision had expanded. The way he maintains a relationship with Hyuk-jin hints that he has better qualities than Yoongi. In the past, Ki-yong carefully hid the fact that he was a gambler, and now, 3 years from now, he will die at the age of 71. Based on how the guy feels, his class is Gold Monarch, and it seems there is a way to secretly increase his level. It could be related to the Guardian or the Golden-Horned Goblin, but perhaps he is growing at the cost of his life. At that very moment, Hyuk-jin noticed his team, which was fully prepared, standing nearby. He suggested that they go, as now they needed to focus on the task at hand. In the past, when the dungeon opened, players were reluctant to enter. And even if you clear it out, you won't instantly earn hundreds of millions, considering how poorly the previous raids went. And even now, with much less risk, that perception hasn't changed much. No player wanted to be the first to enter the Gwanghwamun dungeon. Sung-gu delivered the decisive blow by passing Gyeong-hwaeru's script. The whole team was surprised at how Hyuk-jin even came up with this strategy. When he came alone, he could not gain experience through direct combat. But thanks to the observer, this became possible. If so he were here, the hunt would have been even easier. And for us, as it is, it's more than enough. They will repeat this scenario until they reach level 40, but first, they need to take a break. Suddenly, the guy noticed Senya, who started glitching and talking about the broadcast being unstable. As it turned out, it was a server reboot caused by the huge number of connected guards. In this state, the stream could not continue, so the launch was stopped for some time. The administrator apologized, explaining that his strategy had caused a great stir among the guards. It's natural. Clearing a dungeon in a unique way during a difficult phase really stands out. Hyuk-jin remembered there was another reboot once, but it was even worse. They expanded the server after that time, but it would be nice to do it again. Judging by her face, the guy understood the picture. It was not impossible, but it would require a large investment. They need investment to make a profit, but they are still far from that. But if there is a loss, the guy is ready to cover it, and even sign a contract. He is so ready to prove his worth. And it's not just him. Senya is also a content creator. He doesn't do it alone, and she doesn't stream alone either. They create content together, so she has to be confident in it, because if she doesn't believe it, no one else will. And if the administrator cannot gain this confidence, then she must trust him and follow his example. Senya wasn't exactly cut out for the job of a mid-level administrator, but maybe there was something else he didn't know. However, the girl said that the idea of creating content together touched her soul. Senya never thought a player of her level would tell her to just follow her. But his words have their own power. So she will continue to create content with Hyuk-jin, which made the guy happy. Everything went very well, and under these conditions the guy can also make bold investments. Suddenly, Isabel turned to him asking if he was trying to die. She wondered what he was going to do with this angel, and it was obvious that jealousy was playing in her again. She didn't believe that this little angel was still alive and hated her, considering her useless. At that very second, a notification appeared that the baby angel had started watching him. Senya didn't understand what was wrong while Hyuk-jin was shocked that their conversation was being broadcast. Streaming shouldn't be a problem, but the appearance of this angel worried him a little. The baby angel is a guardian who is known for creating love triangles and ruining relationships. Hyuk-jin was afraid that he might do something stupid, but then he suggested that Senya talk about their future plans. The next day, Senya confirmed that Hyuk-jin was right. Since the server was updated, the spent funds have been replenished through investments by the Guardians. It was natural, since they produced the only content on the Korean server. This gave the administrator a broader perspective and understanding. She felt like she had found a new path, so she wanted to express her gratitude to the guy. The girl handed him a gratitude badge, given by the administrator to a player who has made an outstanding contribution. This token has a limited number of uses and is also expensive in itself. It was a great luck that he got it early on, plus Hyuk-jin thought there was more to it. Sania announced that the token could be activated anywhere, and the reward would be distributed randomly. The guy thanked her, promising to use it when needed. He had planned to go to Gyeonghwaru Field today, but his schedule changed. Hyuk-jin just remembered what he needed to do, so he went into town, wanting to buy a woman's handbag. He made quite a lot of purchases, which surprised the consultants following him. The guy didn't pay attention to prices and took absolutely everything that caught his eye. Kim Ayeon didn't understand what he was thinking about now, making such purchases. But he had told her earlier that he would make sure that she walked only on flower paths. The girl thought her brother was crazy, but he simply decided to thank her for everything. After all, thanks to her, he cleared the yellow gate of the talisman, so it was time to act. Having filled his bags with various things, Hyuk-jin decided that this was still too far from the final gratitude. And then he asked if she was going to continue standing there like a doll, since all these things now belonged to her. Kim Ayeon was shocked because it was all too unexpected, and at first she thought it was just a joke. But then the guy asked if she wanted him to be okay, which made the girl nervous. It was a small gesture of sincerity and confirmation of my sister's wish. While Kim Ayeon remained silent, Hyuk-jin managed to repeat the question several more times. Then she screamed loudly that she wanted it, no matter whether he was doing well or not. Hyuk-jin had more than enough of this, but his sister was already too irritated. It was her genuine desire, so the strength of her desire was confirmed. The fifth hidden condition of the gratitude token, and recognizable through the eye of the observer, is precisely the power of desire. Of course, the guy doesn't have that kind of power, but he knows that his sister has a desire. Thanks to his sister, he cleared the yellow talisman gate, and even now, she writes new talismans for him. Hyuk-jin decided to get another reward by activating Senya's gratitude token. The confirmation of the terms began, with the explanation that the contract guard was a nameless observer. Several sponsoring guards were confirmed, and eventually the sponsorship capacity was exceeded. The player's luck statistic is maximum. The player's ability to improve exceeds the token's estimated ability. After confirming the unspeakably powerful power of desire, the boy received a potion of all abilities as a reward. But after the reward settings were changed, the all-ability potion was downgraded to ability potion. Senya realized that this was an item that the system could not accept. It was defined as a reward and then changed. If Hyuk-jin, who has a transcendental rank item, also obtains a legendary item, it will disrupt the balance. This may be a forced downgrade caused by system intervention. The Guardians must be curious about what ability he will enhance with this potion. They probably think he's using it on the mind or the eyes of the observer, but he's applied it to the conductor's song. The song has been elevated to anthemic levels, adding many new effects. Now is the time to continuously clear Gyeonghwaru and level up. All effects have been improved and new abilities have been added, providing sufficient justification for upgrading the skill class. Moreover, various abilities are combined into one through him, the player. To allow him to unleash even more powerful force in battle, the boy will once again express his gratitude to the noise conductor, especially if the noise conductor who gave him the song receives such attention. Suddenly, a notice appeared in which the White Hunter wanted to grant him a privilege. A little later, Hyuk-jin arrived in Songshin to show video evidence of the cleanup. Since the boy also received a task from the White Hunter, he then decided to meet with the chairman. To prove their seriousness, his team produced a video of their explosive dungeon clearing method. Ki-yeol and Ki-yeon were shocked to realize how they were able to level up in such a short time. Usually, managers refuse to provide videos to players, but Senya didn't really mind. Ki-yeol noticed that the key item to be cleared was Noah's helmet. Hyuk-jin added that they just needed to clear the Uplex dungeon. They can trade with an NPC named Noah on the 4th floor, but he needs to know how to do it properly. Of course, if clearing the dungeon is too difficult, Hyuk-jin can sell the steering wheel. But now it will be difficult to clear it. Faced with a dog on the 1st floor, Ka-yeol turned to the chairman, silently asking for permission to take this matter upon himself. He believes that they can acquire it, since the guild will also actively use it in the future. He then inquired about combining the dungeon clearing method with the item. Since it's gameplay related, it seems better to negotiate with the guild leader first. If the negotiations fail, Hyuk-jin will be able to talk to the chairman, but only if he doesn't like the terms. Ka-yeol must be very careful in making such a decision. A little later, the guy met his team again near the gate, which was guarded by special forces. Ki-yeol asked him to come to this place and he agreed. For the rest of Hyuk-jin's time, he will simply continue clearing Gyeonghwaru to level up. Suddenly, Tae-woon pointed out two people to the leader, but the guy had long felt that someone was watching him. Looks like there's one more thing to take care of before heading into the dungeon. The chairman of Korea's largest conglomerate, Sungshin Group, Ki-young, has 3 grandchildren. Among them, the eldest son and eldest daughter are in fierce competition for the position of successor. People call it a war of succession, and that's exactly what it looked like. And in the future that Hyuk-jin knew, Ki-yeol would lose this battle, receiving the position of the next heir. The one who is now devouring the guy with her eyes is none other than his younger sister. Iron-blooded Empress Jong-hee was delighted to meet Hyuk-jin. Everyone in this family has high standards, but the guy greeted her in return. He read about her in the newspapers. She is the younger sister of the guild leader, with whom he has a deep relationship. She also heard that the guy had been in a very close relationship with Shield Taeguk recently. In fact, she plans to create a great guild comparable to the Taeguk Shield and wants to recruit Hyuk-jin to her. Like Ki-yeol, she probably wants to form a cooperative relationship with him. Taeguk's shield is already a nuisance, and Ki-yeol's full attention is focused on it. Even under that smiling face, he feels her envy and jealousy towards him. Well, the guy knew her very well. In the past, Chun-hee had an incident where she attacked someone from Sungshin. There was no specific solution from the law. It simply showed that money and power are above the law. Compared to her, Ki-yeol is a very decent and honest person, so Hyuk-jin decided to refuse. And besides, he is currently busy clearing the Gwanghwamun dungeon. The girl noticed that he was a very confident person, and her status showed that she was very unhappy. He must have spoken to his grandfather with such confidence when he was a nobody. She's ready to leave today, but it would be better to formally set a date and meet next time. On the outside, she smiles, but the emotions are clearly visible, but for him it is still a childish level. The player next to her pushed the guy, and Hyuk-jin thought it was a provocation. This guy was Chung-hee's right hand, the Diamond Vajra, Kang Un-min. He probably wanted to put silent pressure on him. His level was definitely 30, so the guy started thinking about responding to the provocation. He called out to Young-hee, asking why Ki-young and Shield Taeguk were interested in him and collaborating. In fact, she was also very curious to know the answer to this question. She suspects that Hyuk-jin has some weakness that could be of great help to her. The guy calmly replied that it was not necessary, although he expected such words. The current Chung-hee doesn't know him at all. Even if she received information from Ki-yeol, it would still remain limited. However, she was wrong about him, and right now Hyuk-jin wanted to prove it to her. Chairman, the cornerstone of Sungshin, as well as Ki-yeol. The reason they were clinging to him was because of his extraordinary abilities, which he demonstrated to Isabel. Hyuk-jin offered to see it for herself and then requested PvP. A few minutes later, Hyuk-jin's team watched as their leader fought Un-min. Comrade Chung-hee was already pretty battered and didn't understand what was happening. His opponent is definitely an expert in the mercenary arts and can effectively command the party members. He was definitely called untalented, but somehow he can't hold his own against him, as if his movements were readable. Finding himself behind him, Hyuk-jin assumed that he had not realized that his opponent was a monarch with special eyes. At that very second, the guy struck him in the back using a unique skill. Un-min gritted his teeth. Even though he was only hit with the blunt side of the sword, it still hurt a lot. But the guy didn't want to lose to a non-combat class. He was saving one skill to meet Yeonseo. But now, there was no way out. He used a swift movement followed by a downward strike that hit the target. Suddenly, Hyuk-jin stunned his opponent by explaining that the leather boot's ability was related to fast movement. Remaining unharmed, the boy added that he took the blow purely out of curiosity. Even after Un-min dealt such a blow, there was not a scratch left on the enemy. The sky behind the sky is like seeing another sky hidden behind another. Lowering his axe, Un-min bowed his head, admitting his defeat. However, he only wanted to ask one question, as he knew that the monarch was not a fighting type class. The guy was curious how he was able to injure him without using his combat abilities. At first, the guy threw himself at him to impress Chung-hee, but now Hyuk-jin sees only pure admiration. Then, he decided it was time to show him that he was right in calling it amazing. He decided to show him just once the true power that the monarch class possesses. After activating the conductor's anthem, Hyuk-jin felt his special abilities become even more powerful. By drawing out even the power of Noah's helmet, he can focus the range of dominance on one person. Hyuk-jin decided to stop there when he noticed Un-min kneeling in front of him. This should be enough proof of who he is. And Un-min trembled, hoping that he would be spared. The White Hunter was pleased with his stunning combat prowess, and the Hunter qualification quest was passed.